Section 19 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by SherlHolmesMD. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Theft continued. When persons to the number of 5 or more commit or attempt to commit robbery being theft with violence, they are said in India to commit or attempt to commit dacoity. But though any 5 persons who join in committing robbery are technically dacoits, ordinarily speaking, the word dacoit signifies one who, being a member of a robber band, generally of large number, makes his living by robbery. In India, this trade is a widespread and lucrative one, carried on under the very eyes of the police, who find this a branch of crime very difficult to detect. The gangs of dacoits are, or ought to be, well known to the authorities, but their operations are so sudden, the property they carry off is so difficult to identify, being usually cash or gold and silver which can be immediately melted down, and their chief frequently appears so respectable, being perhaps headman of some village who never goes out himself, but plans operations and directs the gang, that to bring about their conviction is generally a most difficult task. Witnesses are either afraid to identify or cannot in fact identify individual members of the gang, and as often as not, the local policeman is unwilling to really bring about their total dispersal. His impulse is always to harry the local ex-convict or known depredator, KD, or ne'er-do-well, while the professional robber is miles away with his booty. The methods of these gang robbers, and of the local police in their attempts to bring about their conviction, have changed little, if at all, during the last 50 years. The records of the superior courts in 1854, for instance, point conclusively to the fact that then, as now, the local policeman had too often no desire to track in a systematic manner the real robber, but preferred to trump up a case against any person of bad character, any alleged enemy of the victim, or anyone who for some reason or other was sought to be put out of the way. Out of 197 persons accused in 29 cases of dacoity in the Madras Presidency in that year, there were acquittals in no fewer than 21 cases. 136 accused persons being acquitted either by the lower or appellate courts, whereas only 61 received substantial punishment. In one case, we find the appellate court indulging in the following remarks. The report of the Audiobooks, dated the 12th September, states that up to that time the prosecutrix knew nothing of the guilty parties. All her subsequent statements must be attributed to the instigation of the head of police. The sessions judge to be instructed to call the attention of the magistrate to the conduct of the head of police, who, it is to be feared, induced the first prisoner to confess, led the first witness to make the statements he did, and concocted the whole case, and even went so far as to suggest to the subordinate judge the propriety of obtaining the sanction of this court to the 11th prisoner being allowed to turn approver. In another case, the court remarked, "The proceedings of the sub-officer of police have been most dilatory. The second prisoner was not examined by him till the 18th December, and the witnesses from 1 to 4 on the 18th, 24th, and 25th December. The 5th witness, though a material one, was left by him unexamined." In yet another case we find the appellate court judgment concluding as follows. "There is no part of the evidence which can, in my opinion, be safely relied on. There was no information to account for the earliest arrests. There was nothing to lead to the first confession obtained. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 9th prisoners, who were first apprehended, were detained in confinement without warrantable cause and unexamined for about 20 days, after which the first prisoner was taken up, also without due cause, and then confessions were obtained. These proceedings are calculated to throw much suspicion upon the operations of the police and prevent my having confidence in the evidence furnished to the discovery of the property produced with the prisoners and to its being what was stolen. I therefore concur with the sessions judge in acquitting the prisoners and direct their release." Parallels to the above, selected at random from Madras Faujdari Udalat court judgments, could be easily culled from the High and Chief Court records of today, whether it be that, when such failures in detection occur, the police are in league with or afraid of the dacoits, or are too incompetent or too lazy to cope with the work of hunting them down, is not for us to say. If it were a case merely of inability to charge anybody, we should not feel justified in blaming them for anything but incompetence, and might acknowledge on their behalf that they are not so clever as those with whom they have to deal. But this is not so. They do profess to elucidate such crimes, and they do bring charges which in many cases turn out to be utterly lacking in foundation. The investigating officer has thus a double duty to perform. He has not only to watch his subordinates and prevent them from shirking their work or bringing charges against innocent persons, but also at the same time to see the real offenders brought to justice. General Hervey, in describing the north of India dacoits, tells us that many of them live in excellent masonry houses with underground passages, arranged to facilitate escape and for storage of booty. They are well supplied with the best food and spirits, load themselves and their women with jewellery, and are noted for their charity and hospitality. But a curious observer might detect that a close intelligence was withal a part of them all, that the eye is restless and watchful, the child is signalling something, the woman's song is a voice of warning, whether by word or intonation, and that the man's hangdog look cloaks furtive glances which connect him with the persons who are peering through the high-thorn fences of the cattle yards which project from each dwelling, or with others who flit from window to window or terrace of their labyrinth and subterraneous abodes. In southern and central India, these gangs of robbers frequently raid the country for months before returning to their headquarters, generally some out-of-the-way village. The men of the village are, if not themselves members of the gang, most often in its pay, and are only too ready to place every obstacle in the way of the police. If search be attempted in their houses, they even show fight. The whole village, at times neighboring villages, join in, and 100 witnesses can subsequently be called to break down any case of rioting the police may launch against them. At the same time, it must be recognized that great difficulties beset the police honestly and strenuously endeavoring to obtain convictions of gang dacoits. Sir E.C. Cox, Bart, a high official in the Bombay Police Service, whose experience extends over many years, has aptly epitomized some of these difficulties.
"A police official," he says, "may know the names of men who make their living by plundering in every direction. He may even be able to lay hands upon them. But what then? When caught, they were engaged in ploughing their fields or other equally inoffensive occupations. Who's going to give evidence against them? A search in their houses generally leads to nothing, for the stolen property is either at once sent to a distance, or else buried in a field until such time as the hue and cry may be over. Then the villagers, who have been disturbed at dead of night by a band of armed men, and made to disgorge the valuables, are, even if they wish to do so, at considerable difficulty in recognizing the offenders, who may have painted their faces and otherwise disguised themselves. But even if they can identify certain persons as robbers, what advantage is it to them to say so? If they do, they will in the first place be taken hither and thither by the police to attend searches in which their property may perchance be found. They will then be summoned before the magistrate to give evidence, and subsequently before the sessions judge, at the greatest possible inconvenience and loss of time and money. Then, as often happens, the sessions court does not consider the evidence sufficient for the conviction of the accused, and the dacoits are acquitted. The next proceeding of these gentry is to set fire to the cottages or haystacks of those who have complained. The ordinary native is not imbued with any great power of public spirit. It is not wonderful, then, that the people of any particular village which has been visited by dacoits should prefer to undergo the loss and be done with it, and either insist that they are unable to identify their assailants, or even combine to say that there has been no dacoity at all. It is not likely, they think, that their village would be entered again for a similar operation. Let other villages take their chance. As for any thought of the people turning out as one man, and capturing or driving off the dacoits, such an idea seldom enters their head. On the few occasions when I have known it attempted, it has answered admirably, for the dacoits have not much pluck to sustain them if they are resisted. But these occasional bursts of courage on the part of the villagers are few and far between, and it is not wonderful that dacoits flourish exceedingly, and the police are driven to despair. How, then, when a dacoity has taken place, are the offenders to be satisfactorily brought to justice and punished? No doubt the rule usually laid down, "Keep the district quiet with armed patrols and get suspects bound over," is admirable, but this in no way answers our question. The time-honored method of the subordinate police, "to beat the suspect till he confess," is not open to the investigating officer and must be rigorously discountenanced by him. But what then? Criminal statistics show us that the wholesale conviction of a gang of robbers is a most exceptional occurrence. The only advice possible for us to give is really the nature of a few hints, as follows. 1. Become acquainted with the habits and methods of working of the known dacoits in your district. 2. Never make an arrest until certain that independent testimony will be forthcoming at the inquiry and trial. 3. Never forget that the women are deep in every plot. 4. Be extra suspicious of the man who is away from home for weeks at a time, and have his movements watched, if possible. If implicated in a case, he will subsequently attempt to explain his absence with the usual excuses. "Away buying cattle at X, to a ceremony of his daughter at Y, etc., and he will have numerous witnesses and even postal and official documents to support his statements. But when he finds that he has been carefully shadowed for days before the offense, and that his explanations will not be believed, things will look very black for him. And if he cannot be actually convicted on the substantive charge, enough will have been brought out to warrant his being bound over. 5. Never forget that the headman of the suspected village, that is, the village where the dacoits usually reside, may be the moving spirit in a dacoity, and, if it can be managed in a lawful manner, have his house unexpectedly searched. 6. Always remember that all the inhabitants of the suspected village are usually thoroughly in league with the dacoits, and if any of them be put forward by the village magistrate to give evidence, their statements must be treated with great caution, not to say suspicion. 7. In a prosecution, before calling any particular witness, be extremely careful to determine in what circumstances he has been brought forward. It is unfortunately a common practice of the police arriving at the scene of a dacoity, on the villagers being unable to give any indication as to who have robbed them, to demand the names of their enemies and, unless these have conclusive proof of alibi, immediately to arrest them. For reasons stated above, a complainant may be most unwilling to bring any charge against the members of a robber gang known to frequent the neighborhood, but he leaps at the chance of implicating some of his particular enemies, whom no Indian villager is without, and does all in his power to assist the police in fastening the offense upon them. If then the investigating officer discovers that the persons implicated in a dacoity are enemies of the parties robbed, he must view the evidence of the latter with the greatest suspicion. 8. It frequently happens that, though the real dacoits have been arrested, their conviction is impossible through want of evidence. As already mentioned, one of the band is frequently willing to turn informer and give a circumstantial account not only of the perpetration of the particular robbery under investigation, but also of other dacoities in which it has been engaged. The investigating officer must therefore take care to obtain from such an informer a complete and detailed account of the dacoity. A bald and uncircumstantial statement will favor the defense more than the prosecution. In illustration of this, we here quote an account of the doings of a notorious band of Lombardy dacoits, which was broken up some years ago in Mysore. It is a narrative of a member of the band who turned informer. Anyone reading it cannot but be struck with its apparent truthfulness. It is just such a narrative as this that will preclude any suggestion that the statement of an informer has been got up for the purposes of the case. This account is also interesting as showing the organized methods in which dacoities are planned and carried out. It is reprinted, by the author's permission, from the excellent monograph on the criminal classes of the Madras Presidency by Mr. Mullally, and is in the dacoit's own words.
I was near Raidurga before the famine and belonged to Peru Nayak's Tanda. During the famine, that is to say 6 or 7 years ago, we came to Mysore and stopped near Shikarpur. With us, the members of another Tanda, which was led by Bhan, also came and encamped near us in Shikarpur. In Bhan's Tanda also there were about 15 or 16 men. These 16 men belonging to our Tandas were convicted and imprisoned for committing a dacoity in a washerman's house there. Thence we left that place, and after having been for a month in a place called Maigondar, we came and encamped near Gorasamudar in Chalakiri Taluk. Bhan's Tanda did not accompany us. A month after our encamping in Gorasamudar, Hema Nayak and Vallu Nayak came with their Tandas and encamped there, the former with 40 and the latter also with a number of men. Leaving the camp again, we came to a place near Kadapalli in Chalakiri Taluk and encamped there. Thence again we sent away our Tandas to Budipura in the Heriyur Taluk, and 15 or 20 of us went away to commit robberies towards Nonampuli and Amrapur in Her Majesty's territories. Within 2 or 3 days they joined the encampment in Heriyur. I did not go. Dongriya and others, named, had all gone for that excursion. Thence we came and settled near Dindavar. Leaving the Tandas there, the party went towards Belavi of the Tumkur district, and after committing dacoities in 2 places, returned within 2 or 3 days. I did not accompany that raid also. Thence we went near Collyer. The Tanda was removed. We stopped there for a month and then we went to Tiptur. For excursion only. A party went. I did not go even there. There were some cartmen and others were robbed. Thence we removed the Tanda to a stream on the other side of Hosadrug. There is a Kannari called Buttapanna Kannari near Collyer. I had gone out for that raid. There we committed a dacoity and again at Arsa Mangundi. Then again we changed our Tanda to Lokatulalu. We left our Tanda here and a party went away towards Kannakatta. There we committed a dacoity. I was then present. Then we plundered on the other side of Nagapuri. From there we went towards Duda of the Hassan district. There is a road there from Tiptur, and in that crossroad we plundered about 15 or 20 carts. From these raids we returned home to our Tandas. Then we changed our camp again to Kandavadi and ourselves went towards Berur and there attacked and plundered the marriage party. We returned from there. Thence we went away towards Brahmasagar near Vijayapur. Leaving our Tanda there, we went towards Tiptur. I did not go. A party had gone. Thence we went straight towards Hulyar. We took our Tanda there. Leaving the Tanda there, a party went towards the Sibi temple and there committed some plunders. I had not gone. Thence we returned home and once more went towards Amrapur and committed some dacoities. I was one of the party then. There the Tandas separated. Hema Nayak's Tanda quarrelled with us and went and encamped near Brahmasagar near Chalakiri. My own and that of Velu Nayak went away to the other side of Hulyar and there encamped. Hema Nayak's Tanda people robbed some people at Kutikari near Chitaldurug. The Sarkar people came to our Tanda in connection with that occurrence, and we, both the Tandas, ran away from there towards Munduki in Dharwar. There we stopped away. While we were there, we committed 2 raids on Mysore. I had come once. It was at Kurligi and on another occasion near Harpanhalli. We had not come to Mysore. Cartmen were robbed there. In one of those raids, one of our men by name Ramachand was killed. After this, we went away towards Gajendragadu and thence to Golak Mundrigi. There, we stopped for 3 or 4 months and did not commit any robberies. We had gone to hire our bullocks twice or thrice. Meanwhile, one Thodi, a woman, brought news that Hema Nayak's party were near Gutti, having run away from Brahmasagar. Shortly after, Ramdas and 4 others of Hema Nayak's Tanda came to us. There they told us that Gola Nayak had been caught at Chitaldrug, that some had run away towards Gutti, and that they came running there, leaving their families near Kurnool. Ram thus offered to Peru Nayak that if he gave him 10 rupees, he would bring Hema Nayak's party and that they might then go somewhere for committing robberies. Within 15 or 20 days, he returned with all of Hema Nayak's thanda, and there we all assembled together. We were all there for 8 or 10 days, during which time all the leaders conspired to commit fresh raids, as their cattle and all property had been taken by the Sirkar people, and we started towards the Malnad. But before this, we of Peru Nayak's thanda had gone towards Gudikutti and there committed some robberies. There was Tota Nayak's thanda there, and 4 or 5 of us came there. My own younger brother is Peru Nayak, and his marriage had to be contracted. Sola Nayak said that the Sirkar people were in our pursuit and that no marriage was then possible. He said that if we came to the Malnad, he knew some Hegadesi's houses there, which he said might be plundered, and that the marriage might also be celebrated there. Hema Nayak was sent for, and he agreed to send his party. As agreed, we of the 3 thandas, that is to say, Peru Nayak, Valu Nayak, and Hema Nayak, came towards Malnad. That is to say, we left our thandas near Bominahalli and ourselves went on an excursion to Malnad. Straightways we went to Shikarpur. There in the jungle, some of our people were in advance and others were seated under a tamarind tree when 3 Brahmins were seen coming towards us. They were riding on ponies. They saw some of us and came towards us, calling out, "Robbers!" We were about 30 or 40 people. I too was present. A consultation was held, and it was decided that if we let these Brahmins go, they would go and raise an alarm, and that our program to commit depredations in Malnad would be spoiled, and that, therefore, all the 3 should be killed. 7 or 8 persons went and beat them. Some of this party, of our own, had a gundakatti, a sword, and some clubs. The 3 Brahmins were beat with them and killed. Tulya, Ratnya, and Chandivalya, not here, struck them dead. Tulya had the sword, Valya had the knife, and the others had clubs. The others also had surrounded them, but it was these 4 that cut and hacked the bodies. Thence we went straight on to Harikuppa. In the jungle there were left all the people. Peru Nayak, Jaganya, Kala, and Somla went and brought 9 men of Tota Nayak's party, including Tota Nayak. Then, near Harikuppa, some women and others were coming in a cart which we attacked and plundered. I was present then. Then we went away towards Mudamkuppa in the Shimoga road. In that road, 3 or 4 Brahmins were coming along walking. Then a cart and some 3 horsemen came. Also a bullock man. All these men were robbed, and we went away into the jungles toward Kumsi. There we stopped for midday in the jungle, and Tota Nayak brought news of the Risal, treasure, cart. We all went there, surrounded and attacked the cart and plundered the contents. We found the Risal money in it, which we carried away towards Shikarpur. Thence we went to Bomanhalli in the Dharwar district. There we had our cattle on which we carried rice. We concealed the money in rice bags and went away to Surapur. There we united with the other thandas and were all together. The plunder was then distributed, and the money was paid away according to each man's share. Each man got 300 rupees. Valya and Tulya took 100 rupees more than others. These thandas were separated at Sapur near Sarapur. There were many people in all the 3 thandas. We thought people's alarm will be raised and attention directed to our number, so we separated. Peru Nayak's thanda went away on one side, and the other 2 thandas of Valu and Hema went on the other. Tota Nayak turned away from Shikarpur. There we stopped away, and the Sirkar people seized us there. This is all my story. We were brought thence to Shimoga, and I am here. Tota Nayak, Jaitri, their sons, and others of Tota Nayak's party joined us from Malnad. These were not present when the 3 Brahmins were killed, but joined us after and were present during the treasure dacoities. Of the prisoners in court, none are of my thanda, that is, Peru Nayak's. They belong to Valu Nayak's thanda, and Valu Nayak is himself the 12th prisoner. All these were present with us during our raids. Some were going for some and others for others, but all and everyone was taking part in the dacoities and living from the plunder which we used to get. Valu Naik was with us also. He does not go out himself to commit robberies, but stays at home. When the treasure dacoity took place, we had left him near Surapur or Gulak Mandrigi. When our Thandas were in this country, he used to remain in the Thandas. He is the Naik of the Thanda and as such the head. He would himself take a share in all the spoil, send out his men, give directions for the commission of robberies and concerting such measures. Of Hema Naik's Thanda, there are Badabalya and 11 others, named. Near Balapanakkanari, about 15 or 20 cartmen were beaten. It was a party returning or going towards Chitaldrug. It was about daybreak when these were attacked. I do not know what the carts contained. Near Arsamangundi, we also attacked and plundered 10 or 12 carts. In the former, we did not get much money. We got about 150 rupees. We got also some clothes, etc. In the other, we got about 300 rupees. Near Kanakatti, it was all a pedestrian party going to markets. Near Nagpuri in Tirupuli hills, we plundered cartmen. Only a little money was found, but we got about 10 seers of silver and 3 seers of gold. It was dark when we committed this, and I cannot say whether there were any women in the party. Near Duda, another pedestrian party, or rather 2 or 3 parties returning from the bazaar, were beaten and plundered. There, an Anchal runner was stopped. As he said he was government servant, we let him go. He was going to Tiptur. Pera was present, and he had a gun and kodal when the 3 Brahmins were killed near Najibagipalla. Pera took part in it and struck them dead. None of those Brahmins recognized Pera Naik. I was sick in Shikarpur, and in fact had gone away to Hema Naik's Thanda in Raidrug. I do not know if my brother Pera Naik was going to Kuttacheri in that Dhobi's dacoity. It was in Raidrug that I had heard my brother Lala and my nephew Bhimla had been imprisoned. When we came to Ullavarti from Brahmasagar, and before that, Hema Naik had come over to us at Handavadi. We were giving him a share in the spoil, and he took a share of all the dacoities. In such chore Thandas, Naiks take 2 shares, while the others take only 1. They are the leaders and big men and have to be watchful of both the good and evil from the Sirkar people. This is the recognized usage. All these 3 Nayaks, Vidala said, Pera Naik, Valu Naik, and Hema Naik, used to receive 2 shares from the very commencement. Hema Nayak's people were with us, and it is our custom that this big Nayak should also be given his share wherever he might be. Hema Naik received 900 rupees in connection with the treasury remittance. He got it in Surpur. End of Section 19. Recorded by SherlHolmesMD.
Section 20 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in April 2017. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 3 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 18, Cheating and Fraud. Section 1, General Considerations. If lawyers find a certain difficulty in understanding the nature of fraud, because it is by no means easy to fix the exact line of demarcation between civil wrongs and criminal wrongs, the investigating officer finds quite as great a difficulty in carrying on his investigations into them, all the more that a great many frauds demand a mass of special technical knowledge. For such knowledge there are frequently no experts, and, even when there are, their detailed report is of no good, for to compare the depositions, to understand every side of the question, the investigating officer ought to be himself an expert, and to catch at once the signification of every expression if he wishes himself to put new questions. Although the number of different kinds of fraud is very considerable, we can in the following pages deal with only a few of them. On the one hand, we cannot enter in detail into all the knowledge necessary to the investigating officer to unravel the procedure of frauds. On the other hand, we can hardly give any other counsel than this: instruct yourself in this branch of human knowledge also. For, if one man has deceived another in the delivery to him of cloth, glass, iron, wood, grain, the investigating officer himself ought to know all about matters pertaining to cloth, glass, iron, wood, or grain, and if it is a complicated business concerning a railway, the stock exchange, or an inquiry in which special details have to be taken into account, it is the duty of the investigating officer unconscientiously to instruct himself in these different branches of knowledge. In grouping the various classes of fraud of which we intend to speak, we have started from different points of view, and have by preference dealt in the greatest detail with those concerning which little has as yet been published, for example the falsification of stamps or seals, and those on which much has been written, but in a form not suited to the wants of the investigating officer, for example frauds in horse dealing. We do little more than mention those classes, the particular study of which presupposes special knowledge previously acquired, and a complete explanation of which can in any particular case be given to the investigating officer by his experts, that is, frauds concerning antiquities and objects of art, or again those on which sufficient information can be found in books, for example, tricks with cards. In all other cases we cannot do better, as we have already said, than advise the investigating officer to seize every opportunity of instructing himself practically on all such questions. A day will come when he can put to profitable use the knowledge thus acquired. Section 2. Falsification of documents. A. Falsification of documents in general. Falsification of documents presents a wide field of activity for different experts, and notably for the investigating officer. Many of the documents falsified are false passports, receipts for payments, passes for cattle or forest produce, etc., and, however small the importance of such papers may appear to be, they deserve the closest attention in the interests of public security, for they are such as enable the state to exercise its right of supervision, and which, at the same time, afford an opportunity to the investigating officer, with the help of the false document, to discover a criminal for whom he has been looking. The most important cases are falsifications of wills, falsifications, partly or complete, of acknowledgments of debts, or other documents, which are due not to the bungling hand of the tramp, or even of the vulgar professional forger, but to the refined art of the expert. A not uncommon case in India is to forge in whole an official document which is placed in some public record, either as a new document or in substitution of the genuine one, or the genuine document on the record is altered. Then application is made for a public copy of the document. The copy of course represents the false document, and may be used for many purposes without exciting suspicion. A case occurred recently where the original of a will in the probate registry of the High Court, Madras, had been tampered with, so as to alter the interest of the beneficiaries. A public copy was then obtained of the altered will, and was used for the purpose of raising money. Sale deeds of land and mortgage documents are also constantly produced in civil suits all over India. All such cases demand not only the most minute and continuous study on the part of the investigating officer, but also the knowledge of a whole series of experts. Recourse must be had to experts in handwriting, to chemists, to paper manufacturers, to botanists, to photographers, but the investigating officer will be helped most of all by his own energy, his perspicacity, his gift of combination, his patience, and, above all, by constantly keeping in mind that great blunder, grosse bêtise, which is almost inevitable in the greatest crimes, and which the most expert forger rarely fails to commit. The author has seen a most important document which had been manufactured with supreme skill. It was really a work of art. Paper, writing, text, form, everything had been chosen by the hand of the master. And yet, incredible though it be, the forger spoke in the text of his late Majesty Francis, although the document was dated 2 years before the death of that emperor. The forger, at the time of executing the false document, had been in the habit of hearing talk of the late Emperor Francis. This habit led him to put the word late in the document, and this piece of stupidity led to the discovery of the fraud. Wills, in his Principles of Circumstantial Evidence, relates a similar case. A certain Alexander Humphreys attempted in the High Court of Justiciary, Edinburgh, in the year 1839, to procure large sums of money, relying upon ancient documents. These documents were marvellously counterfeited, but it was discovered that one of them, dated 7th December 1639, had been signed by the Chancellor Archbishop Spottiswoode, who had died on the 26th November 1639. The forger, who had consulted the list of chancellors, only knew that Lord Loudon, the successor of Spottiswoode, had not entered on his functions until 1641, and thought that Spottiswoode had been chancellor up to that time. He was ignorant that between the two there had been an exceptional interregnum of 2 years. In an important letter which was the basis of a big suit, the date 18/12/1881 had been altered into 18/11/1881. The forger had overlooked, however, that in the document the 31st of the month was referred to, which was in keeping with December, but not with November. A common blunder of this kind is when misspellings are found in the document which would not be likely to be made by the executant. A celebrated example of this occurred in America during the presidential campaign of 1880, in which a letter was published advocating the importation of Chinese cheap labor and purporting to be written by Mr. Garfield, who was subsequently elected president. Apart from certain peculiarities in the handwriting, the letter was at once detected and denounced as a forgery through 3 instances of bad spelling which General Garfield could never have committed. The words were economy, companies, religiously. What we have stated shows how important it is to examine from every point of view the text of a suspected document, for the inconsistencies, the tricks of style, the anachronisms, the transportation of persons and events constitute of themselves certain proofs. We may here recall certain forgeries and their discovery, which will not of course occur under the same form to the investigating officer, but which, apart from their general interest, will show what trifles must be taken into account and what methods should be employed, mutatis mutandis, in modern cases. One of the most scientifically interesting forgeries was that by Wenzel Hanka, without any lucrative object, of the manuscript known by the name of Königinhofer Handschrift. He had manufactured with infinite trouble and undoubtedly ability poems in the old Bohemian Slav tongue, with the intentions of endowing his country with a poetical treasure similar to that of other ancient nations. These Slav poems were so successful that for many years they struck the whole world with astonishment and admiration, and even gave to Goethe the first idea of one of his songs. And yet all these poems are today recognized as forgeries. The color employed in the design of one of the initial letters of the text could not resist minute criticism of the exterior form of the document, for the chemist found in the letters, supposed to be drawn about the year 1300, Prussian blue, which was discovered only at the commencement of the 18th century by Diesbach. This discovery was confirmed by the results of a critical examination of the matter, which showed that the linguistic form, the notions of law, and other conceptions in various branches of knowledge corresponded to the point of view of the year 1820 and following years, a point of view which even today is passed and recognized as inexact. But if in the supposed poem of 1300 the linguistic forms, the social references, etc., are represented according to the ideas of 1820, and if it also proved that the forms and the real social manners of 1300 were very different from what we find in the manuscript, the latter cannot be authentic. For example, in one of the poems there is mention of drums, which it has been shown were unknown at that period. Finally, after the death of Hanka, all the instruments of fraud were found in his library, not only all the books and treatises calculated to assist him in his work, but also innumerable specimens of handwriting, which showed clearly how Hanka had little by little prepared himself to write his collection of poems. From this case we may learn 1. How important the help of a chemist frequently is, although he may be the very last person we should think of having recourse to. One is almost tempted to say that our inquiries are frequently rendered successful only by good luck. In the preceding case, no one had certainly the slightest idea of looking for Prussian blue, but it was found by pure chance. A student of the history of art, desiring to know what paints were used in Bohemia in the 13th and 14th centuries, caused a chemical analysis to be made of all the colors found in the manuscript, and curiously enough discovered Prussian blue. 2. The results of the criticism of the matter of the document, such as were obtained in the Königinhofer Handschrift, can also be obtained in the most modern fabricated documents. Just as in that manuscript mention is made of drums, which at that time did not exist, so in a false will mention was made of the name and date of birth of an infant, who was not in existence at the date of the will. 3. The examination of Hanka's library shows how important it is to make in all cases domiciliary searches. We neglect too easily the making of new searches once we are in possession of the false document itself, and we lower the value of what remains to be proved by exaggerating the value of that which is already established. Too much importance cannot be attached to this point. When one has found a valuable piece of evidence, one is apt to give it an exaggerated significance, and to neglect the collection of other pieces of evidence, which later on may be of great value, if the fact which has been established turns out to be of less consequence than was thought. The objects found in the library of Hanka were not searched for intentionally ad hoc, for it was only by chance that they were found when his goods were sold by auction after his death. Many controversies would have been spared if they had been looked for at the time, a proceeding always easy in a criminal investigation by domiciliary perquisition. We may mention also the interesting way in which the discovery was made of the falsification of the manuscript of the songs called Wiener Schlummerliedes, which in 1859 Pfeifferlich entrusted to the care of Professor Zappert. The microscope showed that the spots of grease on the parchment, which were the proofs of its antiquity and consequently of its authenticity, were to be found under the writing. Another blunder, almost comical in its nature, was committed by a celebrated forger, the Greek Simonides, who did not recognize the nature of an eye-hole in the parchment, a blunder which, hardly explicable in a cheat of his ability, led to the discovery of the forgery. Owing to the great value which parchment possessed in those days, people made use even of the morsels of skin which were incomplete, as for instance the skin of the head, in which naturally were the holes where the eyes should be. Now Simonides had amongst his parchments a leaf with such a hole in it, which he used like the others. As we have said, he mistook the nature of this hole and wished to pass it off as a subsequent deterioration in the manuscript, so as to give it a greater appearance of authenticity. At the place in question there came the word animadverted. There he wrote the first letters of the word before the whole and the last letters after it, so that it looked as if the middle of the word had disappeared through the wearing away of the parchment after the writing. This would have been altogether impossible if the manuscript had been authentic, for it was easy to establish with absolute certainty by means of anatomy and microscopical examination that it was an eye hole and nothing else. If, then, it was a hole of this kind, it must have existed in the parchment always, and, if the document had been really written at the time indicated, that is to say, if it had been authentic, the writer would have either written round the hole or jumped over it. In any case, he would certainly not have wished people to think that the hole was made later on. The forger alone who had not recognized the true nature of the hole could have acted in the manner shown by the document. An almost equal piece of stupidity was committed about the year 1830 by a forger who fabricated a document pretending to date from the 4th century A.D. The parchment of this document had really been gnawed by mice, making a hole in it. On the first page of the writing the forger recognized the existence of the hole and continued the word on the other side of it, but when he came to the second page he forgot this and left out a part of the word, just as Simonides did. Thus there had been a hole when he wrote the first page and none when he wrote the second, a good enough proof that the document was false. In a recent case in southern India, a pronote put in as having been made, stamped, and dated in 1900 bore a stamp with the king's head, which stamp did not of course exist in that year. For experts in handwriting, see page 230. End of section 20. Section 21 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in April 2017. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Cheating and Fraud. Section 2B. Examination of false documents. When the scrutiny of the contents of the document gives no result or only insufficient proof, we must have recourse to a critical examination of its exterior form. Most frequently the expert alone is capable of this task, he only knowing the various processes to be employed. But here again it may often be necessary that the investigating officer, far away from the help of experts, should rapidly form his own opinion on the matter and come to the conclusion whether there has been a forgery or not. In this case he must either put his own hand to the work or have recourse to experts having no speciality in this direction, such as doctors and apothecaries. In such a predicament, the first principle which must be religiously obeyed is to do nothing which would injure, much less destroy, the document. In certain cases it may perhaps be permissible to make experiments on an unimportant corner of the suspected writing, or even to destroy a very small portion, but such experiments should be made only under the most exceptional circumstances, and in every case of the kind 2 precautions must be taken. First, a certified copy of the writing must be taken before anything whatever is changed, and if possible it should be taken by photography. Next, an exact statement must be made in the report of what has been done, so that the expert who will study it later on, as well as every magistrate before whom at a subsequent stage it may come, will know the changes which the document has undergone. The most harmless process, specially recommended in all suspected cases, is to examine the writing with the best magnifying glass available, and this examination should not be directed only to the suspected portion, but should extend to the whole document, which will thus be verified by the magnifying glass word for word. When one is thus accustomed to notice with care the non-suspected portions and the general aspect presented by the different types of writing, one is able on coming to the examination of the suspected portion to recognize the least difference, however insignificant, much more easily than if one had begun by an examination of the doubtful passage. When this examination is concluded, the work is all gone over again, but this time placing the writing over the glass pane of a window, so as to observe by transmitted light what has already been seen by reflected light. A large percentage of forgeries cannot withstand such a scrutiny, if the magnifying glass be good, and the process be conducted with due care and attention. Of course, if it is a question of the employment of different links, the magnifying glass will not be enough. Resort must be had to the microscope. With a high magnifying power, the ink marks which, a moment ago, appeared identical, almost always, when they are made by different inks, present striking differences in color and luster. Another examination which cannot in the slightest degree harm the original and at the same time gives admirable results is by means of photography. Erasures by scraping, washing with aqua fortis, the use of different inks, many things which the eye of man cannot perceive, more often than not stand out clearly under the photographic test. A comparison between the original and its photographic reproduction often reveals more than the longest and most expensive chemical analysis. Yet in many cases this analysis cannot be avoided. In another process the document is photographed and a number of prints taken from the negative, each on a thin transparent film. These films are laid one upon the other and pressed together, so that the sum of the indistinct characters on each forms a copy which may easily be read. Photographic enlargements may also be employed with considerable success. Indeed, enlargements to 3,600 times have been obtained. No doubt this is somewhat costly, but at the same time it is very effective. If all this does not avail, then the chemist must be brought in. Naturally, in many cases he cannot be dispensed with. For such reasons, and also to furnish the investigating officer with an idea of what he may expect to get from his experts, we give a summary of what has been written on this subject by Sonnenschein-Classen and other experts, information for the most part scattered about in numberless special articles in scientific reviews and proceedings. In the first place, one must be able to distinguish paper of old manufacture, on the surface of which is spread a thin layer of animal size, from modern machine-made paper, which is after a fashion sized throughout its whole substance. Pine resin is dissolved in soda and precipitated by alum. The acids of the resin are deposited with the alumina of the alum in a soapy mass. Generally burnt starch is added, and the whole mixed with the paper paste. These elements, then, have to be taken into account when we come to test the paper with reagents, as well as other constituents, such as adding coloring matter, which for white or blue paper was formerly cobalt or Prussian blue, but is now almost exclusively ultramarine. It follows that erasures by scraping on paper sized only on the surface remove this coating of size, while on paper sized throughout they make the surface rough or wrinkled. As it is difficult to write on such a surface, the forger must render it smooth again. This may be done mechanically by polishing the paper with a hard and close-grained substance such as an ivory paper knife or the thumbnail, or by pouring or spreading on it various substances. For this a solution of gum, of gelatin, of resin in alcohol, of starch or of powdered sandarac, that is, the resin of the sandarac tree, the old-fashioned pounce of the scriveners, may be used. But all these preparations, when applied to the paper, can be easily detected by the naked eye, and still more clearly by the magnifying glass, for the portion of the paper which has been polished, or to which one of these substances has been applied, always presents a different appearance to the rest of the surface. This is specially visible at the borders between the portions artificially prepared and those remaining untouched. If the difference cannot be perceived optically, it will generally be sufficient to place one drop of pure water on the suspected portion, and another on that beyond suspicion. If the former portion has really been doctored or tampered with, the drops of water will behave quite differently. The modes in which they will be absorbed or run about will be notably distinct. To make more certain, or if it is desired to know what specific substance has been employed to whitewash the paper, recourse must be had to chemical reagents. Iodine turns animal glue brown and vegetable starch blue. Gum arabic is dissolved by water and precipitated by alcohol. The resins in general are dissolved by alcohol, and if a drop of the solution be placed in water, the latter becomes cloudy and milky. If old traces of ink with an iron base can no longer be distinguished, either by the naked eye or by the magnifying glass, they can occasionally be made to reappear by washing the paper with a solution of tannin. The salt of iron contained in the ink, while remaining invisible, has the property of penetrating more deeply into the paper than the writing itself. In this case, when the ink with an iron base has faded away, we can spread on the paper sulphide of ammonia. This forms a sulphide of iron, and the writing may become legible. Recently it has been recommended to wash over the erased portions with a 1/10 normal solution of nitrate of silver, and to place them for a short time in the direct sunlight, by means of which the characters come out clearly. Fingerprints may also be brought out in this way. This process should only be performed by experts. Besides erasure by scraping, a crowd of chemical products are employed to make writing disappear, some of which give excellent results. Not only does the original writing disappear, but it is often possible even to write on the same place. No doubt each ink must be treated in its own fashion, and if we would know the means employed by the forger to cause the writing to vanish, we must follow the same path as he has done. For this purpose we must ascertain the constituents of the ink. That known, no chemist will be at a loss what to do. The most important chemical products used to obliterate ink marks are 1. Oxalic acid. This is mixed with a little water, applied with a fine brush, and afterwards washed off. 2. A mixture of equal parts of carbonate of zinc, common salt, and rock alum. This is boiled for half an hour in white wine in a perfectly clean vessel and applied with a fine brush. 3. A mixture of equal parts of saltpeter and sulphuric acid dissolved by heat and applied as before. 4. Any alkali mixed with finely powdered sulphur. This is enclosed in a small bag of very fine material, and the writing rubbed therewith. 5. A solution of muriate of tin in double its quantity of water, applied with a brush and followed by a washing with pure water. 6. Hypochlorite of soda and chlorine may be employed in the same manner. All these substances, which contain an acid, are dangerous for the forger. They immediately decompose ultramarine and produce a yellow spot. Further, it is easy to verify the employment of acids by touching the place in question with a piece of moist blue litmus paper, which, wherever there is a trace of acid, will turn red. If the acid has to all appearance effaced the writing, it can be made to reappear by careful painting with ammonia dissolved in water. It may at times be necessary to apply a solution of tannin immediately after the ammonia. Instead of these, a solution of ferrocyanide of potassium may be employed, but this must not be done to any spot on which ammonia has already been spread. As to different inks, the following points may be noted. Chinese ink is nothing but very fine carbon, and is therefore difficult, if not impossible, to remove by means of chemical reagents. But if Chinese ink be not of the first quality, the writing or design on the paper may be removed by placing the paper, face downwards, on an empty pot, and directing, as long as may be necessary, a jet of boiling water on the back of the sheet. Ink made of logwood becomes red under the action of acids. It is difficult to efface, but the processes 2 and 4 above are often efficacious. Ink made of gallnuts dissolves and disappears under the action of acids diluted in water. This writing can generally be made to reappear, more or less vividly, by the application of ammonia. Chlorine and hypochlorite of soda cause these two last inks to disappear, and it is then practically impossible to make them reappear. Alizarin ink is composed of a solution of indigo mixed with gallnut ink, which contains ferrous oxide. Under the action of acids dissolved in water, the gallnut ink disappears, leaving the blue indigo, which can only be effaced by chlorine or hypochlorite of soda. Modern aniline inks, usually aniline violet or soluble nigrosin, that is, coal tar black, have a special place of their own. Not very fast and easily altered though aniline colors be, yet they can in the case of inks be readily fixed. When fresh, they can often be made to vanish by simply washing the writing with water and alcohol, especially if a light hand and blunt pen have been employed. A heavy hand and a sharp-pointed pen cause the ink to penetrate beneath the surface into the body of the paper, whence it is difficult to extract it. Generally, after the lapse of some time, aniline becomes so firmly fixed that it is difficult to remove. If the forger has sufficient time at his disposal, he has only to expose the document written with aniline ink to the sunlight, which will completely efface the writing. Some years ago, an official order written with aniline ink was stuck up on a public notice board exposed to the sun. Soon afterwards, the whole order had disappeared, and there remained on the paper no trace except the signature of the official, which had been written with a different ink. It must not therefore be forgotten that, in a document written with aniline ink, the failure of the chemical test proves nothing, as it is impossible to detect the action of the sun's rays. The color, generally violet, of modern rubber stamps is easily effaced by oxalic acid dissolved in water, or by superoxide of hydrogen. The former injures the paper only when used carelessly, the latter never does. Even when inks identical in composition have been employed, the falsification can in certain cases be chemically demonstrated. This arises from the fact that the older the writing, the more it penetrates into the fibers of the paper, and the more insoluble it becomes, owing to dryness and the more complete oxidation of the contained iron. Hence, greater resistance is offered to the action of the acids dissolved in water than in the case of more recent writing. If then we desire to test whether two specimens of writing on the same paper are of different dates, of course the difference must not be too slight, we must necessarily sacrifice at least one line of each of the two writings. Two are chosen as nearly as possible of equal strength and conveniently close to one another. They are damped with the acid solution, and the time each takes to fade or disappear is observed, watch in hand. If the difference is sufficiently great, the more recent writing will disappear first. If writing has become illegible through being written over or obliterated, and it is desired to reconstitute the original text, The nature of the first ink employed must be determined as well as that of the second used to strike out the original. If the inks are of different compositions, we employ a reagent which attacks the traces of ink attempted to be erased or obliterated. If the same ink has been used in both cases, and any time has elapsed between the first writing and the making of the obliterating marks, this process is useless. In the latter case, we must with extreme care and precaution apply some substance which will remove the top ink and seize the moment when the obliterating mark has, as far as possible, disappeared, while the primitive text has been hardly touched. This result is best obtained either by the action of the vapor of the substance employed, or by soaking in it a small piece of cloth which is applied exclusively to the desired spot. In desperate cases, as for instance when the writing has been soaked in ink, the only resource is photography, in a particular light and with special precautions. Naturally, only specialists of the first rank can successfully carry through this operation, for the difficulties are always great. The work is proportionately easier when we have to remove an ink writing superimposed on a lead pencil writing beneath. The characters traced in lead strongly resist chemical action, so that there is little danger of the lead pencil marks or design being damaged when the ink writing is chemically treated. It is mechanical action which has to be guarded against, for washing with the brush risks the effacement of the pencil marks. If two writings are superimposed and it is desired to know which is the older, one must almost always have recourse to the microscope. Sometimes the crossing of the writing is considerable, as when an acceptance and signature are written across a bill of exchange, a very common case. At other times the interference is slight, as when the lines are one above the other and parallel, so that the top and bottom loops only interfere with each other. Thus the tops of the F's and L's may be mixed up with the bottom loops of the Y's and G's. The fact is that every ink on leaving the pen deposits on the paper a minute mass, which, when dry, remains on the spot touched in the form of a solid body, and this can be clearly detected under the microscope. If the two lines cross, the microscope shows us the upper and later one lying like a scale upon the lower one, so that it is often thus possible to distinguish between the older and the more recent writing. Iodine plays an important part in the discovery of written forgeries. G. Brylands has remarked that dry paper under the action of vapor of iodine comports itself differently from paper that has been damped and re-dried. The portions which have been damped assume a violet color, while those that have not been tampered with become yellow or brown. If the marks of lead pencil be rubbed out with breadcrumbs, the portions of paper affected assume, under the action of vapor of iodine, a yellowish-brown or a brownish-violet tinge, in every case, however, of a deeper color than that of the paper which has not been touched. When the paper is damped, the portions effaced stand out sharply defined against the groundwork, which remains pure blue. Portions erased by breadcrumbs and treated with iodine have a uniform color, but those effaced by gum show a tint of a darker color. Vapor of iodine also discloses marks or depressions made in the paper by means of a blunt object, as a rod of glass, ivory paper cutter, or even the thumbnail. Such marks stand out clearly of a stronger color. By this process we can render visible on the back of the paper pencil writing which has been effaced, reading it by means of a mirror. For the examination of inks for legal purposes, and especially to determine their natures and the differences between them, Robertson and Hofman, the chemists, have prepared a very useful comparative table. This table will not only facilitate the task of the professional chemist, but will enable the investigating officer in country districts to undertake, in urgent cases, the chemical examination of a document suspected by the medical jurisprudent or pharmacist. but we repeat that such investigation irreparably destroys a portion of the document. The process is carried out by filling several quill pens with the reagents indicated, making strokes across the letters and numbers to be examined, and observing the changes of color produced when the ink and the reagent meet. The chief reagents given by the authors named are 1. Solution of 3% of oxalic acid in water. 2. Solution of 10% of citric acid in water. 3. Solution of 2% of chloride of potassium in water. 4. Solution of 1 part of chloride of tin with 1 part of hydrochloric acid in 10 parts of water. 5. Solution of 15% of sulfuric acid. 6. Solution of 10% of hydrochloric acid. 7. Solution of 20% of nitric acid. 8. Saturated solution of anhydrous sulfuric acid in water. 9. Solution of 4% chloride of gold in water. 10. Solution of 1 part of ferrocyanide of potassium with 1 part of hydrochloric acid in 10 parts of water. 11. Solution of 1 part of thiosulfate of sodium with 1 part of ammonia and 10 parts of water. 12. Solution of 4% of sodium hydrate in water. With reference to the examination of the exterior form of a document, it is well to commence by observing the nature, the composition, and the exterior appearance of the paper. The chemical constituents and outward form of the paper, its watermark, grease spots, etc., may often at the very outset reveal the whole nature of the affair. In such a case, the paper must be sent to specialists, paper manufacturers, microscopists, or chemists, who should be told all the circumstances and requested to throw any light they can thereon. It is never useless to have recourse to them. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by SherlHolmesMD. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Cheating and fraud continued. The forgery of seals of all descriptions is so extensive as to deserve special study. Most commonly, the seals forged are those of local authorities, whose duty it is to attest the certificates given by employers to their workmen, and also, for criminal purposes, to imitate the seals and stamps used in public offices and large works, such as railways, mines, etc. In India, as everyone acquainted with criminal cases knows, a very general system of forgery is believed to exist with reference to postal stamps upon envelopes and postcards. There is hardly a criminal case in which an alibi is urged as a defense that the alibi is not supported by documents alleged to have been sent by the accused from some distant place on the date of the offense. The most usual medium is the postcard, because it contains in itself the marks of dispatch and delivery, as well as the address and the communication. It is commonly said, and one's experience tempts one to believe, that copies of the date stamps of any post office in India may be obtained at a very small price. Of course, by collusion with post office officials, genuine stamps may be used for the purpose, but it is probable that in the majority of cases, specially constructed stamps are employed, and the careless way in which post office clerks usually affix the stamps assists in making this kind of fraud successful. In a recent appeal heard in the Madras High Court from South Kannada, among the material objects in evidence were 2 postal stamps, one showing dispatch from a certain office on a certain date, the other receipt, at another office 2 days later, the normal time. These stamps had no relevant connection with the case, being in fact dated 1896, 10 years previously, but the circumstances showed that their possession was not thought extraordinary by anyone. The author has collected a considerable number of seals and stamps, about 100 in all, lodged in the Graz Criminal Museum, found on the persons of various criminals at the time of their arrest, and, by a comparison of these, it is possible to obtain an idea of the way in which they are made and employed. This collection of seals affords more than one useful hint. What strikes one first is the international character of this class of forgery. The stamps, although collected in a comparatively small magisterial area, nevertheless bear the names of officials of all countries. It appears even as if the forger prefers the most distant countries, hoping that inquiries made there will be more difficult. For the same object he generally chooses names well known everywhere, as Simla, Karachi, Rangoon, Madura, etc., so that he can always pretend, if the answer is unfavorable, that the letter has not been sent to the real place bearing the same name. One finds also stamps such as the following: Muller, manufacturer of hardware, St. John, or of Newville, or Madura, paper mill, etc. Of course, these stamps, the manufacture of which requires a great deal of trouble, are not intended to be used only once. On the contrary, they afford for those who possess them a very considerable income. A tramp who possesses several or even one of these seals, and who can write a fairly good hand, gains much more in this way than by simple begging. At the same time, he does not neglect, meeting either by agreement or by chance, an individual who has not possessed for a long time the certificate of work, true or false, skillfully to draw the conversation to the hardships of life, the want of work, the police, and such disagreeable memories. This soon unties the tongue of the other man. When the intimacy has become greater, the tramp tells what he is up to, and soon after his comrade is in possession of a certificate of work fortified by a seal and a stamp. Of course, the giving of the certificate is well paid for, and it is this payment, as well as the danger to which their industry exposes them, that leads the forgers to conceal so carefully their precious stock in trade. Generally, they hide them in the back of the collar of their coat, in the lining of their boots, or in the hem at the bottom of their trousers. We even find, now and then, such seals possessing on-the-edge loops, for the purpose of being sewn on. Nothing is more easy than to procure ink for the stamps, very thick black ink, carriage grease, boot polish, or even the real color of the stamp in the shape of aniline violet, coal tar, tannin black, diluted in glycerin and water may all be used. The tramp, with the real stamp color in his possession, invariably conceals it in a small boot polish tin, of which the label is carefully preserved so as to prevent suspicion. We have often been surprised to find, in the collection of curiosities of a tramp whose boots, red with age, could not have been blacked for months, a box bearing the inscription, "Real brilliant boot polish, free from oil of vitriol." If one had only looked a little closer, the boot polish would have been found to be nothing else but stamp ink, and one or more cleverly constructed seals would have been found on his person. When it is remembered that the author's collection of seals and stamps is but of recent date, that the district whence it has been collected is very restricted, and that in spite of all, about 100 have been obtained, one can form some idea of the vast number of false seals in circulation, and the still greater number of false certificates, for with each seal several certificates can be manufactured, which daily pass through the hands of the public, and, to credulous eyes, appear authentic documents. A sentiment of shame, however disagreeable, ought to overwhelm us at the thought of the epithets these vagabonds must in their inmost thoughts bestow on us when we return them their books found in order, when there is not perhaps a single authentic attestation in the whole of them. Such a state of things should by every means be put a stop to, for the danger is certainly greater than is generally supposed. False certificates and stamps or seals are the great support of that cancer of society, vagabonds and tramps, for nothing helps them more than being able to obtain, with ease and safety, proof that they are really working men. The true tramp, who becomes so only from his hatred of work and love of idleness, remains a tramp, pure and simple, only until necessity compels him to be a criminal, and thus everything that helps the manufacture of tramps goes to make a true school for criminals. Besides, false certificates do not only help the wayfarer in escaping the penalties of being a tramp or vagabond, but assist him directly in the commission of crime. They help, and have helped only too often, to obtain a man a situation, which he applies for only with the object of committing some crime, and which is given him on the strength of characters, testifying that he has previously occupied a similar position and has given satisfaction. Further, false certificates are useful, and perhaps most frequently employed, to prove an alibi for the person in whose possession they are found. When a bona fide criminal has committed a crime and has succeeded for a time in escaping from the researches of the local police, his first business is to procure a workman's certificate covering the dangerous period, which naturally names localities far enough away from the scene of the crime. If he is arrested on suspicion, he boldly presents his certificates, and many magistrates are foolish enough to accept them as gospel. As for the investigating officer, his duty is to subject the documents to a rigorous examination, and, whenever his suspicions are aroused, to make inquiries of the establishment or household where the individual is supposed to have worked, no matter how long it may be necessary to keep the latter under remand. Suspicion is always based on strong grounds. The first and most important is that we have to deal with a true tramp, incapable of deserving a certificate testifying that he is a faithful, hard-working, and honest workman. Now, one can always recognize a tramp when one has had under observation a considerable number of genuine specimens, paying special attention to their appearance and behavior. The way they present themselves, their gait, their external aspect, their hands showing no traces of hard work, all the indescribable but characteristic atmosphere that envelops the brotherhood, give them a demeanor so precise and so striking that it is impossible to confound the true tramp with a poor devil who, owing to bad times, has been really long out of work. Once suspicion has become certainty, and one is convinced that a real vagabond is caught, the first thing is to search him, to see if, perchance, he has any stamps or seals concealed on his person, and, next, to make inquiries at all the places mentioned in his character books, so as to verify the authenticity of his certificates. Suspicion also attaches to certificates in which the employments are very dissimilar, and the places at which the work has been done are far apart. This means that the vagabond cannot choose a certificate for any particular work or at any particular place. He has to be content with what the forger who helps him is able to supply him with. That is, with what is engraved on the seal possessed by that person. It results that the same individual appears to have worked most satisfactorily in January as a butcher in the north, in February as a miner 100 miles away in the south, in March as a postmaker in some other place, and in April he is back again in the north employed as an iron worker. It doubtless often happens that a workman is obliged, especially in hard times, to work at a number of different trades which are, so to speak, strange to him. But yet there is a certain correlation between these various trades, and, moreover, it is indispensable that the places where the pretended workman has stayed have a sort of connection with another, and, when considered connectedly, form an itinerary in some shape or other. The simplest means of laying bare this fraud is to make a list of all the places mentioned, with the time the workman says he was at each, and then to trace out his movements on the map. This route will generally be only a series of detours and zigzags. The man is then made to relate the whole of his journey by heart. If he has really made it, he is able to relate it. If he has not done so, he will never be able to do so. This we can affirm from long experience. This method requires but about half an hour's work, gives absolutely no trouble, and often brings the vagabond to confess, when he sees that the matter is going to be gone into seriously, and that he is likely to be kept in custody a considerable time while a correspondence is carried on, in which the end is bound to bring about his conviction. The fact that a seal is badly or defectively made, or even mistakes in lettering, such as a letter being turned the wrong way, for example, upside down N for right side up N, or upside down S for right side up S, is not sufficient proof of falsification, for many false seals are much better made than the seals of many provincial municipalities. A seal is always awkward when there is only the name of small municipality without other precise designation. A distinction must here be drawn. When the mayor of Little Pedlington orders a new municipal seal, he does not order the engraver to add the name of the county, for he supposes that everybody knows Little Pedlington. So, if a municipal seal of a town with a rare name contains nothing else but that name, that is no reason for suspecting its authenticity. It is different, however, if the name of the place is a common one. The mayor of Newport is well aware of the trouble caused by the confusion in the post, and otherwise of his Newport with other Newports, and he knows that the higher authorities require a more particular description of his Newport. When, therefore, he has a new seal engraved, he takes care to add thereto, if not the name of the kingdom or country, at least some characteristic designation, as, for example, Newport, Monmouthshire, or Newport, Isle of Wight, etc. Such a seal may be considered a genuine one, but it may be considered counterfeit when it has only the word Newport, the more so if the owner of the certificate does not know which Newport. The falsification of a certificate is recognizable as well by the writing as by the spelling. It often happens that the signature of the employer is in the same handwriting as that of the legislation of the authorities, or that one of them being forged arouses suspicion. Nothing is commoner than for a master workman who countersigns a certificate as the mayor of the town, or, in India, as a village munsif or municipal president, to write with a very heavy hand and make mistakes in spelling. But it would be very suspicious if the chief clerk of a big business or an important municipality signed in such a manner. Spelling mistakes are especially common in forged certificates of large establishments, probably because their stamps have the preference owing to their pompous, and for that reason, more convincing aspect. If, therefore, we find that a stamp about as long as one's finger, which reads, for example, Office of the Secretary to the Amalgamated Societies of Calico Printers of Great Britain and Ireland, is placed below a badly written and badly spelt certificate signed by the General Manager and countersigned by the Joint Cashier, the whole document is false, however well the stamp may be counterfeited. The immediate detection of false employment certificates is greatly facilitated by what are called beggar stamps, in use in many places and affixed to the last page of the character books of people who have received help on their journey. These stamps usually carry an arrangement for changing the date and, as a rule, are made of rubber. They are very cheap and have ordinarily a date and inscription as follows: assisted at X ... v ... 19-0 ... These character books have, as a rule, many such impressions, and when the owner forges a certificate of having worked for a certain time at a certain place, it often happens that there is a stamp under the same date in his book. The consequence is that he was working at X ... at the very same time he was begging at Y ... It is a fact within the experience of the author that the falsity of a certificate has, on several occasions, been detected in this way. If we consider for a moment the fabrication of false seals, we will find that they constitute, from all points of view, an extremely varied series. As regards their origin, we find them in all continental countries, and we often find seals of other countries in our own. In Germany, for instance, French and Russian seals are common. The latter probably are preferred because few persons are capable of reading the Russian characters, and those who can are unable, as a rule, to find out the names of the authorities to be written to. But the largest number of seals are, as we have already stated, without mention of a country, the counterfeiter having been careful to omit any description capable of determining the situation of the place in question. As regards the authorities from whom the seals emanate, they are naturally those whose business it is to give certificates of work, such as municipalities, the police department, sheriff's offices, collectors' offices, etc. It is only exceptionally that we find the seals of law courts, which are, as a rule, placed on certificates attesting that an individual has been employed in a court, as copying clerk, peon, or in some other such capacity. Besides these official seals must be mentioned the stamps of various associations, trusts, and other big concerns such as factories, mines, foundries, agricultural associations, companies, etc. The materials of which the type or letterpress of false seals are made are also very diverse. Those least often found are metals, from which it may be supposed that forgers are rarely engravers by trade, for the latter would find no difficulty in fashioning the metal. We find, on the contrary, that the counterfeiters avoid metals as much as possible. Relatively speaking, lead is the most frequently employed, care being taken to add thereto a certain quantity of zinc or tin to render it more durable. Wood is commoner than metal, in particular lime wood, i-B wood, boxwood, and sometimes also lighter woods which are easier to cut. But the material most frequently employed is steatite, French chalk such as used by tailors, which on account of its softness is easily cut. Forgers may doubtless object to it on account of its great friability, for strong pressure easily breaks the letters. A material largely employed for making false seals is common slate. Its frequent employment in the construction of school slates and in the roofing of houses places it at everyone's disposal, and its consistency, though soft enough to enable it to be worked with ease, is, at the same time, sufficiently hard to prevent the letters being spoiled by strong pressure. The grain of the stone is uniform and faultless, a very important factor. The portion on which the seals are engraved may be made very thin, thus enabling large numbers of them to be conveniently hidden away. The manner of their manufacture is extremely primitive, at least when the work is done by people who are self-taught in the art of engraving. The author has in his collection 2 seals cut in slate which were seized in an unfinished condition upon 2 tramps, from which it is easy to see, especially with the aid of a magnifying glass, how the forger has set to work. These can be examined with greater ease, for in each case the engraving tool used was also found upon the person of the tramp. This tool consists of an ordinary sewing needle, the eye of which is embedded in the longitudinal section of a small piece of wood about the size of a pencil, which forms the handle of the instrument. The examination of other false seals seems to indicate that it is always this instrument which is used by seal forgers, for it is easy to determine that the sunk portions of all the plaques are scraped with a needle. The way in which these seals are made appears to be as follows. The necessary divisions, such as those baselines which are curved in shape, are first of all traced with compasses, which besides the engraving tool is the only instrument employed. Then the isolated letters, ornamentations, figures, etc. are drawn in, and little by little the whole of the space between the letters, etc. is scraped out. The needle, no doubt, detaches but very small particles of the stone at a time, but then there is no fear that such a delicate instrument will detach too large a portion and damage one of the letters. Experiments made by the author have convinced him that, given sufficient patience and learning, this work may be executed rapidly and easily. It is said that prisoners practice it to pass away the time in prison, where a needle and a piece of slate may be easily introduced. Nor is it only people moving about on the highway who handle false seals. The daily papers reported a short time ago the case of a rich man, a master butcher in Berlin, who had obtained a duplicate of the stamps of the inspector of butcher's meat, and stamped the goods himself. When one remembers that the examination of every pig in the cattle yard costs a mark, and that the man sold each week, on an average, 200 pigs to the butcher's shops and butcher's market, it will be seen that his fraudulent gain, letting only 1/2 of his pigs be examined, was about 400 marks a month. It remains to speak of the means by which this dangerous trade can be fought. The best remedy certainly consists in not being too credulous, in having no fear of taking trouble, and in making the most minute investigation on every occasion when the least suspicion arises of the authenticity of a document. Another excellent expedient is to publish every known case of counterfeiting of this description in the papers and police gazettes. As each false seal is used more than once, and as a large number of books contain it, all attestations made with the same seal are of necessity false, when a single one of them is false. Once it has been proved, for example, that the seal of the Corporation of Madras has been falsified, the papers should be informed of the fact with a description of the false seal. Information, such as the following, should be sent by the investigating officer. Fabricated. The seal of the Madras Corporation. The fabrication is oval-shaped, 1 5/8 of an inch long, 1 3/8 of an inch broad, well made. If the municipality whose name appears on the seal really exists, an impression of the genuine seal should be first obtained and a description of it added to the announcement. In the above case, for instance, we should add, "The real seal, besides, bears such and such an inscription, and is quite round." If care be taken to make this publication in every case, and if it is sufficiently well circulated, in a short time, not only will all the impressions made with the seal be discovered, but opportunities will, at the same time, be given to unmask a mass of other false seals and stamps. The character book of a workman containing one manifestly false attestation most often contains several others. An honest workman is ashamed to make use of a false certificate, even when, perchance, he has been for some time out of work. It is a professional vagabond who usually has recourse to such expedients, and such a person is never content with a single false attestation. After some time, he wants another, so that generally when a false certificate has been discovered in his book, one will do well to distrust all the others in it. If verified from the point of view of their genuineness, some fresh falsification will probably be found, which when published in its turn will seldom fail to bring about further revelations, so that a single discovery will multiply in a sort of geometrical progression. Such disclosures will only produce their proper effect if each case is punished with the severity deserved by such practices, the dangers of which cannot be exaggerated. The painstaking book of Franz Wehrmann gives substantial assistance in the identification of false seals, for in it we find alphabetically arranged the facsimiles of a great number of official seals belonging to all sorts of authorities. If we have a suspicion about a seal, we have simply to make a comparison to obtain a rapid proof of genuineness or falseness. Naturally, such a book must be always kept up to date, every new seal struck being inserted from time to time. But the most radical means of preventing such falsifications is outside the sphere of an investigating officer, and will only be mentioned here to round off the subject. It consists in public offices seeing that their seals and stamps are really good and difficult to imitate. Anyone who has seen a number of seals cannot deny that not only the greater number of the seals of the smaller municipalities, but also those of more important bodies, are so miserably executed that one would think they have come out of the hands of a botcher. On the other hand, the majority of false seals are so well made that they would serve as models for the former. Doubtless, the result would be of little value if the authorities are content with the mere order that all offices should have artistic seals, for the execution of such an order could not be properly checked. The only reform possible would be for the state to monopolize, so to speak, the production of seals, making them itself, and sending them direct to the authorities requiring them. They might then be put upon the same footing as coin, with the same penalties for counterfeiting. Whoever has had an opportunity of seeing a large number of false seals, document stamps, or banknotes, etc., must know that a clever forger finds practically no difficulty in imitating artistically decorated letters with ornamentation and interlacing lines, etc. But there are certain things he is never able to copy, for instance, human figures and, in particular, the face and hands. This especially applies to banknotes. Everything is admirably done, with the exception of the faces and hands of the persons or allegorical figures, etc., which are so badly executed that the work of the forger is immediately recognizable. If the seals are made by the state, they should contain such figures. The seals should be made as large as possible, for there is always enough room on an office table, and if the impression covers part of the writing on a document, no harm is done, rather the reverse. The larger the seal, the more artistical it may be made, and, in consequence, the more difficult to imitate. That which under no circumstances ought to be any longer tolerated is the use of the present universal India rubber stamp or seal, which can be used only with aniline colors. If we bring an India rubber stamp in conjunction with oil colors, the India rubber becomes sticky and smudgy, and is spoiled in a short time, as oil relaxes the India rubber. The impressions made by such stamps are easily copied. Press a fresh and well-inked stamp upon an elastic, thick, half-damp substance, as, for example, an apple cut in two, half of a potato, the white of a hard-boiled egg, half-dry glue, etc. One obtains a clear negative copy of the seal, which is particularly good when one has previously damped the substance slightly with spirit. If one now prints the negative copy from the white of egg, apple, etc., on damped paper, one obtains a faultless reproduction of the true print of the seal, and there is said to be no means of proving its spuriousness. A second and a third copy may be taken, although fainter. How dangerous, however, is this simple yet widely known means of reproducing seals need not be pointed out. There remains no alternative but to banish the India rubber seal from all offices and return to the old brass seal with oil colors. End of section 22. Recording by SherlHolmesMD.
Section 23 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers. Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 18, Continued. Seals on letters, etc. From the time gummed envelopes were introduced, letters have seldom been sealed. On that account, it is worth noting that the use of a light, soluble ink is the surest means of preventing the unauthorized opening of letters. We close the flap part of the envelope, let it dry, and write slantingly on the gummed part of the flap the name of the sender with a flowing ink such as aniline. If any unauthorized person desires to open the letter, the gummed part of the envelope must be wetted, when the writing will smudge. And black cabinets have long since ceased to be useful. Notwithstanding, the opening of sealed letters, especially slightly sealed letters containing money or something of value, has in no way ceased. The capital of the letter thief is consequently considerable, and as a rule he is only detected when the circumstances of the forgery are known and consistently can be examined into. The commonest method of breaking a seal of lac and renewing it is to use gypsum or plaster of Paris. A rim of wax is carefully made round the seal, and a pulp of the best freshly burnt plaster of Paris poured on the carefully oiled seal. When the plaster has set, the negative is slowly raised, the seal is broken, and is afterwards renewed from the greased mold. The first impression is generally successful, but is usually impossible to make a second impression, because, as a rule, small pieces of plaster stick to the hot sealing wax, so that the impression is spoilt. However, the forger only requires one impression. Finally, the little pieces of plaster which have stuck must be carefully removed. Under the magnifying glass these are generally found and betray the process employed. The manipulation is easier when instead of plaster of Paris, kneaded fresh breadcrumb is used. The paste is pressed firmly on and the seal taken up and dried with heat. We can easily obtain one impression in this way, but it is not as sharp as the original. Chemically, or with the microscope, traces of breadcrumb can be found attached to the seal. If the seal is not well washed, the chemist can discover the use of breadcrumb with iodine. In the Black Cabinet of Louis XIV, the process was to place the letter with the seal upwards on an anvil, and on the seal a small lead plate was laid. Then with a hammer a sharp blow was given, which smashed the sealing wax into 1,000 fragments, but before doing so impressed the seal on the lead plate. The lead plate could be used as a matrix as often as was desired. Such forgeries can be recognized in the impression, as the lead plate makes a mark round the seal on the paper of the envelope. In this direction it is interesting, and also in our case instructive, to learn how forgeries were done in ancient days. Buoncompagni, the Florentine, relates that an Italian abbot used to make seals, papal bulls, etc., of a peculiar closely knitted substance which he called cinericium. John V. Schellendorf, a famous forger of the 14th century, used sulfur paste. Frequently impressions were cut in a peculiar style, and Innocent III gave special instructions in which he indicated the methods of forging the papistical seal. The ordinary method with wax seals was to cut them off with a thin, hot knife and stick them on again. Genuine adhering double seals fastened to a false document were cut in two with a horsehair, moistened with turpentine, and then riveted together again. Coining. No useful purpose could be served by describing in detail the methods of coiners. Indeed, to do so would be opposed to public policy. The investigating officer must try to find out the origin of the false coin on the market, and if he succeeds, he may light upon the coiner himself, and the possession of coining articles will suffice to bring about his conviction. If any articles are found with him, such as depicted in Figure 149, they will form very strong evidence of the owner's walk in life. In India, coiners are mostly North countrymen, and often work far from their native places. They rarely try to pass the false money themselves, nor will they, if they can help it, even carry any on their persons, but hire a coolie man or woman for that purpose. It may be mentioned that it is a profitable business of coiners in India to manufacture their false rupees from genuine silver. Owing to the depreciation in the value of silver, much more than a rupee's weight may be purchased for a rupee. Figure 149 shows an assortment from the coining implements deposited in the Madras Criminal Museum. A are ladles, B are dies, C are clay molds, D are tongs, E is a melting pot. Faker coins. The following account of faker coins is taken from Major Gunthorpe's Notes on Criminal Tribes. These people are frequently found throughout India, and the valuable information afforded by Major Gunthorpe will be found useful to those who have to deal with these pests. This is a class of fakers, Mohammedans, who are by profession manufacturers and utterers of counterfeit coin. They come from the Gulbarga and its neighborhood and the Sholapur district. Their peer and preceptor lives in Satul Dunek near Gulbarga. They wear beads round their necks, and their names invariably end with Shah, thus Unan Shah and Kadur Shah, and their costume is the same as that of the ordinary faker. Hindustani is spoken with a strong Canarese accent and in the usual faker style. In addressing, women, my, mother, and men, dada, are uttered in more than ordinarily cringing manner. The country is traversed by small gangs of from 2 to 6, and boys, as a rule, accompany them. The Deccan, the Central Provinces, and Berar are the parts most frequented. Their homes are left in the beginning of the cold season, and the commencement of the monsoon generally sees them back. They put up at places usually frequented by fakers, at Saint's Tomb, or in fakers' houses in the vicinity of towns or villages. The boys who accompany them are, as a rule, used for passing the flash rupees. Women never accompany them. All their goods and chattels are carried by themselves. When questioned as to the class of fakers to which they belong, the reply is to the Mundari class. When arrested, they exhibit no fear, but keep on protesting that they are poor mendicants. The mode adopted for passing the counterfeit coin is almost invariably the same. The victims selected are generally women. The faker, or one of the boys, says he has a number of coppers and is willing to give 17 or 18 annas for the rupee, and that, being strangers to the part of the country, they do not know the correct change. The offer is accepted, the coppers are counted out, and the rupee is asked for. Taking it in his hand, the man dexterously changes it, substituting a counterfeit, and at once says the rupee is bad and he cannot take it. The victim, not suspecting anything, offers another, which is also treated in the same way, and so on until no more genuine ones are remaining, and the faker gathers up his change, or perhaps, in the first instance, the coiner takes up his coppers and passes on. One of these men has been known to pass no less than 11 counterfeit rupees into a tanda of bungaras, lumbadis, in one day. These coiners pass great quantities of false coins during their peregrinations. Large fairs are much resorted to for the purpose, and it is curious how rarely they are detected. The implements used for the manufacture of base coin are simple. A mold of earth, an iron spoon, a pair of pincers, and a small knife constitute the lot. The mold is made of a kind of earth called by them sidi pate muti. It is pounded very fine and worked to a proper consistency with water. A rupee is covered with this prepared earth and well pressed on all sides, and, to take the impression better, it is further tapped all round with a flat piece of wood. A cut is then made through it going along the edge of the rupee, and a small hole made in the side of the mold, wedge-shaped, to admit of the melted metal being poured in. A mark is also made across the cut mentioned above to admit of the mold being correctly fixed when ready. The lump of clay is now wrapped over with several layers of rag. A thick coating of clay is put over this again, and the whole lump is put in the fire. When the mold is considered sufficiently baked, the outer layer of clay and the rags are removed, the mold opened, and the rupee taken out, and it is complete. The two pieces are put together and melted substance poured in. This is generally pewter. The false rupee is taken out and perfected by the hand with the small knife, and is then ready for passing. The manufacture of false coin is carried on in lonely places, generally in jungle or wastelands. Counterfeit coin is carried in the lungati worn by 2 or 3 of each gang, the passers. The pockets for holding the rupees are attached to the inner side of the front part of the lungati under the front flap, and tied very tightly. On a man being searched, the lungati is undone from the back and allowed to hang down in front. The inner part, being hidden by the front flap, escapes notice. These people possess always a leather bag, in which, on the march, they carry their coining implements, and in addition some of the fine earth, loose, and some white metal. When halted, all the implements are buried in the neighborhood of their resting place. These fakers may readily be recognized by their extremely cringing manner and by the Canarese accent. The only time all their implements are with them is when on a journey from place to place. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Estelle Eevans. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers. Volume 3 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Cheating and Fraud, continued. Section 4, Horse Frauds. Heading A, General. Probably no frauds are so common as those connected with horse dealing, and there are none which less frequently come to light. Perhaps this latter fact is the principal cause of the former, for nothing so much encourages crime as the slackness with which justice follows it. Add to this that it's relatively easy to cheat in horse dealing, and that it is also difficult subsequently to prove that the defect discovered after the sale existed before it, or if it did, that the seller knew of it. Besides, the majority of people who require and buy horses think themselves connoisseurs, and for that reason never willing to admit they have allowed themselves to be duped. But the principal reason why frauds regarding the quality of horses are so rarely denounced lies in the fact that the denunciation generally comes to nothing, so that the victim of frauds lose their time and trouble, reap only unpleasantness, and end by being laughed at. We can easily understand the reason. The successful cheat is very cunning and very knowing. For this reason, he alone is difficult to confute. On the other hand, the investigating officer comprehends perhaps only one case in 100, and experts on horse fraud are few and far between. The veterinary surgeon is able to point out the faults and illnesses of the animal, but he probably knows no more than the man in the street what the seller has done to hide up these faults and pass off upon a buyer an old hack as an expensive horse. Cavalry officers, whose large experience enables them to give much information, are seldom available as experts, can only act as such in a private sort of way. And the people who really know and would be capable of furnishing useful and precise enlightenment, such as the cunning dealer or jobber, takes care not to inform the court of the tricks he has so often employed and hopes often to employ again. To consult with him and ask him how the business has been done, and how his colleague has taken in the unwitting buyer, would be too much to demand. If then we no longer desire to allow people to be deceived under our eyes, and to send them away with a shameful confession that we are too ignorant and powerless to bring about the conviction of a cheat, there remains nothing for the investigating officer to do but to set to work himself to acquire at least enough knowledge to be able to question witnesses in an appropriate manner, and to prepare materials which may be utilized by the expert who is called in. The fraud is intimately bound up with all the circumstances in which the sale has been made. It is then as to these circumstances that the information must be obtained from the victim. First, attention should be paid to the methods employed to deceive him, for had he known them beforehand, he would not have allowed himself to be deceived. It goes without saying that the reading of a few books, or, with more reason, a few lines, is insufficient to make one an expert in horseflesh and capable of standing up to the individuals practiced in deceiving. But the author believes it to be possible to give, in this respect, sufficient information to the investigating officer to enable him to question the victim in a fit manner. If the investigating officer has sufficient force of will to seize opportunities of obtaining information from one who really knows about the nature, structure, qualities, defects, and illnesses of a horse, and to familiarize himself with the most important names of various parts of its body, there will be room to hope that he will not be so feeble and helpless when he has to do with a not too complicated case of horse coping. In the following pages, the author has made a resume of the most important points gathered by him from the best treatise on the subject, in particular those of Willem Bamneister, Dr. A. Bileff, Major von Temmiker, and Dr. Lenton, The Secrets of the Jewish Horse Dealer Abraham Mortkins, etc., and also from communications made to him during a number of years by those in the know. First, it may be said that real tricks understood only by people in the trade are not very numerous, and can nearly always be discovered if the eyes are kept open. The processes employed by the horse dealer, as a general rule, differ little from those employed in ordinary life by the merchant who sells some object or other, and one will not be far wrong in affirming that the skillful horse dealer, who is able to extract a good price for a valueless article, owes his success more to his knowledge of men than to his knowledge of horses. He observes his man, studies his character, intentions, and knowledge, receives him with politeness or rudeness as he thinks fit, flatters him when necessary, and ends up by selling a horse for an enormous sum in the midst of a torrent of words without having employed the least little trick specially appertaining to the horse itself. When the Emperor Joseph II forbade gypsies by a decree, 9th of October 1783, which had been already in force in Sweden since 1727, to deal in horses, he expressly declared that this prohibition was in no way induced by disgraceful methods employed to set off their horses to advantage, but by the damage which they caused to people buying horses from them by deceiving them with talk, oaths, and protestations. If then the methods are employed which are based upon general habits and peculiarities of disposition, there will be evidently no need for experts in horseflesh, and it will no longer be possible to speak of criminal fraud. A lie does not ordinarily come within reach of the arm of the law. A lie only becomes cheating when it's accomplished with an act intended to lead people into error or serves to exploit an already existing situation. B. Special methods employed. Passing now to the special methods employed by horse dealers, we have on the one hand those who are on the borderline between dishonesty and criminal fraud, and on the other those who exploit in an illicit manner an existing situation, and finally those who are really fraudulent. To those must be added methods in which recourse to a third party is necessary. Speaking generally, it cannot be said whether any one of these methods cited should in itself be regarded as criminal. When the seller does not draw the attention of the buyer to an apparent defect in his merchandise, if he brings forward the article brushed up in its most favorable aspect, if he knows how to show it off in such a manner that its bad points remain in the shade while the good ones are prominently displayed, if he does not cross the purchaser by contradicting him, but rather always gives him in the right and tries to put him in a good humor by flattering him. These may not be perfectly honest methods, but they are certainly not criminal, for the maxim of the law is caveat emptor, let the buyer look after himself. Even if, by some artifice or other, he for the moment brings out some quality which does not really exist, or if for an instant he masks a grave defect which does exist, so that it cannot be seen in spite of a certain amount of examination, still it cannot be said that a crime has been committed, for after all, it must be presumed that the buyer of a horse has sufficient knowledge for the purpose. Vigilantibus dona non nobilis lex sic prevenit. Each case, then, must always be treated separately on its own merits, all that has taken place being considered, including the knowledge the seller has of the buyer, what the former has promised the latter, what methods he has employed, in what manner the animal has been shown off, what questions the buyer has asked, how the different dodges have been worked together, and what was the nature of the hidden fault or the artificially produced quality, and finally, what is the connection between that fault and the quality and true value of the animal. There will be fraud when a dangerous sickness has been passed over in silence or hidden by means of artifice, but there will not be when, for example, a defect in color in a good horse, for which the buyer has paid a reasonable price, has been hidden up. The buyer will perhaps allege that he would not have bought the horse had he known of the defect in color. But if he has got a good animal at a reasonable price, what does it matter? We did not wish to make out that the investigating officer should awkwardly encroach upon the domain of the veterinary surgeon. It is for the latter to make all the technical examinations, but it is for the former to know what the injured individual should be asked and what ought to be brought forward to furnish the expert with material for his work. Thus, the investigating officer should have sufficient special knowledge to be able to explain to the individual who thinks himself cheated that the tile dealer only employed methods which, to say the least, are not expressly forbidden by law. Thus instructed, the investigating officer will spare himself and others much trouble and annoyance. 1. The horse is shown under the most favorable conditions. Everyone who deals in horses, or has one for sale, is forced to arrange his stables so that the animal shows up the best advantage. The dealer takes special care to have a well-ventilated, well-lit, and well-fitted up stable. The horses are arranged according to color so as to produce an agreeable impression. They wear white belly bands, and halters are placed on a slope higher in the front than behind. When one enters the stable, the horse is excited by the noise of the whip and the clacking of the tongue, or in some other way, so that he starts forward, pricks up his ears, thus putting on an alert, quick, wakeful appearance. When a buyer approaches a horse, the dealer immediately seizes its head, holds it up, and forces the horse backwards, so that the animal assumes the most advantageous position and appears straight-backed, lengthy, and animated. At the same time, the dealer tries to mask certain faults: too high withers, too lofty an aftercarriage, feet badly planted. In short, the horse makes at first sight a relatively good impression, and this is the impression that lasts. The opportunity is also taken to hide up striking defects, such as an arched back, or at least until the moment when the jowl or saddle will hide it. The dealer places his hand on the back of the horse as if to caress it, and energetically digs his nails into its croup, if the defect is not too visible. The horse stretches itself out for a little while and holds itself straight. Anyhow, the buyer imagines that the horse has not really gotten an arched back, but is making a cat's back, as many horses do when rising and stretching. If the purchaser considers the horse worthy of closer examination, the dealer will bring it, if possible, into a courtyard, where the walls are set off to the best advantage by being newly whitewashed. It is placed with the bad side to the wall. If the buyer shows signs of going nearer, the horse is passed to the other side, but in such a way as to keep its good side still to the fore, and the bad side is only shown rapidly in passing when the horse crosses the yard. Advantage is moreover taken of the moment when the bad side is exhibited to make the horse rear, so that the buyer has no time to notice the defect in question. If the buyer expressly asks to see the other side, the horse is turned before him in the form of a figure 8 and placed against the opposite wall. If the head was first towards the north, now it points towards the south, but the buyer in the middle of the yard is still facing the same side. He generally imagines he's looking at the other side, for the head of the horse is facing the other way. This can be vouched for from personal experience. In all positions taken up by the horse, the attempt is made to place it so that its hind feet are higher than its forefeet. This position gives it a fiery and lively appearance, and has the advantage of completely hiding the faults of the hind legs, such as stiffness, giving at the knee, etc. The weight of the body is thus brought onto the buttocks, and the hind feet are thrown out to the rear and stiff, while the joints are tensely stretched and motionless. This is the time when the dealer will have the opportunity of making any little corrections in the horse's height. As a rule, he will try to make it appear taller than it really is, taller horses being more sought after than small. Sometimes, however, he wishes it to look smaller, as when the buyer desires a small beast for some reason or another, but especially when he is selling a pair, and of course wishes for them to be of equal height. For this, he will try to make the smaller one appear taller, and the taller one smaller, till they seem about the same height. One method employed is to stand the horse so that it appears longer and taller. This, it is true, can only make a difference of a fraction of an inch. A better result is obtained by presenting the horse with or without shoes or calkins. Another fraction of an inch is gained or lost by walking the horse on hard ground or sand, in which the latter sinks considerably. All these artifices, in combination, produce their effect even before the measuring of the horse has begun. In this operation, the most difference is obtained accordingly as the horse is measured straight up and down, or slantily, on the withers, or by the side of them, as the tape is held slack or tight, or broad in the form of an arc over the fleshy parts of the shoulders, or is held straight up and down. No doubt the buyer assists at all these operations, perhaps even measures with his own tape for his satisfaction, and yet the dealer, in the midst of an avalanche of words, succeeds in juggling away considerable inequalities. The horse having been measured, it is next bitted. It is the first principle of horse dealer never to use trappings which require much time to put on, for then the buyer would have the opportunity to leisurely examine the animal and make discoveries. The trappings should be simple, fit loosely, and be always in the best order, so that they may easily go over the horse's head. The employment of any article manifestly used to mask a defect is avoided. A martingale, the object of which is to prevent the horse from prancing, is never used, nor a mirror bit to prevent the horse from putting out its tongue, nor a sharp bit when the horse is hard-mouthed. During these few moments the inspection lasts, the dealer knows other methods of preventing the horse from prancing, putting out its tongue, or being hard-mouthed. He uses the whip, the spur, the thigh. The purchaser can do what he likes, but at present must not know that a martingale, mirror bit, or sharp bit are absolutely necessary. On the other hand, when advisable, very large harness is used, with a hoisting strap, wither bands, back girth, and breeching, to hide thinness, white marks, bare places, and such like defects, and speaking generally, to make the horse appear more vigorous than it really is. If the buyer asks why this harness is chosen, he's told it's the latest kind, that it fits better, or that horses prefer it. If a horse has an oriental appearance, it is set out in Hungarian harness, decorated with plates and fringes, half-moons, shells, bells, etc., which, added to the slightly oriental manner in which it holds its head and tail, it gives it almost the appearance of an Arab. The hussar saddle, sometimes employed, is of some use, for it completely hides up a mule or carp back. This saddle is, moreover, placed as far back as possible. A horse cannot stand this for long, but it puts up with it during a short time the inspection lasts. A saddle placed thus gives better appearance and more liberty of movement. The same applies to walking horses without shoes. This may be done with no harm for a short time on sand or peat of riding school. The horse will look very different on a hard road, heavily shod. If possible, the horse is ridden with no saddle, but merely a horse cloth. We all know how well a circus horse looks with its horse cloth of loud color bordered with gold and ornamented with gewgaws. The dealer knows this and takes advantage of it. A horse, too, goes much more lightly and willingly under soft covering than under a hard saddle. Again, to throw a horse cloth over a horse is a matter of an instant, while to put a saddle on takes a fairly long time, thus giving the purchaser an opportunity to study and criticize the animal. The time being now come to exercise the animal, the same methods are employed as when is shown in repose. The rider constantly moves the horse about before the buyer so as to show only the good side, the defects being kept well on the other side. If, for example, the horse is weaker on the right side than the left, the jumping and exercising is done on the left side to the onlooker, and when the horse is going forward, it is always with the right side which the spur is applied. If the horse shies readily, the owner is well aware of which eye is defective, for horses often shy only to one side. In this case, care is taken that the horse sees dangerous objects only on the side least likely to shy. What is most to be feared in this respect is the buyer himself, who, to test the horse's quietness, jumps about and makes a noise when it passes, brandishing a stick or waving his handkerchief. With a good rider the horse will not mind, and the purchaser will subsequently be astonished that an animal so well behaved on being bought takes fright at a sparrow and throws its rider. If a horse has a good fore-carriage, but a bad rear carriage, it is ridden forwards, like jumping and prancing are carefully avoided. In the contrary case, it is just these exercises which are practiced, for in them the horse may still cut a good figure in spite of its front legs trembling and knocked up. On the other hand, trotting and walking the horse are avoided, for faults in the front legs would be immediately detected, whereas at a gallop only an expert could perceive them. The same may be said of horses which founder and have sprains. Before the inspection they are trotted to warm them up, and then shown off at a full gallop, which always looks well and in no way hurts the animal. As regards horsing possessing every imaginable good quality but showing, when walking, certain faults such as uncertain pace, defective walk, feeble loins, etc., while being at the same time of good color, elegant shape, and fine appearance, great care is taken to show them in repose. They dazzle by their grand aspect, and the buyer finds pleasure merely in looking at them. The dealer lets loose a flood of words and walks his client 20 times around the animal, till the buyer thinks he has seen it sufficiently, and either does not have it walked about at all, or, when it is walked about, is still so captivated with its grand appearance that he does not notice its wretched gait. Later on, when he's had his fill of the beauty of the beast, and wishes to do some work, he comes and demands the services of the police. Broken-winded horses are never shown after they've eaten, when their stomachs are filled and their lungs are oppressed. Horses which have vertigo are not taken in the sun, or to wear tightly girthed saddle or straight collar. Slight illnesses of this kind are not noticed when the horse is kept in the shade and loosely harnessed. End of section 24. Section 25 of Criminal Investigations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Estelle Eevans, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Criminal Investigations, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Cheating and fraud continued. Utilization of certain physiological circumstances. Methods of this kind can no more be considered to fall within the arm of the law than the preceding, yet they may become illegal when, joined to other expedients, they conspire together to constitute a true fraud. The manner in which a dealer attempts to deceive a purchaser about the color of the horse is based upon physiological principles. White mat harness transforms the unequal tint of a black horse to a color beyond reproach. Black harness together with a blue horse cloth makes a white horse whose color leaves something to be desired, as white as milk. A whitewashed wall in the background sets off the color of no matter what horse, and in the sun a light bay horse, when rubbed with a little grease, is transformed into a beautiful golden chestnut. The same with the horse's stature, for, when showing in harness, one must make up for what has been lost in measuring. A horse that is too tall will be shown bareback and attached to a very big carriage. A horse that is too small will be given a high saddle and harnessed to a very low chaise. When two horses of different heights are harnessed together, the smaller is placed on the left and the larger on the right. This makes the difference in size hardly perceptible. On the other hand, If they were placed in an inverse position, the differences appear twice as great. No one knows why this is so, but all drivers are aware of the fact, and everyone who wishes to sell a pair of horses of unequal height takes advantage of this peculiarity. It may be added that the horse's toilet also produces considerable effect from this point of view. The harness ought to be plentiful and brightly colored. The impression produced by the largeness of the two sets of similar harnesses causes the disappearance of small difference in size of the two horses. The effect is still greater when, by means of bearing reins and curbs, it is contrived that the heads and the tails of both are leveled up. This is also a great help in hiding other defects. Horses in harness are always driven in a figure 8, under the pretext of showing the buyer everything. It goes without saying that the dealer is not a bad driver. His business is to show off the horse in the most favorable aspect. If the driver is really skillful, his equipage will never look better than when being turned in a figure of 8. This has the further advantage to the dealer of preventing the buyer from spotting and remembering the defects of the horse. It is particularly difficult to recognize a defect in one of 8 legs in movement. Indeed, it is difficult to distinguish the lame leg of a single horse when seeing the same side of the animal. It must therefore be much more difficult when there are 2 horses of which we see a different side of each movement. It is then impossible to say whether one of the horses walks badly, does not place its feet correctly upon the ground, or even slightly limps. The fact that it is difficult to recognize a certain defect when 2 horses are seen together is often exploited to pass off the bad horse along with one that is better. The dealer knows how to place and praise up the good horse, so that it covers the bad one, at least masks its faults. Indeed, our senses are under the influence of an impression which strikes them forcibly, lose a correct perception for of smaller matters, do not perceive them distinctly. 3. Utilization of certain psychological circumstances. Here is the sphere of that eloquence, perspicacity, and skill by which the dealer exploits the feeble side of the character of the buyer. People say, of 1,000 words said by a horse dealer, only one is to be believed, and of that one half. Trollinger says, to pass off as good qualities in the eyes of the buyer a horse's greatest faults is the characteristic of a consummate horse dealer. He knows at least how to take away all the weight from its faults. The age of the horse he wishes to sell is always the best age. Its color is always the most fashionable. Even when a horse is a gray, marked in the most irregular manner, its stumbling gait is always safest, even when it is quite insupportable to ride. The horse which shies at everything is very young but extremely spirited, and doubtless an old hack never shies. If the horse is obviously ill, the dealer pretends that it has been ill, but when it will be completely well it will look very much better. If it's lame, it is the fault of the awkward farrier who shod it yesterday. As for the color of the horse, on clipping it, it will be the exact color the buyer wishes. Everything that is objectionable in the way it holds its head up, its habits, or its pace, is French and the latest fashion, and even if the animal is a stargazer of the worst possible description, the dealer does not hesitate. Yes, unfortunately he comes from France, where nowadays they make the horses take up all sorts of bad habits, and they are specifically fond of this absurd carriage of the head. But if you like, you will be able to cure the horse of it in a week. If the dealer pushes things too far, and the buyer becomes distrustful, there is always little dodges for giving oneself the air of an honest man. The dealer draws the buyer's attention to faults which the beast does not possess. Of course, the dealer will never say that a horse is a stumbler, bolter, or rearer, for he would never risk frightening the buyer to that extent. But all of a sudden he will discover a very bad mark on its back, which he had never noticed before. Of course, it will soon be found out to be simply dust or a shadow. Or he notices that the two horses seem to be of unequal height, though very well aware of that. If measured, there will not be a fraction of an inch between them. These honest methods of the dealer, by which he draws attention to a defect in his own beast, will gain confidence of a trusting purchaser. But talking is not enough. The dealer must act. Thus we can always see a number of venerable examples which, taken together, hardly make a good impression, hidden as they are beneath coverings and cloaks, as if they were the most precious articles in the world. Naturally, there is always plenty of people interested in these veiled horses, who anxiously inquire whether they are indeed so delicate. Unhappily, replies the dealer, all the horses descended from the famous stallion Kieren are extremely delicate. The buyer, who has never heard speak of this famous ancestor, takes care not to betray his ignorance, and commences to interest himself only in Coomor's descendants. With 1,000 precautions, the coverings are taken off to obtain a glimpse of the horse. But in the open air it's to be carefully covered up, for this trick is only employed during cold weather, and our man finally buys a pig in a bag, in the literal sense of the last word. No doubt the dealer will not act this way towards all buyers. He must first know the people he has to deal with, and his art consists not at once broaching the business at hand, but in trying to get some knowledge of the customer and discovering what he knows and what he wants. He will then act accordingly to the circumstances. Nothing is easier than to pass off the same horse as quiet and gentle, or lively and meddlesome, and to exploit these particular qualities. Let us presume that the would-be buyer is a man who is foolish and vain, but a poor horseman. He will assure this gentleman that with his knowledge of horsemanship he ought to have a real devil of a horse, that unfortunately he has none at present that will suit him. Will he in the meantime be content with a white horse, which has every good quality, but is 1,000 times too quiet for him? No doubt, he adds, this is his worst fault, but it is largely compensated for by the number of good points. The brilliant horseman asserts that he greatly regrets being obliged to take this old mule, but he takes it all the same, and if it turn out not to be quiet, and to be full of faults, he will always have the consolation of having been taken by the dealer to be an accomplished horseman. Speaking generally, the dealer is never sparing of praises, and when the buyer begins to examine the horse and attacks it like a midwife, the dealer begins by saying, "There now, I needn't say a word. You understand better than my old master, God bless him." And thereupon he chatters all the more and points out the greatest absurdities. If the buyer mounts the horse, he calls out his servants and asks them in a low voice, so that the horseman can hear everything, to note the seat and attitude of the gentleman, so that they may profit by the lesson. The horseman pays more attention to these praises than to the qualities and defects of the horses, and finally he pays for the praises as well as the horse. But to give at least the appearance of truth to his talk, the dealer takes care to have excellent saddles in reserve, safe and comfortable, even family saddles, on which it is easy to sit quietly. The buyer puts all this down to the good qualities of the horse. But it is above all at the time when the horse is being shown off by the dealer or his servants that it is necessary to deceive the buyer. The rider or coachman must be imbued with the idea that his business is not to parade his own skill or train the horse, but to show it off in the most favorable possible way. He will therefore never do what he wishes, but what the horse wishes, while all his art consists in making it believed that the horse is doing what he wishes. If consequently the beast begins to gallop of its own free will, he will immediately help it to gallop. He will let it gallop as long as it likes, and not until it begins to trot will he help it to trot. The essential thing is not to give the buyer time to see whether it was the horse or its rider that first thought about trotting. If the horse turns into the wall, the rider immediately allows it to do so and cries out, "See how easy it is to bring him near the wall?" He doesn't mind it a bit. If the horse rears, jumps, or kicks, these are all little tricks of skill executed on purpose by the groom, and the dealer standing by the purchaser says in a tone of reproach, "I don't care about my groom's making him jump like that. Even the quietest animal may get into bad habits." The buyer subsequently discovers, to his dismay, that the horse had already got the bad habit. The dealer pays special attention to experts who accompany the buyer. He is most polite to them and tries to make them forget the real object of their presence by telling stories, and if possible expressing sentiments of gratitude towards them. In this way he will return 1,000 thanks to the veterinary surgeon who accompanies the purchaser for some advice recently given him. He admires his perspicacity, skill, and knowledge, and finds nothing to say about him that is not agreeable. The veterinary surgeon is not insensible to these flatteries, especially before the individuals who have brought him, and are paying his fee, and finally the two buyers drive a strange bargain. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Filip Hofman. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Cheating and Fraud. Continued. 4. Fraud, properly so called. We will now speak of all those maneuvers practiced upon the actual body of the horse, either to hide its defects or to give it points. They may, as a rule, be considered criminally fraudulent, except when they are only methods of embellishment which increase the beauty and, in consequence, the value of the animal in a manner which lasts, or which at least is easy to renew. And here again it is the whole manner in which the sale is carried out, the words pronounced, and the promises made, which will guide us in deciding whether there is real fraud within the meaning of the law. The definition of cheating in the Indian Penal Code may here be borne in mind. The code states that a person is said to do a thing fraudulently if he does that thing with intent to defraud. Further, dishonestly is defined as follows. Whoever does anything with the intention of causing wrongful gain to one person or wrongful loss to another person is said to do that thing dishonestly. And cheating, a word practically synonymous with the word fraud, not itself specifically defined, is defined as follows. Whoever, by deceiving any person, fraudulently or dishonestly induces the person so deceived to deliver any property to any person, or to consent that any person shall retain any property, or intentionally induces the person so deceived to do or omit to do anything which he would not do or omit if he were not so deceived, and which act or omission causes or is likely to cause damage or harm to that person in body, mind, reputation, or property, is said to cheat. In some cases in which an action for deceit as a civil wrong will lie, would not come within the definition, in that their mens rea is not absolutely necessary. But this work deals essentially with criminal matters, and we will not go far wrong by keeping to the above definition. In the following pages we shall discuss embellishments, as the dealer taken flagrante delictu is fond of calling them, which are known to the author. The examination, detection, and appreciation of these embellishments are naturally the business of the expert, but the investigating officer should be also cognizant of all the tricks of the horse dealer. A. Frauds relating to the age of the horse. The ordinary way of calculating the age of a horse is by its teeth, and for this attention is paid to the marks, which are depressions in the surface of the incisors between the folds of the enamel. Depressions which, during a certain period of the animal's life, are black, carbonized. This carbon is worn away by degrees, and when it disappears, the best and most valuable period of the horse's life is past. It is therefore not rare for horse dealers to rejuvenate old horses by artificial marks upon their teeth, burning them with a red-hot iron, or blackening with the help of sulfuric acid or some coloring matter. Inversely, a young colt, which is not yet old enough for work, is made older by a year by at the proper time extracting its first teeth, so that the buyer, instead of being prejudiced by the fact that the horse can do no work for a year and must be fed for nothing, knocks up the animal by making it work too soon. Nor is it rare for them to file a horse's teeth. With age, the gums always recede more and more towards the jaws and make the teeth look longer. Long teeth, old age, says a proverb, and this is an inconvenience which must be remedied by shortening the teeth. It is no doubt not easy to cut the teeth so as to make them correspond as before and conceal the fraud, but it is necessary for the horse market, especially when frequented by country people, that the teeth be shortened. The dealer also does his best to prevent the buyer thoroughly examining the mouth and teeth of the horse. To his end he makes it foam by artificial means, e.g. by introducing some soap into its mouth. It is then impossible to see the teeth distinctly under the mass of foam. Another method is to make the horse nervous at the mouth. To this end the mouth is submitted to all sorts of cruelties, so that on being touched it fears fresh sufferings and will not allow its teeth to be seen. The horse dealer is the more given to these tricks, as there are many people who ask nothing better than to have a horse quiet as a lamb, but fearful of its mouth. For on the one hand, when the animal will not allow its mouth to be touched, it is but a proof of its keenness, and on the other hand, the buyer is very satisfied that none of his acquaintances can look into his new horse's mouth to make discoveries disagreeable to him. This fraud regarding the age of the horse is usually accompanied with another regarding the salt cellars, or round pits above the eyes. These salt cellars become deeper and deeper with age, and when very deep usually betray an advanced age. To remedy this defect, an incision is made in the salt cellar, air is blown in through a small tube, a suture is made, and the wound allowed to heal. This seems incredible, but the author has been informed of it on several occasions by a trained expert who has himself at least 20 vehicles on the road. He has assured the author that he has himself seen many horses on the market thus inflated. No doubt the effect of this trick can only last a few days. B. Fraud concerning the temperament of the horse. These kinds of frauds are closely connected with the foregoing, and have for their object to give an old, lazy, and slow animal a young, fresh, and alert appearance. Here before all comes what is called gypsy's fire. Every countryman knows how the horse brought to market by a gypsy is full of fire and spirit, but is the saddest and most miserable of beasts as soon as it finds itself in a new master's stable. The usual method employed by a gypsy is to thrash the horse in the most unmerciful manner, and then to mount in the saddle and gallop straight to the market. This bad treatment takes effect, and the unfortunate animal remains frightened for at least an hour and has a lively and alert appearance. They also give it large quantities of brandy, or better, a decoction of datura, which excites the sexual functions. The most played-out mare then begins to dance and prance. There is no doubt that the effects of this treatment are very grave. The saddle used by gypsies is different from other saddles. It carries inside, under the pads, fine sharp points, which, on being pressed by the knee, dig into the body of the horse. The gypsy never ceases to state that he needs neither spurs nor whip to animate the animal. But the substance which works the greatest miracle is ginger or pepper. Either the dealer himself, or by preference the stable boy, is always furnished with some ginger, or pepper, which he furtively introduces into his mouth, and chews. In India a chili is commonly used for the same purpose. At the moment the horse is being presented, he takes a little of this paste, composed of ginger and saliva, upon the forefinger, and under the pretext of caressing the animal or lifting off its covering, he adroitly introduces it into the anus of the animal. The effect is superb. The sorry animal fills out, his depressed rump comes up, his laxness is transformed into keenness, his heaviness into lightness, and the most stupid of animals appears to be intelligent and wakeful. But more important than all, it holds up his tail. Now this is a primary condition for a horse to look well and lively. A good carriage of the tail makes an ordinary horse into a racehorse. It is to give this fine carriage that a horse's tail is cut or put under rollers. Operations which are easily dispensed with, at least to give the effect for a couple of hours, by the introduction of a little ginger into the anus. If the buyer complains that at the market the horse had a brilliant appearance, an elegant air, a noble step, and a lively temperament, and that now it has a miserable, used-up, common-looking, and spiritless aspect, all that needs to be done is to re-perform the operation of the ginger, and the buyer will be amazed to see his horse again become like what it was at the market. But the employment of ginger may be recognized, for the horse, immediately after the operation, makes constant efforts to dung, and its tail is agitated by a peculiar trembling. For people who are more easily taken in, the dealer even has a false tail in reserve which he joins to the crupper, the piece of leather which passes in a loop over the tail, with hard wax. In this way the horse not only has a beautiful tail, but also carries it well. This can only be done with cart and carriage horses. Is it fraud to accustom horses to eat antimony or arsenic? The question is a difficult one. It cannot be doubted that such drugs give the animals vivacity, vigor, and strong lungs. They make them lather at the mouth and produce an extraordinarily brilliant coat. Further, the skin stretches and fills out and they appear well nourished and plump. But it is said that such horses are soon used up, that they easily succumb to illnesses, that they are unaffected by medicine, and that they soon die when the arsenic is stopped. But is the individual who, by conviction or for other reasons, feeds his horses on arsenic absolutely forced to inform the buyer of the real cause of the fine qualities of the horse and how it ought to be treated? We are inclined to think that in English law at least, the maxim caveat emptor would protect the dealer. The American practice of doping, or dousing a horse just before a race, has been forbidden on the English turf. C. Faking the color. There are various reasons for coloring horses. Firstly, horse dealers try to render them unrecognizable even to their true owners. They attain this by rubbing the horse with a preparation of lead, a solution of lunar caustic, nitrate of silver, or pyrogallic acid. Horses with irregular coloring are given a uniform color. As a rule, people do not like horses with white feet, so the white part must be got rid of by artificial means. This artificial color does not last at longest more than 6 months, when the defect will reappear. In the same way, they try to hide up marks of use, i.e., light patches spread over various parts of the body. These patches are never indeed of much importance under the saddle. They are due to its frequent pressure, and indicate that the horse has often been compelled to hard and awkward work. The same may be said of marks upon the chest and shoulders, due to the pressure of the collar, which prove the horse to have often been used for draught work. If fairly large white marks appear upon the sides, the cause must be looked for in the use of strong liniments employed for combating some illness of the chest, which makes it prudent to distrust the horse's respiratory organs. The artificial concealment of one of these marks of use gives the horse a much higher market value, especially if the mark indicates some real defect which can hardly be discovered in any other way. Finally, certain old horses of dark color have the misfortune to become flea-bitten, i.e., white hairs appear in their coats and give them an old appearance even from afar. It is said that these hairs have the peculiarity of taking on coloring matter better than other hair. It suffices to rub them over with soap, ether, or potash, and then to wash them with a decoction of ground walnut shell. They become black and undistinguishable from the others. If for some reason or other this operation cannot be performed and the animal, in spite of age, is still of some value, the hairs are pulled or cut out, one by one. The dealer sometimes even does not go to the trouble of using chemicals, the effect of which lasts but a few months, but watercolors are used. A retired cavalry officer informed the author some years back, when spotted horses were the rage, that a foreigner calling himself a Russian sold at a market in Poland a foreign hand of horses speckled in an extraordinarily regular way. But when next day they were washed down, they became whites and bays. If white marks, white stockings, etc. are produced artificially so that they remain, it cannot be regarded as deception. Rapid and regular casting of the coat is a certain indication of the health of a horse. When a horse does not cast its hair regularly, it is given strong doses of sulfur, antimony, salt, or juniper berries. This treatment makes the horse appear to be healthier than it really is, but its health is really worse than before. Artificial marks are also branded on horses with hot irons. As long as iron and fire exist, so long will we have horses of all breeds, say the initiated, and indeed it is astonishing to see with what faculty the most derelict jades are purchased simply because the dealer has imprinted on them with a hot iron the mark of a celebrated stud. Certain disagreeable marks, e.g. such as the marks on army horses and casters, unlucky marks, etc., are also said to be obliterated in this way, though we cannot explain how this operation is performed. It is also said that new marks are burnt alongside the first, and the whole branding is then passed off as that of some stable situated as far away as possible. D. Hiding defects. A good and healthy horse should have its mouth fresh, that is to say, moist and foamy under the bit. If it be not, recourse is had to soap, pepper, and especially to chewed tobacco, substances which are skillfully inserted into the horse's mouth for a short time before it is shown off. If it is hard-mouthed, fragments of sharp glass are placed in the corners of the mouth in direct contact with the bit, and the horse obeys the slightest movement of the reins. If it has the villainous fault of crib-biting, its incisors are strongly hammered to make them painful, or a small piece of wood is thrust in between the teeth, rendering them so sensitive that the horse gives up the habit, for some time at least. If the horse be blind of one eye, without the eye being deformed, the defect may be hidden by the forelock of the horse, or by a false forelock affixed to the forehead. It is even said that artificial eyes are sometimes used. Hanging ears completely disfigure a horse. This defect must be remedied at all costs. So a frontlet is constructed in a special manner with rings of horsehair, which surround and keep up the ears. Or again, an operation is performed, wounds being made up in the ears and allowed to cicatrize. The ears then stand up fairly well. No doubt the effect is not lasting, for the cicatrice yields under the weight of the ears, and these hang down worse than before. It is even said that false ears are used. There exists, moreover, a very grave fraud sometimes committed with regard to stallions, one of whose testicles has not descended into the testicular pouch. Castration is then only partially possible, and an animal with only one testicle preserves all the qualities of a stallion. To hide this defect, a wound is made in that part of the testicular pouch, in which the testicle would have been if it had descended from the abdominal cavity in the proper way. The scar of the wound induces the belief that the horse is completely castrated. The masculine appearance of the animal is explained by pretending that it has been cut very late when its character was already developed. Such a horse, sold as a gelding, often causes great mischief, for its qualities as a stallion may make themselves manifest when they are not expected. Many examples are known of such stallions, after remaining quiet for a fairly long time, all at once breaking out on the approach of a mare in use. E. Concealment of illnesses. We have already said that horses are never presented at a time when the presentation would make the discovery of an illness easier than at other times. A broken-winded horse is not shown after it has eaten, and a horse which gets the staggers is never sent out in the sun. It remains now to speak of methods the aim of which is to conceal illnesses properly so called. Such concealments can hardly be practiced between one stable and another, for they pertain to latent defects of a nature to set aside the sale, so the stable would always be responsible. but they take place very frequently in horse marts, where one often picks up cheap a fine horse, plus a fine blemish. Among practices of this kind, the most frequent consists of masking paralysis of the thigh or hoof by means of the whip, spur, or curb. Especially on soft ground, sand or grasses, do these defects disappear, at least for long enough to affect the sale of a valueless horse at a high price. The still more dangerous practice is the anestizing of horses. On account of its complicated structure and the accidents to which it is exposed through the ground, work, foolish treatment, shoeing, etc., the hoof of a horse is exposed to a host of painful maladies, often incurable though very slow in action, which in time render the beast unfit for all work. And this inability to work must not be attributed to deformation of the hoof, or its want of supporting power, but to the pain the animal feels each time it puts down its foot. Now, as the hoof contains only nerves of sensation and not motor nerves, the nerves are cut above the fetlock joint and a portion entirely removed, so as to prevent reconnection of the extremities, and the disease seems cured, for the horse can walk as before. No doubt the cause of the pain continues, but the communication between it and the nerve centers being interrupted, the horse does not feel the pain and can use its hoof. But in a short time the disease makes such rapid progress that the horse is good for nothing in spite of the operation. This fraud may be detected by trying with a needle whether the horse is still sensible to pain in the foot, e.g. at the crown. If it cannot feel needle pricks, it is most certainly anesthetized. Often also the horse's tongue is burnt. No one cares to buy a horse which lets his tongue hang out, for, without considering the ugliness, the habit nearly always indicates some illness of the lungs or brain. To prevent the animal from hanging out its tongue, the latter is burnt with a hot iron, and for some time afterwards the horse keeps its tongue in its mouth. A really dangerous fraud is when the nasal discharge of the horse is suppressed. This is often an indication of the gravest illness. Bad catarrh, the bastard strangles, the strangles, ulceration of the lungs, and even farcy and glanders are often accompanied with nasal discharges. Every outsider knows this and never buys a horse so afflicted, for if the discharge is not serious but merely some passing ailment, this particular time would not be chosen for selling the horse. To hide this malady, a bung of well-compressed cotton wool is taken and thrust as far up the nostril as possible to prevent the nose from running. No doubt this can only be effective during a short time, and if the discharge comes from one nostril only, for a horse breathes only by the nose and not by the mouth, and if both nostrils were corked, the horse would be suffocated. When we consider how dangerous these illnesses are, and also how contagious, e.g. farcy, we must agree that this fraud is all the more grave in that the illness thus concealed may infect and destroy numberless other horses. Farcy is also contracted by men, especially when in ignorance of the illness they do not take necessary precautions in approaching the horse. If the glanders, the strangles, etc. are dangerous by reason of the ease with which they spread, the staggers is dangerous in that the animal afflicted with this complaint may, during an attack, wound and damage everything around it, especially when one has no knowledge of the illness and for that reason has taken no precautions. Horses which get the staggers are particularly unsensitive in those places where horses cannot bear to be touched. Healthy horses make a nervous movement when a finger is placed in their ear and draw back the foot when touched upon the coronet, just above the hoof. Horses which get the staggers remain, on the contrary, perfectly still. As these methods are as well known as the danger of the staggers itself, no one neglects before buying a horse to introduce the finger into its ear and tread upon the coronet of its hoof. But when the sensibility is absent, it is artificially produced by rubbing the ears with a very strong ointment. No doubt this rubbing only renders sensitive the pavilion of the ear, but the animal will not allow it to be touched, and the desired end is obtained. To render the coronet sensitive, the dealer has in the back part of the sole of his boot a needle or pointed nail with which he himself verifies the sensibility of the horse's hoof, to prevent the buyer taking this trouble. The horse may very well be subject to the staggers, but its hoof is not sufficiently insensible not to feel the point of the needle. It will certainly draw back the foot, and the purchaser will rest easy. End of section 26. Recording by Filip Hofman.
Section 27 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross, translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. 4a, 5-6. Cheating and Fraud, continued. 5. Employment of Assistants. No horse dealer, however skillful, can do anything alone. He cannot succeed without the employment of assistants. All his men, from his most intimate confidant to his youngest stable boy, can render him the greatest services, but at the same time can do him the greatest harm. The skilled dealer, therefore, sacrifices no less time and trouble in training his employees than in training his horses. It is of the utmost importance that the groom should keep the stable spotlessly clean, be always at his post, and be ready to do exactly as his master would do himself if he was not occupied with the buyer. On the arrival of the latter, the grooms therefore station themselves on each side of the horses he looks at so as to hide the animal's defects. The business of one is to calm the horse that takes fright, of a second to correct the curved spine of another horse, of a third, fourth, and fifth to prevent others from lying down or biting the manger, etc. A sixth caresses one to prevent it from kicking when the purchaser is passing beside it, and thus the first visit passes off in a most brilliant manner. For showing off horses either in repose or in movement, the dealer has special men. On principle he does not occupy himself with the horse. He takes on the buyer, watches and scrutinizes him, tells him stories, promises him mountains and marvels. Near the horse is stationed the horse-breaker or some other trusted person. Between this latter and the dealer there exists a prearranged manner of talking whereby the turn of certain phrases, which to the uninitiated appear the most inoffensive in the world, have a very precise signification. When, for example, the dealer says, "Bring the black horse, as he is," that means, "This man understands nothing about horses. He will not notice that the horse has spavins. It is unnecessary to heat the beast. Bring him out straight away," etc. The same understanding exists between the breaker in and the groom who holds the whip. The latter is the intermediary between the dealer and the breaker in. If, for example, the buyer has expressed a fear that the horse turns into the wall, the dealer lets the man with the whip know this, and the latter immediately communicates it to the breaker in. It is then the business of these two so to treat the beast that it loses all desire of turning into the wall. It is also necessary to know whether the commands given by the dealer to the groom riding the horse in the presence of a third party are given seriously or simply as a matter of form, and whether they ought to be obeyed or not. When, for example, a horse gallops badly and soon gets tired, the dealer will time after time order the groom to gallop, but the latter will not gallop or will only gallop for a few moments and then let the horse trot in spite of all the raging and swearing of his master, who will express to the buyer his great regret at not being able to point out precisely the most beautiful qualities of the horse owing to the stupidity of the groom. "Do not whip the horse so much," Mortgens makes his Jewish dealer say. "Let him go as he likes. See how well he goes." But the stable boys recommence to whip him, for they know very well the horse will not budge an inch without the whip. Besides those people the dealer employs constantly in his stable, there are yet others with whom he has relations unknown to the public. These are his touts, who for a small reward tell everyone about the dealer and sing his praises, especially if the latter does not often come to town. These touts attend the market, admire the horses, try them, and make offers. On the arrival of other customers, the false buyers search their pocketbooks and finally find that, much to their regret, they have not enough money with them to buy the fine beast, thus inciting the others to buy. These people pretend to be merchants, rich farmers, country gentlemen, and sometimes even cavalry officers. These touts also serve the dealer by speaking of the high price and the strong demand for horses, and in decrying other dealers, all the while pretending they do not know the particular man for whom they work. Horse dealers have also touts and agents among a class of men which exists in all localities, who, through either dilettantism or ennui, busy themselves with horses, and little by little acquiring the reputation of connoisseurs, their opinion is considered to be authoritative. Every dealer, whether he be established in a place or merely goes there from time to time, knows who these people are and tries to make their acquaintance. If he succeeds in opening relations with one of them, and this is not a difficult matter, he makes every effort to have a talk with him on a favorable day. He speaks at great length about his extensive business, fine horses, and especially his honest methods, and finally sells him, often at a great loss, a really good horse at a very low price. The capital he risks earns good interest, for the buyer thus served cannot do otherwise than sing the praises of the dealer wherever he goes. A trick employed by all horse dealers, and which may or may not, according to circumstances, be considered fraudulent, is to enter into relations with another dealer living in a distant place, and exchange with him horses which neither of them can dispose of. Indeed, a horse which is stationed for long in the stable of a dealer is practically unsellable. Every purchaser imagines that the beast must have something wrong with it, or it would have been sold, and so the longer it remains, the longer it is likely to remain. All dealers have such horses, which if exchanged will sell readily enough in a new stable as "newly imported" animals. A common method of the dealer is to get into relations with the servants of his clients, thus the more easily to deceive their masters. We know how certain people, especially elderly people, ladies, and people who know little about horses, allow themselves to be influenced by their coachmen and follow their advice, simply so as not to be condemned to listen afterwards to their continual complaints and recriminations. To get rid of the horse the dealer therefore seeks to gain over the coachman or groom of a customer, not often a difficult matter. This procedure throws a flood of light upon many a bad bargain. It frequently happens that dealers corrupt the servant of a person from whom they wish to buy a horse at an absurdly low price. The servant makes the master believe that the horse is ill and vicious and must be got rid of at any cost. For this purpose the servant inserts little pieces of soap between the teeth of the horse, not to make it foam, but to make it lose its appetite, and after a few weeks it grows thin, loses its strength, and appears to be of no value. The horse once bought, the soap is removed, and in a little while the horse completely recovers. In the same way, small pieces of needle are buried in the coronet of the hoof. These completely disappear and the horse limps more and more. The reason for its doing so remains undiscovered, and finally the owner of the horse is very glad to get rid of it at the lowest price. Then the needle is removed, and the horse recovers in a day or two. These two methods are not only employed by unfaithful servants, but also by gipsies who sneak into the stables and afterwards turn up to buy the valueless horse, good only for knacking. In conclusion, let us mention the method whereby a horse is made to refuse to go when drawing a heavy load up an incline. Pointed nails are placed in the inside of the collar well away from the shaft side. These nails dig into the horse's skin whenever it begins to pull vigorously. Now if a horse absolutely refuses to go on in spite of thrashing, it is unfit for any service in every country which is not quite flat. It goes without saying that its owner seeks to get rid of it at any price. 6. Horse and cattle marks. Throughout India, great importance is attached by natives to the hair marks on the bodies of horses and oxen. These are called crowns, ridges, or feather marks according to their shape. Their position on the body indicates to the superstitious native, and who among them is not superstitious, that the beast is lucky or unlucky. No purchaser neglects to examine a horse or ox for these marks, and, at least in the south of India, attaches quite as much value to them as to the other points of the animal. The dealer will find it exceedingly difficult to rid himself of a horse or ox with a really unlucky mark, and it is a common practice to endeavour to obliterate such, or to produce a sham lucky one. In the northern provinces, says J.D.E. Holmes, owners and breeders are not so much guided by these superstitions, because by them the good and bad points of a horse are better understood. In purchasing cattle less stress is laid on these marks than in the selection of a horse. In purchasing a cow her hair marks are not at all considered. Presumably her sacredness covers a multitude of sins. A. Horses. According to Holmes, the following marks are lucky. 1. A ridge, 1 to 3 inches long, situated between the throat and counter along the line of the trachea, is the most lucky mark a horse can possess. Deobund or Deavamani, having control of equal spirits. 2. A mark like a lotus flower, but only lucky if situated on the line of the trachea, 1 or 2 inches below the angle of the jaw. Kanta, neck ornament. 3. 2 crowns on the pole at either side opposite to one another. Mastak, head. 4. 2 crowns on forehead situated horizontally above the inner canthus. Torum, anklet. Sometimes considered unlucky. 5. A white mark on a horse of any color but white or gray. 6. 4 white legs or pasterns are very lucky. 7. White, dun, gray, piebald, or skewbald horses are very lucky. The following marks are unlucky. 8. A crown or irregular mark on the counter, near or upon the sternum, is very unlucky, and is considered a sign of sudden death to the owner. Herdeval or Herda. 9. A crown on the forehead below the line of the inner canthus. Ansudahai, weeping. 10. 2 crowns on the forehead, one just above the other. Verheraktad, breaker of water pots, or Chatari, umbrella. 11. 3 crowns in a line or triangle. 12. 3 or more crowns in a row. Chula, fireplace. 13. A small crown under the chest above the girth, very unlucky. Gourmet, centipede. 14. A large crown on abdomen between the sternum and the sheath. Gunkapet. 15. 1 crown on one side of the neck and none on the other, or 2 on one side and 1 on the other, is most unlucky. Sapine, snake. 16. A crown on the withers. Pethsapine or Hastanakod. 17. Ridges running round the neck from the mastic marks. See 3, supra. Janaza, coffin. 18. The mastic marks, see 3, supra, when not opposite, are unlucky. 19. The Kanta mark, see 2, supra, when out of place. 20. A ridge directed upwards on the outer side of one or both forelegs indicates that the owner will go to jail. Body, fetter. 21. A ridge directed downwards on one or both hind legs below the hocks. Kotaragad, peg driver. 22. Teat-like projections on the sheath of the male are unlucky. Tani, teat. B. Cattle. Lucky marks. 1. A ridge of hair along the middle line of the back about its center. Tamani. The purchaser will acquire a large herd. 2. 2 ridges, one on each side of the brisket. A single hair mark on one side of the brisket is, however, most unlucky. Irati kabam. 3. A crown on the forehead above the line of the eyes. Bashikam suli. The purchaser will soon marry or remarry. 4. A crown upon, in front of, or immediately behind the hump. Gopura suli. 5. A crown on the middle line of the back just opposite to the opening of the urethra. Regarding this the saying is that the family will either be reduced to ashes or swell like a river. The hair mark is thus of doubtful signification. An intending purchaser, rather than incur the risk of evil consequences, will avoid the purchase. The ryots say that if a little earth be taken and rubbed on this hair mark, the bullock will void urine, near Suli. 6. A ridge of hair on the hindquarters curving up to the back is a sign of coming prosperity. Europorden, ascending centipede. 7. A hair mark on one side of the neck at a distance from the dewlap. This is the most lucky mark, but it is rarely met with. Lakshmi Suli. Unlucky marks. 8. 3 crowns on the forehead arranged in the form of a triangle. Makanti Suli or Agni Suli. 9. 2 crowns, one over the other, on the forehead. Kudai Melkadai. 10. A single hair mark on one side of the brisket close to the middle line. Otai Kavam. 11. Hair marks on the fetlocks of either pair of legs. Velangusuli, fetters. 12. 2 ridges of hair on the back of either side of the middle line. Padai Suli. 13. A ridge of hair on the hindquarters not curving upwards to the back. Iranguportum. 14. A ridge of hair on the haunch spreading out at one end like the hood of a cobra. Nagapadam. 15. A crown, situated on the back between the points of the hips. Tatasuli, obstacle. 16. A mark on the side of the tail near the root, sometimes extending as a ridge over the back. Tudaipa suli. Numbers 8, 9, 13, and 15 indicate disaster in undertakings. Numbers 10 and 12 foretell death to the purchaser. Number 11 indicates that the purchaser will soon be in jail. If a bullock has the root of the tuft of hair on the tail situated above the hock, or the horns hollow and with white patches or tops, or has cut only 7 permanent incisors, it is unlucky. If it has white hair, skin, horns, and hoofs, it is weakly and to be avoided. If a black bullock is not a rogue, it is of great value. A bullock spotted like a deer is very lucky. If it cuts only 6 permanent incisors, it is very lucky. If a cow at the time of purchase voids urine, it is considered a very good omen, but if she passes dung, it is a bad omen. The reverse is the case with a bullock. End of section 27. Recording by Todd.
Section 28 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Tabler. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Section 5. Cheating at Games. A. General. Ever since they have been able to appreciate values, and that is long before the notion of money existed, men have gambled. And as long as men have gambled, so long have they cheated. Those who have devoted themselves to the industry of cheating, chevaliers d'industrie, have at all times been the same, and it is probable will always remain the same. Intelligent, skillful, too lazy for honest work, too good livers to be able to want, too conscientious to refrain from taking from others sums the magnitude of which is in proportion to the awkwardness and simplicity of their dupes. The card cheat is called, in most of the continental countries, a Greek, a word once commonly used to denote them in England also, but now disappearing in that sense. Footnote: Thackeray uses it in The Newcomes. He was an adventurer, a pauper, a blackleg, a regular Greek. Chapter 36. The word has its origin in the cheat Apulus, a knight of Greek origin who, towards the close of the reign of Louis XIV, was caught in the very act of cheating at play in the palace of the Grand Monarch himself. He was sent to the galleys, and the nation which gave him birth became from that time a byword for swindler and blackleg. The word now commonly used in most English-speaking countries for a card cheat is simply sharp. This word has been employed in the most complete exposition of their methods published in recent years. Maskelyne's Sharps and Flats, where he uses also the word flat to signify the person cheated. We shall for brevity use these two words in the same sense throughout this section. It is not always easy to prove that a person is a sharp. It is often very difficult indeed to do so. If a witness asserts that he has seen a player make a suspicious movement, that is not much in the way of proof. If the accused person has won heavily and often, the case becomes stronger, and if marked cards and certain special pockets in his clothes are found upon him, the proof is almost complete. But it will only be fully established by an examination of the antecedents of the individual. Rarely is this examination so necessary, and rarely must it be pushed so far as when dealing with a sharp. Little regarding his past history will be obtained from the individual himself. He will relate romantic stories to make investigation difficult or even impossible. He proceeds in the same manner as those people who under false names pass their lives in prison as unknowns. He has served before the mast, traveled, wasted his fortune, been a comedian, circus rider, tamer of animals, could tell a tale of people in high stations if he liked. In short, he has recourse to all possible subterfuges, not to be obliged to confess that he has been without work for so many years, and yet has lived well, and always in the company of fools, easy to cheat at cards. If an investigating officer succeeds in unmasking the man, it will be easy to place him in one of those categories of cheats that every investigating officer comes across during his career. There is the sharp who works among the lower and middle classes. He is, as a rule, a man who in his youth was good for nothing, clever but incorrigible at school, a regular bad boy, up to all the tricks, living subsequently upon the savings of his old mother and other relations, delighting in performing nice little operations in borrowing, and finally becoming the bully of some prostitute. Sometimes, when he is blessed with good looks, he is the paid lover of certain women, and even levies blackmail. Balancing thus on the borders of crime, he is not slow to enter the society of sharps, where he can make an easy income, live well, and, taking it all round, have a pretty good time, if he possesses the manual dexterity required for such a career. There is the sharp who works among the upper classes. He is nearly always the black sheep of a family who might have done well, but has gone wrong through feebleness of character, laziness, and taste for an easy and agreeable existence. The society in which he comes to grief, the success of his knavery, the profits he makes, and the moment of his discovery and conviction are all dependent upon his luck and skill. Just as all sharps are like one another in their trade, so they resemble one another in appearance. Of course, we do not contend that even with large experience one can pick out a sharp from a crowd of individuals, or that it is possible to say at once of a suspect whether he is a sharp or not. But whenever we have to deal with the true sharp, we will soon notice that he has the same airs, the same manner of presenting himself, the same look, and the same behavior as all the other sharps one has ever had occasion to see. Be he a cheat who works among the upper 10, or be he one of those who works in the eating-houses and drink-shops of the lower classes, is of no moment. All have at first a better appearance, are more elegantly clothed, have better manners, and a more confident bearing than their professed walk in life would lead one to suppose. But at the same time there is something peculiar about them, the stamp of which does not seem quite authentic. In what this thing consists it is difficult to say, but all those who have often had business with such people are not slow to get the impression. They perceive that the individual is not what he pretends to be, that everything about him is fictitious and affected, that he is not perfectly natural, and that he is always hiding something. Let us further consider two things. The glance and the hands betray the sharp. This glance, which they all have, has, especially when they do not think they are being watched, something particularly quick, penetrating, and piercing about it. Short-sighted folk are naturally unfit for the trade of a sharp, but those who have good eyes, and whose existence and liberty depend upon their skill in observation and in noticing unobserved everything going on around them, get so accustomed to practicing this glance that they cannot prevent themselves doing it even when they are not at the card table, but find themselves in a grave situation. A further peculiarity is that all these gentlemen train themselves to see things at a distance, or to the right or to the left, without being obliged to turn the head, at least sensibly. To do this they bend the head a little, half close the eyelids to form a species of veil, and roll the eyes on all sides with lightning rapidity, and without anyone sitting in front of them perceiving any strange movement of the head. Thus the player has no suspicion that the sharp in front of him sees and observes all that goes on around. When a sharp has to face the investigating officer, he knows very well that this time the game is a very serious one, and that those gifts by which he has so often succeeded at the card table, namely prudence, perspicacity, sang-froid, and self-possession, may draw him out of the fire. There is no great difference between the actual situation and that in which he has so often found himself. He therefore preserves his ordinary methods and rolls his eyes as usual. It only suffices for the investigating officer to notice a single one of these glances to learn with whom he has to deal. Not less characteristic than the glance are the hands of sharps. Just as the tramp does not possess the horny hands of the honest workman, so the card sharp has hands extraordinarily well cared for and manicured. They must be soft, supple, skillful, and most sensitive. The sharp takes great care not to do heavy work which would render the tips of his fingers rough and unsensitive. This delicacy of touch is absolutely necessary to enable him to recognize marked cards. It is said that sharps make their fingers more delicate by treating them with chemicals or even by scraping them. The author does not know whether this is true or not. It is hardly likely, for the resulting scars would render the fingers more insensible than before. But this is certain, that they rub their hands with grease, glycerin, cold cream, and other similar ointments. Part B. Methods of the Sharp. The manner in which card sharpers proceed has been described in 1,000 books and newspaper articles, as well as in special works. An anonymous work exists on the subject, the printer of which is unknown, entitled "The Cheat Betrayed, and All His Secrets Laid Bare." Important information can also be found in "The Card Conjurer" by C.L. Hofman, Hamburg, 1843, and in Availle l'Allemand, already so often referred to. In France, a short time after the Revolution, a publication concerning cheating was published called Diogenes at Paris. 2 other French works exist discussing very minutely the ways of sharps. Firstly, that of the conjurer Robert Houdin, and secondly, that of the late chief of the gaming police of Paris, Monsieur Cavaille. A most complete work is that of John Neville Maskelyne, called Sharps and Flats, London, 1895, and also one of the best books from our point of view is that of a certain Signor Domino, called Cards, Card Players, and the Secrets of Card Cheats, Breslau, 1886. The authors advise all investigating officers to read these last 2 books, and intend to make several extracts therefrom to show what a sharp is capable of doing. In the first place, the sharp, like the pickpocket, is able to do all that a conjurer can do, and if the latter executes tricks which we call pure sorcery, it may be very well admitted that the card sharper also performs many miracles of the same kind. The principal trick employed by a card sharper of this class consists in at the right moment, that is, when he contemplates some manipulation, distracting the attention of the person he is playing with by some dodge. He lets a bird fly, a shot crack, or gazes earnestly in front of him. All watch the bird, the shot, or look where the sharper is looking, and during that time the artist can do as he pleases. Nobody takes any notice of him. The aristocratic sharp does not use birds or shoot, but he can make a noise, upset a chair, suddenly yawn loudly, etc. All are occupied with the noise, and during that time the sharp also can do as he pleases. How far this can be carried is shown by a story that has lately been circulating in the newspapers. An elegant Tripolitan had determined to break the bank at Monte Carlo. Here a directly dishonorable manipulation is really impossible, as for such a purpose one would have to corrupt all the officials. That cannot be done, but one of them can be bought over, and this took place. Then a female accomplice came on the scene, an elegant lady who was so clumsy with her rouleau of money that suddenly about 1,000 louis rolled from the table to the floor. Everyone was occupied in picking up the money, and by the time the lady had secured all safely, a second deal had taken place. Arranged cards, with the help of the raking-in croupier, had been brought on the board, and in the course of the evening the people concerned won an immense sum. It is difficult to say where cheating goes on most. As a rule, it goes on wherever games of chance are played. Above all, it must not be believed that cheating is only practiced in gaming houses, where several confederates bear down upon a single individual for the purpose of robbing him. The real sharp, who works alone or with confederates, tries to get into society where games of chance are played, and once there he begins to operate. For this he employs, says Signor Domino, 7 elements, namely faked cards, transferring, false cards, accomplices, the false shuffle, the forced cut, and passing. A. Faking cards consists in marking them in various ways, the borders of certain cards, e.g., the picture cards and the aces, are scraped with a sharp knife so that they become rough to the touch while the others remain smooth. At times the cards are pricked with a hot needle dipped in white wax. The wax corks the hole and makes it invisible to the eye, but it can be felt with the hand. Sometimes the backs of the good cards are rubbed with pumice stone to make them rough, while the others are rubbed with soap to make them more slippery. Another method is to draw on the backs of the cards certain marks which are uniformly colored and which the sharp at once notices. In marking cards, 2 principles are employed. Either the cards have each a distinctive mark placed in the same convenient position, or the mark is identical in every case, the indication being given by the position which it occupies. Some systems are based upon a combination of the 2 principles, but all are developments of either one or the other. When the mark, whatever it may be, is placed at the end of the card, it is of course necessary to mark both ends. Some players use cards with beveled edges. As there are 4 sides to a card, and they may be cut straight or slanting, flat or round, there is no want of combinations. Many other methods of marking cards are employed, which we cannot mention here. They will be found exhaustively explained and illustrated in Maskelyne's admirable book. These processes can only be employed when the faked cards are already there, or can be substituted for the good ones unseen. Otherwise the cards must be marked during the game, which is done with the aid of the fingernail or of a ring furnished with a little point which easily pricks the cards unknown to anyone. B. Transferring is an operation which consists either in taking cards away from or in adding cards to a pack. Here the whole hand is used, the cards being taken between the ends of the fingers, which are slightly curved, and the palm of the hand. The cards are hidden for an instant on the knee or in horizontal pockets placed in the cuff of the sleeve or in the back part of the trousers. C. False cards are those which the sharp carries upon him to substitute for others if opportunity permits. Thus the cards which are not marked disappear, and those which are marked or arranged in a certain order take their place. For this operation the cheat must have, in addition to these pockets, much skill and boldness. He has also certain single cards in reserve, which he employs if their design is the same as that of the cards the others are playing with. D. Accomplices. Like all other swindlers, The card sharp has need of accomplices. These latter are especially useful when they do not play themselves. The best confederate is of course the master of the house, who walks up and down the card room, but if he is not available, any spectator makes a good accomplice. The understanding is brought about, for example, by means of the cigar. The confederate places it in the left corner of the mouth, in the right corner of the mouth, in the middle. He slopes it up, lowers it to the right, etc. Then he can play with his watch chain, emit smoke, and so on. A large number of variations are obtainable in this way, by which communications may be made. Another system of signaling sometimes adopted is to indicate the fact of certain cards being held by the position in which the cards are laid upon the table. The person signaling, having looked at his hand, wishes to let his accomplice know that he holds a certain card of importance in the game. Therefore, whilst waiting till the other players have sorted their hands, he closes up his cards for the moment and lays them before him on the table. The manner of their disposition will give the required cue, or as it is called, office. The end of the cards farthest from the operator may be taken to represent a kind of pointer or watch hand, which is set opposite to some particular figure upon an imaginary dial supposed to be drawn upon the table. Several cards can be indicated in this way, and for others additional factors can be introduced. For instance, the cards may be spread somewhat. The top card may project a little to one side or over one end, or the operator may keep his fingers resting upon the cards. In fact, the variety of signals is infinite. From the laying down of a cigar to the taking up of a glass of wine, from the opening of the mouth to the stroking of the chin, every movement, however simple and unsuspicious, can be made the means of cheating at almost any game. A code of signals to indicate every card in the pack, and no more difficult to decipher than the Morse code in telegraphy, can be arranged by anyone in 5 minutes. Indeed, the Morse code itself can be used in connection with what the French sharps call le douce invisible, a system of signaling to an accomplice by pressure of the foot under the table. In using this system, care must, of course, be taken not to tread on the wrong person's toes. Other accomplices there are whose duty it is to entice flats into the clutches of the real sharps. E. The false shuffle is very important to the sharp. The sharp shuffles the cards in such a way as to lead everyone to believe they have been thoroughly shuffled, whereas in reality not one has altered its position. Mescaline explains one method of false shuffling as follows. The pack is taken in 2 halves, one of which is held in each hand. From the right hand half, about half a dozen cards are pushed off and placed beneath those in the left hand. Then from the left hand, 3 cards, say, are pushed off and placed beneath those in the right hand. This process is continued, always putting more cards from right to left than vice versa, until the whole pack appears to have been shuffled into the left hand. This looks exactly like a genuine shuffle. In fact, most persons, upon having it explained to them, will say that the cards really are shuffled, but it is not so. The effect produced is that of a simple cut. It will be seen that this method of shuffling neutralizes the cut, which is in itself a most important thing to be done. The essential point is to note where the separation of the cards is made in the cut. Where a confederate cuts the thing is simple, otherwise the cut has to be forced. F. The forced cut may be accomplished by 2 processes. The first is to get the cut made in the place the sharp wishes. He relies, and rightly, upon the psychological phenomenon whereby we always do what takes the least trouble. He therefore slips into the pack a card which is larger than the others, placing it where he wishes the cards to be cut. If this does not succeed, he seizes the cards and bends them in the hand lengthways to make a sort of bridge. In the first case, the flat or confederate seizes the pack at the place where the larger card lies. In the second, he cuts at the places where the cards begin to bend in opposite directions. and the cut is made as the sharp desires it. If this does not happen, the sharp neutralizes the cut by placing the cards exactly as they were before. There are many ways of doing this. One is to pick up the bottom half with the right hand as though he were about to place it upon the other, but instead of so doing, he deliberately puts it into his left hand. Then, picking up the top half, he adds it to the other in the position it originally occupied. Another very simple method is to cross the hands, picking up the right half of the pack with the left hand and the left half with the right hand. The two halves are then put together in their former order. The crossing of the hands tends to confuse the eyes and mind of the onlooker, so that he really does not know which hand contains the half that should be placed on top. This can, of course, only be done when playing with people who have not their eyes open and have no suspicion they are playing with sharps. G. Passing. This consists in drawing false cards from the pack. Less skill than self-possession is required for its accomplishment. The second or third card is got ready, drawn right out of the pack instead of the first, and laid on the table. It is difficult to say how this is done, but it is hardly ever noticed when the cheat is at all skilled. Besides card playing, properly so called, another card game, or rather gamble, exists, which, in spite of its stupidity, is practiced the whole world over, namely the three-card trick. The sharp takes 3 cards, generally a king and 2 others, and throws them face upwards upon the table. Or, as this game is usually played in the train on the way to the races, upon a traveling rug or newspaper. The sharp then takes the 3 cards and holds them lengthwise between the thumb and the middle finger, the back of the hand being turned upwards. He then takes one of them in one hand, leaving the other 2 one above the other in the other hand, say the left hand, with about a finger's breadth of space between them. This done, he shows the bottom card he is holding in the left hand, which is the king, and asks the player to remember it well. He then turns the cards again, passes the right hand, in which he holds the one card, to the left, deposits the card on the table, passes the left hand to the right, and makes believe to place the bottom card there, and returning to the left, seems to place the top card beside the first. Then he slowly changes the places of the cards, while the player keeps his eyes always upon the card first placed to the right. If he gives the latter as being the king, he is wrong, for as a matter of fact the cheat has not let the lower card but the top card fall when his dupe thought he saw the bottom one go down. However foolish and simple may be this game, there are thousands of people who lose money by it. It is usually played with the help of a confederate who acts the stranger to the sharp and invariably wins, thus inciting others to have a flutter. A similar game, and one most popular with Indian conjurers, is that called thimble rigging, or little pea, where art thou? A pea, or some such small object, is placed on the table and covered with a thimble or half a walnut shell. 2 other thimbles are placed beside it, and the pea is rolled from one to the other. The flat has then to guess under which thimble the pea lies, but he never succeeds in doing so, for the pea is simply a little ball of wax, which the sharp rapidly picks up with one of his fingernails. With such gentry it will be well to examine their nails to see whether one of them is particularly long. A similar trick is sometimes played with an endless chain thrown on a table in many coils, some simple, some complex. The person to be deceived is invited to put his finger within one of the coils on the table, and to bet whether his finger will remain free or be taken prisoner on pulling away the chain. This he can never guess, because the sharp catches hold of the chain and pulls it according to the position of the finger, so that he is always in the right. Undoubtedly cleverness is necessary, and quick sight to know how the coils will run when pulled. If the sharp knows his business, he always wins. Generally, the chain is carried as a watch chain, and accidentally the conversation is brought round to the game, and for want of something better, the watch chain is employed. Sometimes a silk pince-nez cord is used. This is made wet beforehand to run smoother and lie flatter on the table. In this game, incredibly large sums are sometimes lost, because the thing looks so simple, and each person thinks he cannot make a mistake. Of the many variations, 2 are shown. The finger is placed on the table at A accent or A double accent. The sharp pulls the string downwards at B after the bet on caught or not caught has been made. The figure shows 2 ways to do this. With dice especially there is a great deal of deception, all arising from some peculiarity in the dice that the sharper knows of, but which is not known to the person he means to dupe. With genuine dice it is difficult to deceive. Either some edges of the dice have been ground away, or small bits of lead have been introduced, or the dice are hollow and filled with sand or quicksilver, or short pig bristles which stick to the tablecloth are introduced into them. In short, with a little practice the sharper can manipulate the dice as he likes. If the dice are seized, it is easy to prove what is wrong with them on examination. If the corpus delicti is absent, evidence of guilt is hardly possible. Nowadays dice throwing is dying out, and it is unnecessary for us to discuss the varied methods by which they are loaded, manipulated, and thrown. For a complete exposition of the subject, we refer the reader to Mescaline, page 229. To explain all the methods of card and dice manipulation would require a volume to itself, and it is not our intention to go into them fully. All we can do is to give the budding investigating officer some idea of what is and can be done by sharps. If he has to deal with card sharpers, and some time or other he will come in contact with them, he must make the subject a special object of study, and we cannot do better than refer him to the books we have mentioned. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Cheating and Fraud continued. Section 6. Frauds relating to antiquities and works of art. Speaking generally, it may be said that the most interesting fraudulent processes are those relating to objects of art and antiquities. The objects in question are, in themselves, worth the trouble spent upon them. People who fabricate them are hardly ever commonplace people. The sums which change hands in connection with them are often very high, and judicial questions connected with these cases, however interesting they may be, are still for the most part awaiting elucidation. The magnitude and number of these frauds are enormous. The taste for antiquities has, in a short time, developed immensely and continues to develop. The majority of objects of incontestable beauty are in hands which will not part with them. The remainder are broken or preserved only in part. The public never ceases to search for curiosities and antiquities. Old collectors continue to collect. New collectors start collecting. Dealers can no longer comply with the demand. Prices are high. The skill of imitators increases, and, in consequence, when the authentic article cannot be obtained, it is made to order. That it is fraud when a false article is sold for an authentic one at a high price, there can be no doubt. The difficulty is to know where the fraud begins. An alteration, repair, or embellishment, as people in this trade call it, is not in itself a falsification, and especially with regard to antiquities, every falsification is not fraud. One must have spoken on the subject with collectors, or be a collector oneself, to be convinced that the jurist cannot help being allowed to make some concession in this respect to common opinion. A connoisseur or collector rarely leaves a fine antique in the condition in which he has received it. He cleans it, brings out the colours, alters repairs already made and not in harmony with the rest of the article, gums and glues broken places, and replaces missing parts. In short, he tries to repair the object as well as he can to make it appear as valuable as possible. The pride the connoisseur takes in doing up a broken article is considerably greater than that he takes in having spotted, recognised, and bought it. Real connoisseurs are nearly always good renovators, confiding old objects of value to no other hands but their own. Of course, they must know how to model, glaze, glue, paint, draw, engrave, cement, solder, and 1,000 other similar things. What beautiful and precious articles we find made out of old rubbish, having no value and no beauty. No doubt for this the renovator must be a connoisseur of culture, knowing not only how to give an article shape and colour, but also how to do so without changing its style, and restoring it, so to speak, instinctively, so that it has absolutely the same appearance as it had when new. An article thus transformed has evidently gained in value. This cannot be denied, but the question is, has it the same value it would have had if it had never been damaged? And to this question the only reply that can be given is no. Ignorant people usually say that an imitation has absolutely the same value as its original if it makes the same impression. If so, an imitation of the celebrated salt cellar Benvenuto Cellini, plus the value of the metal, would be equivalent to the original itself, which no one would dare to suggest. Moreover, a perfectly genuine object has an artistic and historical value which ignorant people cannot understand. But if they would reflect that the history of a people may be read in the articles produced by it, given of course that these form an uninterrupted and authentic series as regards shape, colour, and material, they would be obliged to confess that the great value of an antiquity principally lies in its authenticity. An article which has been renovated may gain in value through being more beautiful, but it loses in value through being less genuine. But the collector who has renovated an article with much art and care is free to say what he likes about the renovation in question. There are some collectors who are fond of showing what they have done, others, on the contrary, take care to keep it very dark. The latter course has certain inconveniences, especially as the article may pass into other hands, and thus usurp a genuine character. Now it is exactly this passing into other hands that is important from our point of view. With the sale of a renovated article, the buyer must be told what is restored and what is genuine, so that he may be able to value the article. If the renovation is passed over in silence, there may be fraud. Doubtless here again good faith may exist. The author has himself dealt with the following case. An article of which there only remained a small genuine portion had been restored. That is to say, it was almost entirely new. Unfortunately, the renovation had not implicitly followed the style of the old piece. The first person into whose hands the article came in this state carefully removed the small genuine piece, and substituted therefore a piece in the very same style as the large portion which had been added by his predecessor. Now the second gentleman does not care to sell it, and when he does decide to do so, he may not say that he has repaired it, and if the repair is found, he will probably say that he bought the article as genuine, whereas, as a matter of fact, he was himself duped. The other side of the preceding question has reference to the buyer. Here again, large concessions must be made to the customs of the times. People who would not hesitate to inform a shopkeeper that he has given them back too much change, or delivered to them merchandise of better value than they have bought, have not the slightest scruple in buying for a song an antiquity of price from some poor devil who has no idea of its value. In this way, a large number of fine collections, consisting of the most precious old articles, are built up, and no one has ever thought of considering their procedure reprehensible, though they fall under Section 197 of the Austrian Penal Code and Section 263 of the German Penal Code. How can a perfectly honest person be, or wish to be, a curio hunter. If the prosecution for frauds relating to works of art and antiquities are relatively rare in some countries, the reason is partly that people who have been made fools of do not like to become the laughing-stock of others, preferring rather to keep quiet than lodge a complaint, and also partly that, owing to certain technical reasons, it is difficult to bring such a prosecution to a successful termination. Fit experts are difficult to find, and investigating officers who know something about the matter even more difficult. It is indeed no easy matter to take an interest in a subject which requires deep study and complete detailed information. When he only, so to speak, swims on the surface, when he allows himself to drift aimlessly among the depositions of witnesses and the statements of experts, the investigating officer is only too happy to wind up such a troublesome case without being obliged to enter very deeply into it. But if he desires to be conscientious and understand what he talks about, and has to form an opinion upon, he must take care to attack the subject beforehand, to obtain information from collectors or honest, intelligent, and well-educated curio dealers and experts, and he must also read some special books upon the subject, which are, unhappily, far from numerous. In the following pages, the author is content to enumerate some of the many articles which are falsified. A. Prehistoric objects. These objects are fabricated by the cartload. The material is cheap, the skill required is very small, and prices are good. The articles made are principally stone weapons, arrowheads, hatchets, hammers, artistic articles, engravings on bone, stones, jewels, etc., petrified objects, impressions, and even antediluvian bones. Many amusing stories are related about the facility with which learned men are taken in by falsification of this kind. B. Egyptian antiquities. For the fabrication of these articles, a sort of domestic industry has grown up among the Egyptian peasantry and Arabs, an industry which can hardly meet the demand. Scarabs, idols, mummies of animals, made of glass paste and silicous clay, are manufactured in enormous quantities and sold at small prices. But in Europe, these objects become very dear, though all merchants know their birthplace and sell them as genuine. As regards rolls of papyri, they are unrolled, cut up into strips lengthwise, and re-rolled on wooden sticks, which are hidden at the ends. Each stick is covered with but a single sheet of papyrus, but appears to be a complete roll. Reader's note, footnote. Such scrolls are often today examined by Röntgen rays, which allow the piece of wood introduced to be clearly recognized. Consequently, a roll of pasteboard is now introduced, which, under the rays, looks like several layers of papyrus. Reader's note, footnote ends. From one roll, many others are made, all of them valueless. In this way, Ramses, king of Egypt, in a black basalt of Thebes, which was nothing else than Antwerp schist, has been sold for 100,000 francs. The manufacture of the Ramses cost the seller 1,100 francs. An old Dresden doctor fabricated out of the corpse of a beautiful young girl, which he had purchased, the mummy of Queen Nitocris, and sold it for its weight in gold. The fraud was only discovered when the mummy began to exude a disagreeable odour. C. Antique pottery. The number of false articles among the vases and small figures we see everywhere nowadays is incalculable. To get an approximate idea, one has but to look at the numerous counterfeits collected together in the compartments reserved for the purpose in big collections, and how well made they are. The clay of today is the same as that of formerly, and the baking is identical. Chemistry furnishes us with colours quite as good as those of other days, and we have a sufficiency of models, and in these conditions the real has to be distinguished from the false. The best experts are deceived. Every day, in the most carefully arranged collections, false Tanagra and Mirhina figures are discovered. In this connection, incredible things occur. Among many cases may be quoted as an example the falsifications of a simple village master mason, Michael Kaufmann of Rheinzabern, who for 40 years, 1820 to 1860, deceived many French and German experts. He made Roman ware in immense quantities, plunged the learned into despair with his inscriptions, and discredited the Roman art trade with his flying tortoises and other attributes of the gods. But his falsifications were only discovered after decades, when they were brought to a standstill by his making a Minerva with the royal Bavarian padded helmet, and the Roman Emperor Antonius with Hessian boots and a full-bottomed wig. But numberless articles from Michael Kaufmann's manufactory are still considered genuine in French and German museums, and the learned controversy over his inscriptions rages still. At one time, old articles of pottery could be distinguished from their great lightness. Why they are so light we cannot say, but such is the fact. But the falsifier has now succeeded in giving the same lightness to his products by mixing a large quantity of meal, which carbonizes in baking, with the potter's clay. But the connoisseur comes along with his magnifying glass and discovers that the articles of pottery thus falsified are, owing to the carbonization of the meal, much more porous on the surface than the antique. To prevent the connoisseur from discovering this, the falsifier proceeds as follows. Before baking, he covers the yet unfinished article, composed as it is of potter's clay and meal, with a thin covering of pure potter's clay wherever the surface is visible. The porosity cannot then be discovered unless the vase be broken and the break examined. But how can this be done? The same procedure is followed in the manufacture of Tanagra figurettes, nowadays so much sought after. Moreover, the lightness is increased by fine workmanship, which, of course, makes them more fragile. But it is only when dealing with a real connoisseur that it is necessary to use such tricks. For the ordinary commercial who buys, collects, and brings home such articles, all such devices are superfluous. He takes such manufactured articles without hesitation and floods the whole world with them. And as all the falsifications are generally made with the greatest refinement, one can understand the words of one of the greatest experts of the ceramic arts. For all articles of pottery there is absolutely no sure means of recognition. We must trust to the place of origin. Alas, yes, the place of origin. As if there too they did not deceive and dupe the world. Whoever wishes nowadays to sell a well-imitated article does not expose it in the shop of a merchant, but places it in the ancient garret of some poor widow, who swears that it has come down to her from her grandparents, at whose house she played with it, and she finishes by deciding to let it go for an enormous sum. Every day are such stories told, and one can hardly help laughing when one sees the happy owner unfolding a certificate given him by the widow, certifying that the jug sold today, here follows a detailed description of the jug, is a gift made by Count X to his nurse, the grandmother of the vendor. D. Glassware. Articles of glass are more easily counterfeited than articles of pottery, for glass changes but little, even after a very long time, and even such small changes as tarnishing and iridescence, rainbow colouring, are easy to produce artificially. Either substances capable of iridescing are introduced into the matter used in the manufacture of the glass, or the finished article is treated in a particular manner to obtain the oldest glass. Even under natural influences, changes are sometimes produced which, instead of centuries, take but several years. In this way we sometimes find among old stable windows panes much more iridescent than the most beautiful lacrimal urns of ancient Rome. The amount of glass, in imitation of the antique and Middle Ages, produced from the factories of Isola, Bohemia, and of Belgium is inconceivable. In the factories themselves it is sold as imitation, at a very moderate price, but once it is in the shop of the old art dealer, it immediately becomes real old glass. In the old fortress of Rilgersberg, there is a window in the dining hall on which are engraved the following words: "Drinking commenced the 17th May, 1549, and was kept up until St. Vincent's Day, and every day all became tight." This little window has already been replaced many times, and for each renewal a collector believes he has the real one. E. Old coins and medals. Coins have been falsified ever since they have existed, and as it is easy to imitate them perfectly, it is not so surprising that many intelligent collectors have renounced the pleasure of collecting them, saying that it is impossible to know what one has got. The counterfeiter knows perfectly well that it is easy to recognize coins made by melting in a mould or covered by electroplating, so he strikes them from a die. Further, he is not ignorant that in former times there were no steel dies, so he is careful to make his of bronze. If in addition to this he takes the trouble to shake the coins up in a bag and bury them for some time, no one is able to distinguish the real coins from the counterfeit. The sums fraudulently obtained in this way are very considerable. Particularly dangerous under certain circumstances is the art coinage, which often, in an artistic fashion, offers rare coins to collectors. In itself, this is very useful, as not every collector can pay the enormous sums of money that are asked for some coins which he desires to have to perfect his collection. The honourable collector says openly which of his coins are imitations. If he dies, the whole collection is perhaps sold, and the genuine coins and imitations go together. In a recent law case, for example, it was proved that today so many excellent imitations of the famous Kutschaker Rubenthalern of 1504, each genuine specimen of which is worth from 1,200 to 1,500 florins, are in circulation, that nobody can tell a genuine coin from an imitation. Reader's note footnote begins, "This case is very instructive, and, if one may say so, very simple. A man obtained possession of a Kutschaker Rubenthaler, and on some plausible pretext was able to get a number of imitations of this thaler made in a well-known mint. He then made impressions of the thaler in tinfoil and sent them to a number of well-known collectors of coins, asking if they had a similar coin for sale, as he had a commission to acquire one for 1,100 florins. Naturally, all answered in the negative, as only 4 or 5 genuine coins of this sort exist. The man waited for some time, then he wrote to the same collectors under another name, and offered them a Kutschaker Rubenthaler at 700 florins. Most of them jumped at the offer with the intention of selling the thaler with a profit of 400 florins to the person who had offered 1,100 florins. The forger did a good business, and so there exist today 4 times as many of these coins as before." Reader's note footnote ends. F. Jewellery in precious metals. Such jewels should always be mistrusted. Really good articles of this kind are in the possession of rich persons, or have passed into museums and other fine collections. As regards jewels of simple workmanship, they have been melted down or else preserved, so that they cannot be called articles of commerce. If then a really beautiful jewel is found in the shops, it is a jewel manufactured in pieces, being really a genuine article of very simple workmanship which has been covered with ornamentation and flourishes. The verification of the stamp, form, and chemical composition can give no result, because all these are genuine, and yet it is perhaps with this kind of article that falsification is most easily proved. It is indeed difficult to manufacture them without a model. No doubt the workmen of former days knew how to harmonize with great skill the shape and ornamentation of the article, but the forger, knowing nothing of styles, most often commits blunders. Even when he has excellent models of ornamentation of the period, but destined for another shape, he cannot make them harmonize with the jewel. The real connoisseur, who would probably know better how to do it himself, can at once recognize the fraud, and is at least able to say that the article is not entirely genuine. As regards real models, which he requires to copy, the forger cannot procure them, he can only look at them, and that is not much good to him. We would hasten to add that the investigating officer should here, and in analogous cases, really do something to avoid taking as an expert the first merchant he comes across. He must find a real connoisseur who loves the subject and has an extensive and deep acquaintance with it. Sir E.C. Cox tells of a common trick practised in India in connection with precious stones and jewels. Another ingenious method for the appropriation of one's neighbour's money is for a soi-disant merchant to go round with genuine pearls and jewels, which are for sale at marvellously cheap rates. A would-be purchaser is much struck with their appearance, but, in spite of the favourable terms offered, his love of haggling causes a little difficulty in coming to terms. The salesman, in the most confiding way, offers to leave his wares till the next morning, telling his friend good-humouredly that when his wife has seen the pearls, she will never let him part with them. In the morning there is another interview, and bargaining recommences. The ornaments are brought out, the dealer takes them up, and begins to dilate upon their splendid qualities, when he raises a cry, and says that false jewels have been substituted in the night for his real ones, and loudly demands justice. In the confusion that ensues, he contrives to conceal in his girdle the original articles, and produces imitations, which he has handy for the purpose. He yells and screams in the manner of the East, and shows the bystanders the sham pearls or stones, which are universally admitted to be made of glass. The intending purchaser, overwhelmed at the charges brought against him, and terrified by threats of the law, is only too glad to come to terms and lay down a lump sum in compensation for the alleged disappearance of the original jewellery. End of section 29. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia.
Section 30 of Criminal Investigation Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by sashelliott. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Cheating and Fraud, continued. G. Pictures. Everyone knows that pictures are falsified and that many painters make a trade of it. Numbers of suspicious canvases are sent to the academies and other institutes of art for an opinion as to their genuineness. Here all that is necessary is to remind the investigating officer that he ought not to stop his investigations in a case where certain signs seem to plead in favour of genuineness. The investigating officer will only too easily find himself being led into calming the complainant and ceasing his investigations if he thinks he is himself an expert and finds no reason for doubting the canvas. He looks at it from the front. The painting appears really good and old. The tone is gilded and browned, but this tone is not the effect of age. It has been obtained with the help of a daubing of licorice juice. He sees a layer of old dirt, but it has been produced artificially with cinders and gum. He turns the picture over. The canvas is quite old and brown, with an old sail mark on it. Canvas and mark are equally genuine, but a valueless picture was painted on it, and the falsifier has copied a subject of high value over the old and worthless original. The mouldiness is artificial, the signature of the painter is false, the frame comes from another picture, and thus, in spite of its genuine appearance, the whole is a forgery. In such a case, a precipitate man is always dangerous. With regard to new pictures, it may be said that forgers buy for preference. In the sales which follow the deaths of well-known painters, half-finished or discarded canvases and sketches, in order to finish them themselves and sell them as genuine. On the other hand, it must not be thought that the existence of a copy is a certain proof of its falsity. Very celebrated painters often nowadays paint to order, twice or even 10 times over, a canvas which has caught on. The first copy goes to Germany, a second to England, a third to America, but it may happen that they all meet in the same country and each owner possesses the original. Cases as numerous as they are interesting are known in which real experts have been taken in by false pictures, but it seldom happens to an investigating officer to have to deal with one of these cases, although examples of this kind of fraud are so frequent. H. Artistic engravings. Nowadays, these are especially forged by chemical photographic processes, and when the paper is well chosen and coloured with coffee or nicotine, and the print is successful, the perfect expert can alone find out the deception. The risk must be very great indeed in the case of engravings which are rarely falsified. Happily, the originals are for the most part in good hands, so that the forgers find it difficult to get at them. But as we have said above, they attain their end in a roundabout way. Art institutes of the first rank publish phototype copies of the best old engravings, and sell them as imitations to people of artistic taste who cannot procure the originals. But when these copies pass to a second or third owner, their origin is often passed over in silence, and the heliograph begins to circulate as an etching. I. Enamels. What can be done in this connection is well exemplified in the trial of Samuel Weininger, who falsified many precious articles in the famous collection of the Duc de Modena, 1876 to 1877. These forgeries were so well executed that, after the case, they fetched a very handsome price. J. Articles of earthenware, stone, and porcelain. These are much sought after for collections and decorations, and in consequence are produced in great quantities. The falsification is difficult to detect, for the old manufacturers, such as Doyton, still continue to produce them after their old models and marks. Everything reproduced by unqualified persons bearing real trademarks is manifestly false. Among articles of antiquity which must be considered as false, we class every vessel which is discovered by the buyer. Articles for sale are placed in peasants' houses or in the homes of the lower middle classes, whose business it is to attract the attention of amateurs to them. It is this last operation that is delicate and requires savoir-faire. Domestic servants, merchants, and small tradespeople are employed and paid for their complicity. Ingenious little advertisements are sent out, etc. The discovery is then made to the amateur, and his money is obtained. In the production of these counterfeits, the same procedure is used as for silverware. Indeed, as old baking, glazing, and generally speaking, old timbre are not difficult to imitate in earthenware and porcelain. The fabricator buys for preference genuine old vases, white or with but little colour in them, especially dishes and plates. These he decorates himself, sometimes with much real art, and then rebakes them. This mixture of the real and the artificial often looks very well, and is difficult to distinguish when, as often happens, the artist has done his work with taste. K. Manuscripts, books, and bindings. Manuscripts are copied almost to perfection by trained craftsmen. Thanks to the progress of the industrial arts, the reproduction of the old impression offers little difficulty. Skill and impudence are used in mixing the false with the true. Thus, certain genuine parts are often combined with imitated parts by photographic engraving, or various fragments which have had no connection with one another are united together and in a manner so skillful that the forger often ends by not even knowing himself how he built up his work. One of the most ordinary contrivances is to take off the fine bindings from books of inferior value or but little sought after nowadays, and adapt them to books which are in demand. Another fraud is to add missing title pages to a book, either by printing on blank pages with lettering corresponding more or less to those in the text, or by gumming in a new leaf with another title altogether. In this direction, the forger can go very far, and whatever may be the skill of connoisseurs in distinguishing each separate letter in the book, it often happens that they are not shocked by a title page which jars with the text. Often, frontispieces, letters and vignettes, are drawn in with the hand by a chemical process, transferred to zinc, and then reproduced. When the work is well done, it is difficult to distinguish the fraudulent from the genuine impression. Here again, care must be taken not to generalize one's suspicions. One knows that the bands enclosing the various forms of a book, often used in former days to be made of parchment, and this parchment carries sometimes precious inscriptions. Now, those who go in for collecting, and especially book lovers, search for these bands, and find in them fragments of important documents or old poetry, etc. So, to obtain these bands, they take to pieces old books, and bind them up again. The result is a book which has certainly depreciated in value, while all the parts except the binding have remained genuine. L. Furniture and upholstery. When some years ago old furniture began to be searched out and utilized, it was possible to procure easily and cheaply a complete and genuine installation. But once the fashion became established and everyone wanted to furnish their houses in the ancient style, fine old specimens soon became priceless or impossible to discover. As always, industry and commerce hastened to find the remedy for the situation. Antiquities and ancient processes were studied, corners and nooks were searched for antique articles, which when found were restored, touched up or imitated, and soon really genuine articles became rarities. These articles are seldom imitated well. Today we have neither the same tools, the same material, the same dyes and stains, nor the same patience. In addition to this, the furniture of today is made by workmen and not by artists, as are pictures and coins, etc. And, in consequence, in this branch of imitation, faults so great are committed that it is astonishing to see men of taste allowing themselves to be taken in. Sometimes the process is the least intelligent that could be possibly used. The shopman, who has perhaps discovered a really beautiful and genuine settee, will take care not to leave it as it is. He will take it to pieces and insert a fragment of it into a certain number of new settees. One has the lid, another a panel, a third another panel, etc. When the article is sold, care is always taken to show the genuine portion, and the buyer is made to be convinced by all sorts of demonstrations that the whole article is of as good character. This is the lot of nearly every article. The greatest care is taken to spoil the few genuine things which do exist. Material for imitation can be found on all sides. The destruction of an old house gives worm-eaten wood. The dealer in a bric-a-brac provides old genuine locks to which are added a new almirah. One old door hinge is enough to copy, make a second, and put a door to them. An old piece of used cloth will serve to upholster a brand new chair. 2 old stove pieces will decorate the doors of an almirah, and 2 genuine old watch hands are placed to works and case which have never been used before. When old material is absolutely not forthcoming, new is made. Wood is prepared by hanging it in the chimney, or cooking or maltreating it in other ways. It is then worked up. Sometimes even wormholes are faked and filled with the excrement of birds. Edges are broken to be repaired. The velvet to be used in upholstering furniture is washed. The interior of almirahs is covered with paper torn out of old books. As regards ironwork, it is rusted in acid, cleaned, and then, if necessary, handed to some countryman to whom the particular person who is looking for old furniture for his home is directed. But the faults are not difficult to find for an attentive observer, even if he is not an expert. The expert indeed scents the falsification from afar. As to the observer, who without being an expert has a good eye, he soon notices the want of coherence in the article as a whole. It is precisely this want of coherence which attracts his attention. It is manifest when, e.g., a settee which has already been used as a seat has the lid ornamented with sharp edges. When an almirah whose exterior is much used is lined inside with paper which, although very old, is yet well preserved, and in no way damaged. When a wardrobe seems to have been much in use, and the lock mechanism is in as good condition as if it had just come out of the hands of the locksmith, and so on. These and other analogous mistakes, which are committed not through ignorance, but through want of thought, may be discovered by any person who does reflect a little. M. Weapons. Weapons are as exposed to falsification as furniture, and these falsifications are recognizable quite as easily as the latter. What is missing in this kind of falsification is the minute, patient, and careful work, applied even to the smallest details. Maybe an expert will not recognize that a cuirass is false if he only looks at the principal parts, but if he examines the nails, the pads, the thongs, and other details, he will clearly see that the whole cannot be genuine. The rust is produced artificially, as are also the bosses, the marks of usage, and the chasing, but the old rust caused by time bears another aspect to that which is artificial. In the decorations something is wanting, namely the calm and patient care of the workmen of bygone times, who used to work slowly and as humour took them. Whoever has seen genuine articles beside the false ones, and has come to know their character, will almost immediately recognize them. Speaking generally, we may say the expert in antiquities who possesses a certain culture never finds himself in difficulties. If his special branch is furniture, lace, or porcelain, He will not fail also to recognize false weapons, although they may require special knowledge. The illiterate expert in antiquities sometimes guesses things by habit, sometimes by instinct, but the statements of such men cannot be implicitly relied upon. N. Miscellaneous. Besides the above enumerated objects of importance, everything sought after by collectors is imitated. Old methods are employed in the weaving of cloth, ivory is softened in vinegar for the hands of the carver, and subsequently hardened again in water. The lines of the carving may be a little wrong, but that is nothing. The article only appears more genuine. Finally, the carvings in ivory are yellowed by smoke and perspiration. Udall relates that a Jew used to carve in this way pretty little ornaments in ivory, which he placed inside the corset of a woman until they became yellow and old. As regards bronzes, production is an accessory question. Everyone possesses the material. Shapes can be remodeled and easily founded. The difficulty is to produce the patina, or green incrustation peculiar to old bronze, but that also can be counterfeited so thoroughly that it is often impossible to discover the fraud. Formerly, the counterfeited patina could be removed with lemon juice. Today, patina is made which will resist all the lemon juice in the world. In the same way, they used at one time to recognize bronzes obtained by the electrometallurgic process by the holes produced by the points of contact of the conducting wires. Nowadays these holes are carefully hidden by corking them with an alloy of 9 parts of lead to 2 of antimony and 1 of bismuth. This alloy expands on cooling so that no one will be able to see it if the white point is immediately covered over with sufficient patina. Among instruments of music, the violin is the principal one falsified. It used to be thought that the secret of Amati, Steiner, Stradivarius, Guarneri, and other celebrated violin makers resided in the shape and varnish of the instruments, and at that time had contributed much to augment the value. But shape and varnishing can be imitated, and as to time the wood can be dried. For nowadays, no one believes any longer that by usage alone the atoms of wood in the instrument are disposed in a new and more favourable manner. Here again the microscope has done good service and has pointed out that the violin makers of other days used only to employ wood grown in a certain way and of which the rings were superimposed in a particular manner. This kind of wood is rare, but it still exists, and whoever finds it has but to well dry it in order to be able to make old violins. What else is falsified? The answer is everything that one buys. Watches, locks, keys, lace, pewter dishes, cameos, playing cards, fans, articles of wax, cut gems, objects of daily use, children's toys, postage stamps, may all be falsified more or less easily, put on the market, and sold. And to be frank, we must admit that all this does not do honour to justice, seeing that this shameless trade, remaining almost entirely unpunished, seriously injures the public morality. If all this is allowed, why can one not do this or that? Indeed, it is difficult to say why every fraud which is easy to discover is punished severely, while on the other hand, grave frauds which have grown into a trade are left unpunished, unless it be that in the latter proof is difficult and dependent on special knowledge. People do not worry and make a fuss. It cannot be said not to be regrettable, because it is often the case of an individual who seems to have nothing else to do but waste his money in this manner, for, apart from certain collectors who do not give themselves up to this occupation merely out of distraction, it must be remembered that falsified objects find their way into public collections, where they serve a serious end, and becoming the object of historical and learned work, they may be the cause of the gravest errors. It is therefore not useless to elucidate these frauds. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 18, Continued. Cheating and Fraud, Section 7, Caste. No work on criminal investigation in India would be complete without some mention of the caste system which binds and fetters Hindu society, but adequately to deal with the matter would require several volumes and a more minute acquaintance with the subject than the editors can lay claim to. There are, besides, many and valuable treatises on this, perhaps the most complicated and incomprehensible of problems to which those desirous of really going deep into the question may refer. To give a descriptive account of the peculiarities and customs of even the principal races and caste divisions of India would not only be beyond the scope of this work, but would moreover be of little value to an investigating officer. Much of this must be learnt by him from practical intercourse with and work amidst the peoples of India. To reiterate what may perhaps be called a counsel of perfection, his eyes must be always open, his ears must be ever on the alert, and his tongue must on no account refrain from questioning those he meets. Thus he will add to that knowledge of mankind without which no investigating officer can succeed. In this, books can assist him but little. He must rely on self-help. In the district to which he is attached, he must acquaint himself with the types of that district, and when transferred to some other part of the country, if he meets individuals of those types, he will know their origin and be in a position to sum them up. In the light of these remarks, it would be idle to say much on caste. Yet, as a starting point for young officers arriving in the country for the first time, probably in total ignorance of the people, the following few notes may be of interest. In the first place, a clear distinction must be drawn between sect and caste. All Hindus worship Brahma, but not as such. They worship him as Siva and the incarnations of Siva, or as Vishnu and the incarnations of Vishnu. The innumerable sects of the Hindu will all merge into one or other of the following main divisions. 1. Sivites. Sevas, worshipping Siva proper. 2. Ganapatis, worshipping Siva's son, Ganesha. 3. Saktas, worshipping the Yanni or female form of Siva. 1. Dakshinashari, right-handed. 2. Varnashari, left-handed, indecent. 4. Lingates, worshipping the phallic or indecent form of Siva. 2. The Vaishnavites. 1. Gokalis, worshipping Vishnu as 1. Rama only, 2. Sita only, 3. Birth together. Or 2. Ramanujas, 1. Krishna only, 2. Radha only, 3. Both together. 3. Saras, worshipping Surya the sun. Caste is a different institution, wherein the distinction lies in the social status of the party apart from the particular deity he worships. The four main divisions of caste originally were Brahmins, or the priestly and educated classes; non-Brahmins, Kshatriyas, or warriors or rulers; Vaishyas, or traders or cultivators; Sudras, or slaves. These are again divided and subdivided into countless castes. Pariahs are those with no caste at all. The distinction between sect and caste is thus clear. Sect defines the deity worshipped and religion followed. Caste defines the status in society held by the follower of a sect. What are usually spoken of as caste marks are not caste marks but sect marks. A Brahmin or a non-Brahmin may each wear marks of practically the same import, for example, both denoting a follower of Vishnu. A man's caste cannot therefore always be learnt from his forehead. The marks are those of the deities worshipped, and do not necessarily denote the status in life of the wearer. In practice, however, we find that particular castes sometimes do have their own special deviations in the matter of sectarian marks, and if a man's name be also known, we have a pretty good guide not only to his sect, but to his caste, character, and in some cases, calling. Sivite marks are 2 or more horizontal lines with or without a dot below or above, or on the middle line, or with or without the oval or half oval, typical of Siva's eye, bisecting the line. Also by a triangle or any other pointed or arched object having its apex or convex end upwards, because Siva denotes fire which ascends. A crescent moon and the trisula or trident also indicate a Sivite. For the most common, see Figure 151, numbers 1 to 7. Vishnavite marks are perpendicular lines with or without a dot or circle between them, or a chakra or disc, or an orange shield, cone, or heart shape, or similar form having its apex pointing downwards, as Vishnu denotes water which descends. For the most common, see Figure 151, numbers 8 to 13. Number 8 is affected by Brahmins. Number 9 mostly by money-lenders, Saukars. Number 11 is common to Chettis and Natas. In southern India, a common division of Vishnavites is into Vagdagalis, a U mark, Figure 151, number 10, and Tengali, a Y mark, Figure 151, number 12. In the Y mark, the perpendicular stroke at the bottom extends down the bridge of the nose. This stroke is wanting in the U mark. The central stroke is red, the others are white. The two classes are far from friendly, their disputes frequently leading to serious riots. After a death, the center mark is not worn till after the 10th day ceremony. Number 14 is worn by women. The color and extent of the mark depend upon the particular degree of piety of the individual. Brothers may have quite different tastes. One may wear a large and highly colored mark, while that of the other may be quite simple. Marks are usually colored red, yellow, black, or even white. They are made with ashes taken from the sacrificial fires, cow dung, Ganges earth, turmeric, sandalwood, chunam, lime, or red sand. The powder is made adhesive by a size of rice water. The Saktas frequently wear no mark at all. Apart from being able to locate the main division to which a Hindu belongs, little can be gathered from a forehead mark alone. No doubt it may be determined that he is a Sivite or a Vishnavite, a Tengali or a Vagdagali, but this means little more than if in Great Britain it were to be said that a man belonged to the established church, was a nonconformist, a Baptist, or a Wesleyan. In southern India especially, sectarian marks are worn by practically all Hindus, the lowest pariah sporting the most prominent and highly colored. On saving a few rupees, the pariah will call himself a Pillai, Naidu, or even a Moldalaire, but he will wear just any mark he fancies, and who is there to say him nay? A favorite method of disguise in India is the assumption of the garments, hair, and behavior of the fakir or sannyasi. A long yellow robe, known as an allure robe, a heavy, ill-kempt beard, and ashes of sandalwood covering the face, hide a multitude of sins. In a sensational case of double murder committed some years ago in Madras, the criminal escaped in such a disguise, and for many months wandered unmolested, indeed honored and reverenced, all over the north of India. The search for the murderer was about to be dropped when, by the merest chance, an acquaintance, who was away from Madras on business, spotted him in spite of his disguise at Cuttack. It may be safely assumed that many criminals get safely away under this disguise. Perhaps in no country is impersonation so easy as in India. While this book is in the press, there comes news of an almost incredible case in which it is alleged the pariah servant of one of the most important Rajas visited a neighboring Raja, impersonated his master, and was right royally entertained. The importance of unmasking such impersonation is pointed out on page 105. From a man's name, as we have already stated, his walk in life and district of origin may often be deduced. especially if he be a countryman and not a dweller in the great cities. A name ending in achari or chari invariably denotes a Brahmin, either of Sivite or Vaishnavite persuasion. The surname Iyengar always denotes a Vaishnavite Brahmin, and Iyer a Sivite Brahmin. Asari is the accustomed surname of the artisan caste, goldsmiths, blacksmiths, and carpenters. The members of this caste consider themselves equal if not superior in rank to Brahmins. They wear the sacred thread and may be both Sivites and Vaishnavites. A large number have become Christians. A chettier or chetty is a high caste Sudra. In most cases he will be well-to-do, often very wealthy indeed. Quite 90% of the native bankers and money-lenders are chettiers or chetties. The well-known Tamal Natu Kote chetties, the Scots of the peninsula, are among the richest merchants in India. Their heads are shaved and their clothing of the scantiest. They have often fine houses, magnificently furnished, opened only when a collector or a governor comes along, while the owner lives in a neighboring godown. The surname Moldelaire, one of the most common in southern India, was formerly an honorific title for the headman of the Tamal village, and still is so used in Ceylon. It also in some quarters denotes the weaver caste. Nowadays a Moldelaire may be almost anything by profession. They are high caste Sudras, generally well-to-do. They are both Sivites and Vaishnavites. A Naidu in Telugu districts corresponds to the Moldelaire in Tamal. Now the name is found everywhere, and its owner may belong to almost any trade or profession. Nair is the name of a peculiar race on the Malabar coast, who follow the Hindu religion and claim to be of Sudra caste. They are frequently well-educated, are good accountants, and hold many public appointments. They are a good-sized, well-featured race. A Menon is always a Nair. Nambutri or Namburi is the name of a very high caste of Brahmins in Malabar. A Pillai is a low caste Sudra. Originally this was an honorific title given to men of the shepherd caste. The name is frequently assumed by wealthy pariahs desiring to rise in the social scale. Reddy is a common surname, especially in the Telugu districts. A Reddy generally worships Vishnu as Perumal, which name they frequently bear. The name is also an honorific title of a village headman in Telugu districts. Rao or Ro generally denotes a Brahmin, though some Sudras also bear this surname. They are usually Sivites. The surnames Das and Lal are common in Gujarati districts and among Mavaris, a great money-lending class who have scattered all over India. They generally wear mark number 9, figure 151. Lingates are distinguishable by the peculiarly shaped metal box worn hanging on a string round the neck or tied to the arm. They form the Canarese population of Kolhapur and Mysore, and are also to be found in the Sadad and other districts. Mukherjee, Banerjee, Chatterjee, Ganguly are the principal names of Bengali Brahmins. Bose, Ghose, Dut, and Mitra are those of Bengali non-Brahmins. End of section 31. Section 32 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 14, Arson. Section 1, General. The importance of the crime of arson is as great as the difficulties which beset the investigating officer in detecting it. Naturally, he will search for traces of the cause of ignition and attempt to establish the place of outbreak of the fire. But in the majority of cases this will be no simple matter. Crimes of this kind are usually carried out so as to leave few if any direct clues, and proof of criminality is far from easy to establish by circumstantial evidence. As a rule, the culprit has approached the house on a stormy night, lit a match, and fired some inflammable portion of the edifice. The problem is still more difficult in the numerous cases where the criminal foresees that suspicion will fasten upon himself for some reason such as enmity or jealousy, and therefore takes the trouble of getting up an alibi in advance. So also is it in the case of the landlord himself, who, overwhelmed in debt, fires his own premises for the sake of the insurances. In these various cases the incendiary will do all in his power to prove that at the time of conflagration he was far enough away to make it impossible for the fire to be his work. To this end he endeavors to start the fire after the lapse of a certain time, and, unfortunately, the means at his disposal are many. Some are simple, others very ingenious. The most usual method is to light a candle, the bottom of which rests upon some hay or other inflammable substance. Before the candle has burnt down to the hay, the criminal has time to get well away, and can prove that at the time of the outbreak he was, in the presence and to the knowledge of numerous witnesses, drinking in a distant house of refreshment, buying cattle at a market, or attending a ceremony. Another common method is to join together some strips of tinder to form a train of considerable length upon the floor, one end being inserted in a box of matches surrounded with inflammable material, and the other set fire to. If the tinder has been well impregnated with a solution of saltpeter, its extinction is practically impossible by natural means. Such a solution is also employed to render any flaxen or hempen thread almost inextinguishable. An intelligent criminal makes ready use of a clock which raises a hammer at any desired moment. He arranges so that the hammer strikes some explosive substance, which in turn sets fire to some matches. If need be, an ordinary alarm clock suffices, especially one which lights itself. These latter are furnished with a spring, to the end of which a wax match is fixed. The spring is stretched and held by a catch. At the desired moment the mechanism moves the catch, and the spring is released, carrying with it the match, the head of which rubs along a rough surface and catches fire. The convenience of this arrangement to the sleepy-head in the morning is in proportion to its danger from the point of view of house firing, for its employment requires little intelligence or skill. We give two illustrations of the sort of infernal machines that may be seen in considerable numbers at New Scotland Yard, London. Figure 152 shows one dating about 1885, in which a little knife is set in motion by clockwork. This knife cuts a stretched-out cord, and this sets free a spring that strikes a lucifer capsule. A particularly dangerous and common method in America is to utilize an ordinary electrical bell. The sounding part of the bell is replaced by a thin, balloon-shaped glass filled with sulfuric acid. The hammer strikes on the glass and breaks it. The sulfuric acid runs into a vessel placed beneath and filled with a mixture of, for example, chloric acid and sugar. This produces fire that can easily be converted into a conflagration. Thus highly insured warehouses can be fired in the night time by an accomplice or even an innocent party ringing the bell, the owner being far away at the time. In the case of the second infernal machine, figure 153, the lid must be opened first. This puts the clockwork in the smaller division in motion, and at once ignites the gunpowder or dynamite in the larger division, so that the person who opens the lid is killed and the building blown up. In this connection a burning glass is frequently used. In some parts there exists a popular belief that the possession of a burning glass is forbidden by law, solely by reason of the fires it may bring about. In such a case the glass is fixed on a part of the roof where the sun strikes at a particular time, and is adjusted so as to direct its rays on some sulphur, pitch, matches, straw, etc. If the glass has been placed so as to receive the sun's rays at, say, 8 a.m., the criminal can obtain 24 hours start, or even longer if the following days happen to be cloudy. In an old record, the author came across an account of a fire caused by a burning glass. A miller's boy had a grudge against a rich peasant whose house was situated opposite the mill. The youth had left his situation at the mill, and 9 months later the peasant house was burnt to the ground, at midday when everyone was in the fields. It was suspected that this boy had arranged a burning glass on the roof of the mill for the purpose of setting fire to the house opposite. He must have chosen for the purpose the upper part of the granary, which no one ever visited. Apparently, with the help of a cord, he stretched a strong iron spring in front of a skylight and stuck a ring of pitch round the end of it. Below the cord he then placed some combustibles and arranged a burning glass, so as to be struck by the sun's rays at a particular time of year and at a particular hour. Everything ready, he had waited till that time of year had gone by, then placed the glass in position and left his situation. 9 months later the sun again came round, struck the burning glass, and ignited the fuel. This set fire to the pitch and cord, and the latter breaking released the spring which projected the burning pitch through the skylight onto the thatched roof of the house opposite, which thus took fire and was burnt to the ground. The thing is not impossible, and demonstrates how with a little skill and ingenuity most extraordinary things may take place. In the majority of cases the action of the investigating officer is fettered by the fact that the corpus delicti is itself destroyed in the fire, but not always. Thus on one occasion a farmer desiring to set fire to his large homestead for the sake of the insurances employed the ribbon of tinder above mentioned. To make certain, he arranged 2 trains in 2 different parts of the building, as far distant from each other as possible. One of the 2 acted, but the other failed, the tinder having gone out at one of the places where it had been sewn together. The portion of the house containing this latter was saved, and the half-burnt train discovered. This is the case where the microscope established the culpability of the farmer by proving the thread with which the strips of tinder were sewn together to be from the same piece as that employed by him in mending his fur cap. When everything is consumed, it must not be forgotten to investigate whether the person suspected has in his possession, or has procured, articles which may be employed as fire raisers, candle, tinder, alarm clocks, burning glass, etc. Proportionately speaking, it may be stated that few fires originate in burglaries, and this must be borne in mind. The many cases of fire caused by carelessness, stupidity, children, lightning, and spontaneous combustion do not concern us here, but cases in which fires have been brought about from peculiar motives require notice. We must not be deceived regarding the many fires caused by young persons of undeveloped intelligence, for which no normal explanation can be given. The author has himself had to deal with a case in which a boy of 13, remarkably well developed both in mind and body, 4 times in succession started a fire, in order, as he himself confessed, to see the new fire brigade turn out. A similar case was dealt with a short time ago in Leoben, Oberstellermark, in which a young man of bad repute caused 7 fires, one after the other, 3 of which were attended with sad results, for the simple reason that he, as a member of the volunteer fire brigade, had thereby an opportunity to distinguish himself by showing promptitude, courage, and ability. An astonishing number of fires are caused by half-grown-up girls, who suffer from an excess of homesickness, and who endeavor by strong and acute excitement to relieve chronic nerve irritation. Section 2. Quasi-spontaneous combustion. The question of spontaneous combustion is of great importance to the investigating officer, for on the one hand it may bring about the gravest disasters, and on the other it is often the origin of fires which seem to have been lit only by the hand of a criminal. Combustion not accurately speaking spontaneous may be distinguished in a general way from spontaneous combustion properly so called. The former takes place through the fortuitous combustion of diverse substances, of which no one can be considered individually as dangerous. The latter occurs when a body catches fire by virtue of its nature and without the intervention of any other body whatever. A. Through physical causes. Such causes are very numerous, and we all know how a carafe of water has acted as a burning glass and set fire to articles resting behind it, such as tablecloths, curtains, paper, garments. The same effect has also been produced by photographic lenses, which is one of the reasons why they are, as a rule, kept covered up. Metal plates, dishes, metal reflectors, etc. have also acted in this way by concentrating the rays of the sun at one particular spot. To this category belong the numerous cases to be found in the daily papers. Thus, a carpenter was nailing a plank in a jute factory. The blow missed, and the nail was projected into the machinery, where it caused a spark which set fire to the jute. From New York we hear of a case in which a fire was caused by a fire engine. A small house was burning, the steamers were at work, and a jet of water penetrated a room of a neighboring house, where some lime and other inflammable materials were stored. The lime caught fire, and so the house was burned. When Cleveland was elected President of the United States, one of his partisans arranged a set piece of fireworks in front of the house. A squib, describing a curve, fell down the chimney of a neighboring cotton mill to the floor, where it exploded and set fire to the building. At Verona, in a train in motion, the axle of a carriage became heated and set fire to the grease. At the moment when the train was passing the points, this particular carriage became derailed and was precipitated with the flaming axle into a huge oil reservoir. A violent conflagration ensued, which destroyed a neighboring factory. Here is an account given by a workman who witnessed it of the manner in which a fire broke out one day at a spinning mill. A flying beetle coming through an open window carried off a thread of flax in its flight. The insect passed close to a gas burner. The thread took fire and fell upon a heap of flax, which immediately burned up. In this class of cases may also be cited the phenomena observed by ToddHW, whose work upon spontaneous combustion cannot be too highly recommended as a book to be studied by every investigating officer. He discovered that a spark might remain for weeks in damp cotton and then set fire to it. It is also noteworthy that decomposed dynamite may explode on a very slight shock, as for instance the closing of a door. All such cases should teach the investigating officer not immediately to jump to the conclusion that it is a case of arson solely because a conflagration cannot at first be satisfactorily accounted for. B. From chemical causes. This class of combustion is brought about by the contact of certain substances engendering heat and fire. It rarely happens that combustion of this description is fortuitous, but it may be a terrible weapon in the hands of a criminal. For this reason, it would be ill-advised on our part to discuss it in detail. The investigating officer who desires to be well instructed in the subject had better be informed thereon by an expert. But a few well-known methods may be mentioned, as their use is already fairly common and well known to criminals. For example, we have liquid fire, a solution the method of preparation of which is given in every chemistry book. If a piece of blotting paper be dipped in this solution and then waved about, the liquid evaporates and the remaining particles of phosphorus contained therein spontaneously catch fire from contact with the air. This solution appears to have been frequently employed by the Fenians, and also was used to charge bombs during the American War of Independence. It is all the more dangerous in that risk remains even after the fire has been extinguished, since the phosphorus may burst into flames again at any moment. Metallic potassium also takes fire on contact with water and is sometimes made use of, whereas a mixture of chloride of sulfur with the liquid fire above mentioned catches fire on contact with liquid ammonia. Numerous other cases of fire similarly produced might be cited. For example, certain corrosive acids produce fire on contact with certain substances. Suppose a flask filled with such an acid, corked and suspended mouth downwards above one of these inflammable substances. The acid, after eating away the cork, will drop upon the substance and ignite it. Section 3. Spontaneous combustion proper. The question of spontaneous combustion, properly so called, has been much discussed. It is now generally accepted that all bodies are susceptible of change from the solid to the gaseous state, while in the case of some the transformation takes place only at a very high temperature. With others, ignition may occur at quite ordinary temperatures and thus cause disastrous conflagrations. Boyle has called such bodies phosphoric, and Hamburg-Bottger and others have drawn up long lists of substances possessing this property. From our point of view, the important matter is to know the particular substances in everyday use possessing this property of spontaneous combustion. This list will include all products of textile plants, hemp, flax, cotton, and tissues, and thread, ropes, cords, etc. made therefrom, but this only when these substances have been treated more or less heavily with oil, especially linseed oil. The phenomenon also happens with fine carbon, especially coal dust, particularly when the latter is rich in sulfur. Whether sulfur itself can cause spontaneous combustion is still a disputed point. Cases of spontaneous combustion are known to have occurred in turf, peat, wheat, guano, powdered bones, torrefied grain, sponges, wood shavings, etc. Metal filings have even been known, when dampened with oil, to become red hot. Zinc dust, when wetted, is specially prone to catch fire. In recent years, benzene, now so much in demand, has been a considerable source of danger. The vapor of benzene, when mixed with atmospheric air, produces an explosive gas, igniting at ordinary temperature of a room. Terrible accidents by burning have been thus caused. Numerous cases of spontaneous combustion are cited by Collis Barry, principally in Bombay. Of 26 cases given by him, the majority were due to oil in contact with cotton, cotton waste, rags, flax, jute, hemp, or sawdust. Lamp black and coal occurred in 5 cases. Other cases show that woody fiber impregnated with turpentine, a mixture of resin, turpentine, and tar, damp raw cotton, damp esparto grass, damp grain, dry silk, dry wool, damp hay, lime, Bengal matches, and phosphorus may all spontaneously ignite. A peculiar case is quoted by him at some length. A yellow paper lamp shade exploded, though nowhere near a flame. On examination it was found that the paper of which the shade was made contained chromate of lead as a coloring matter. A ready method of recognizing such dangerous paper is given by Dr. A. Dupree in a letter to the Times, May 23, 1894. The paper is set fire to and the flame then blown out. In the case of ordinary paper, it will be found that the glow along the burnt edge is very soon extinguished, whereas in the case of these chromate papers it continues until the whole is consumed, as is the case with ordinary touch paper. I find that, besides the yellow paper, pale green paper also contains chromate of lead, and would, no doubt, be equally dangerous, and possibly there are papers of other colors containing the same material. It has already been mentioned that paper which has been quite recently burned, but not completely consumed, may sometimes recommence to burn on coming in contact with the open air. Care must therefore be taken after a fire, before opening a safe which has been among the flames, to make sure that the interior is quite cold. Otherwise, papers of value enclosed therein, and only half consumed, may blaze up beautifully when the safe is opened. It may be noted here that the dust of grain, jute, and hemp may catch fire on a person entering with a light into a place where such substances are stored or being worked up. We cannot leave the subject of spontaneous combustion without a few remarks upon what is called preternatural combustibility. Cases have been recorded in which the human body has exhibited unwonted inflammability and burnt away rapidly, the combustion being accompanied by the presence of much inflammable gas and the production of heavy gray soot and an objectionable odor. Charles Dickens, as everyone knows, made use of this alleged property of the human body in Bleak House, and there mentioned the Italian case of the Countess Carnelli Baudi, who was accustomed to bathe in camphorated spirits. One morning a servant entered the room and found a heap of ashes and the remains of her mistress on the floor, about 4 feet from the bed. The legs and arms were unburned, and the head lay between the legs, the brain and back of the skull having been consumed by fire. There was a lamp on the floor containing no oil and covered with ashes, and the wicks of 2 candles on the table were unconsumed, the tallow having melted. The bed was unburned, but everything in the room was covered with moist soot. Numerous other cases have occurred from time to time in which death by spontaneous combustion is alleged to have taken place, but day to day the possibility is not allowed by the majority of medical experts. This subject should be approached by criminal investigators with the greatest caution. Indeed, as is pointed out by Taylor, such a defense as spontaneous combustion might afford would, if admitted, prove most convenient to assassins. After the commission of a murder, it would be the easiest thing in the world for the criminal to burn the body and ascribe the charged remains to spontaneous combustion. The question of the spontaneous combustion of the gases of the body may also be very embarrassing to an investigating officer. This combustion used to be very well known to the common people, who with its help tried to explain away numerous incidents of crime. They hastened to assert the victim to be a drunkard, that the gases of the spirits he had drunk had taken fire, and that he had perished miserably. For a long time such phenomena were accepted, until the usual reaction took place and their possibility was denied altogether. Consequently, many cases, otherwise inexplicable, were unexplained or explained wrongly. The existence of inflammable gases in the stomach has been proved by medical men such as Drs. Francois, Kuhn, Popov, Scott Orr, Beatson, Schultz, Arnold, etc. But it may generally be admitted that only gases escaping from the body by belching or otherwise can explode at a flame. Slight burns at the mouth and burning of the beard or mustache are all that observation has revealed in the majority of cases, but no doubt serious burns are possible. Beatson records a case where a man, while blowing out a match, set fire to his breath, the accompanying report of the explosion being loud enough to waken his wife. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kieren Metz. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 20, Serious Accidents and Boiler Explosions. Section 1, General Considerations. In the latter part of this chapter, we shall offer some detailed information in connection with the explosion of steam boilers. But even in doing so, we treat that class of accident really as a type. The present general observations will be found equally applicable to a boiler explosion, a railway smash, a collision at sea, the collapse of a new building, or any other catastrophe of a similar nature proceeding from preventable causes. In every case, what has to be done is to find the preventable cause that has not been prevented, and the person responsible for that negligence. We should permit no shifting of responsibility. We must fix it on the proper shoulders. Scapegoats cannot be tolerated. The first necessity in this connection is that the authorities should be awake to the danger and do all in their power to prevent similar accidents. So far as preventive precautions are concerned, there are plenty, sometimes indeed too much and too many. Take, for instance, the case of a boiler. The public test may be too exacting and may even so weaken the boiler as to render it unfit for its work, the result being an explosion at an early date. Of course, some negligence on the part of the attendants must be allowed for, but the fact remains that the boiler might have long done good work but for the injury caused by the government trials. As to punishment, it is generally wholly insufficient. At least the instances of anyone being made responsible for culpable negligence in superintendence are so rare that we can only ask why those acts of carelessness, which are always, or almost always, the cause of such catastrophes, are allowed to go unpunished. Any one of us who has been called upon to interpose officially in an accident of this nature knows how things befall. When the disaster has occurred and the experts have reported to the authorities, the investigating officer will betake himself to the spot, but rarely will he hit the moment of the expert's visit. It will be disadvantageous indeed for the investigating officer to waste time by summoning his experts in due form and awaiting their arrival. Once the report received, the investigating officer ought immediately to start for the scene, leaving full instructions as to what arrangements, bondobast, should be made and as to summoning experts. If the investigating officer remains rooted to the scene of the catastrophe, he is assailed on every side. The destruction is generally great. Dead bodies lie about. The groans of the wounded are heard everywhere. The scene of the accident presents a terrible chaos, and the whole is a spectacle of desolation, disorder, and confusion. Then the proprietors of the works, the engineers, the traffic superintendents, the architect, the contractor, etc., are quickly in evidence and exhaust themselves in representing to the investigating officer, who of course knows nothing about it, that this disaster is the greatest chance that ever happened. Or, if one of the attendant workmen has been found dead, in throwing all the blame on the negligence of the poor devil. The flood of talk never ceases until the investigating officer, by some apt technical questions, shows these gentlemen that they have not to do with an absolute idiot. If this succeeds, they change their tactics. Instead of talking nonsense to the investigating officer, they furnish him with inaccurate information, the object being to clear everybody, at least those still in the land of the living. But such explanations are not protracted. There is suddenly a great hurry to clear away, of course for the sake of safety. The investigating officer is assured that no delay is permissible to avoid a fresh explosion, a flood, a fire, the fall of a wall, etc. And as a last resort, there is the excuse of the missing, who may be buried in the ruins and must be rescued forthwith. But in reality, the object is only to withdraw from the eyes of the authorities and the experts the corpora delicti, the rotten sleepers, the flaws in a rail or girder, the defective pieces of boilerplate, the bad setting, the overweighted safety valves, if indeed these are not wanting altogether. At the least, it is hoped by these proceedings to obscure and befog the whole affair, so that the experts may be unable to pronounce a definite opinion as to who is responsible. There are, of course, we admit, honorable exceptions where mistakes are frankly admitted, but they are rare enough. By far the most difficult problem for the investigating officer is as to what should be done when formal permission is requested thus to clear away debris for the sake of safety. On the one hand, the investigating officer cannot take upon himself the responsibility of vetoing such operations which may be absolutely necessary, or at least advisable. Nor, on the other hand, can he rightly consent to the disappearance before his very eyes of the evidence necessary to bring home the guilt to the proper quarter. If the investigating officer has good grounds for suspecting any such design, he should boldly inform those clamoring for clearing away of his suspicions, and tell them straight that they will be held responsible for future developments, that a report will be prepared of everything that happens as it happens, and that the experts will be consulted later on as to this pretended urgency. In the majority of cases, he will be told that these operations are not actually so very urgent as all that, and need not be commenced at once. In the alternative, the measures announced must be carried out without fail. Every occurrence will be enshrined in a report, and above all, no object, even the most insignificant, must be permitted to disappear. The less the investigating officer knows about such matters, the more incumbent it is upon him to frustrate any attempt at deception. He must also be on the watch lest anything be concealed or unnecessarily mutilated, so that any subsequent inquiry may be rendered futile, or at least exceptionally difficult. If everything has been carefully recorded, and no material objects have disappeared, the situation will not be over-obscured by this work of clearing away, and the experts will be able to form their conclusions almost as well as if they had been there from the start, and had witnessed the whole march of events. As soon as possible, the investigating officer should interrogate, if only summarily, everyone who can furnish any information as to the occurrence, after having, of course, entrusted the surveillance of the scene of the accident to trustworthy subordinates. The investigating officer will do well not to commence his inquiry by examining managing directors, architects, contractors, engineers, and other special employees. Naturally, one would wish to do this so as to possess a competent and enlightening opinion, serving as a foundation for subsequent questions. Most convenient, but far from prudent. We thus put ourselves in the way of starting with preconceived ideas. The well-informed and scientific witness always seeks to give the affair a sort of twist, and even at times tries to coach his subordinates as to the real cause of the accident. When these subordinates in their turn get into the witness box, they cannot often distinguish between what they have themselves seen and what their boss has told them they saw. These subordinates, assistants, workmen, chauffeurs, coolies, etc., generally desire to tell the truth and give valuable evidence, if not previously influenced. They should therefore be questioned first and quickly. They are also naturally those who have actually seen happenings on the spot and can give most useful hints. Otherwise, the catastrophe will generally come to be laid at the door of one of these very subordinates. The primary cause, it is true, may often be brought home to one of these understrappers, But the real question becomes, is he the man truly responsible? The investigating officer will have to find out by his own inquiries or from experts what the scapegoat had to do, what he was capable of doing, and how far he was competent to perform the task allotted to him. An inquiry of this kind thus differs much from that in which the investigating officer is usually engaged. Many things must be taken into consideration to fix responsibility on the proper shoulders. Not unfrequently, it will turn out that the man was overworked, either through having to attend to his engine too many hours a day, or through having too many different things to look after. Again, it may be found that while the employee was well trained for his work and had even passed examinations therein, he had not sufficient practical experience of this particular job, or was new to the engine and had not yet learned its fancies and failings. Perhaps it may come out that the man has actually reported faults and that his warnings have been disregarded. Often enough the verdict, boiler explosion, want of water, fault of the engineer, although the engineer may just before have complained of the deficient supply and been told to mind his own business. In all technical undertakings, mines, factories, steam engines, and boilers by land or sea, the blame is always thrown on some wretched coolie. The real cause should be looked for in insufficient staff, lack of training, want of supervision, and at the bottom of all, we find cheese paring and false economy. The most difficult and important task is entrusted to the cheapest workman. Thus, the investigating officer has far from completed his labors when he arrives at a conclusion that a workman has made a mistake. He must discover who has set the man to do the job, whether he was really qualified for it, whether his knowledge, intelligence, strength, working time have not been exaggerated, and whether there has been sufficient supervision. If the investigating officer can discover a gap and the person responsible therefor, that is the guilty man. Section 2. Technical problems. Apart from these general considerations, we have deemed it useful, selecting boiler explosions as a type, to add a few technical details. The same method of inquiry will apply, mutatis mutandis, to all serious catastrophes of the nature now under consideration. Boiler explosions have one feature rendering them specially worthy of study. Whether occurring in factories, railway trains, steamships, etc., they are, despite the march of science, exceptionally frequent and singularly destructive. German statistics, extending over 11 years, give an average of 1 death and 2 wounded for each explosion. Our object is to assist the investigating officer in that critical moment when he is awaiting the arrival of the expert or interrogating the witnesses and accused. We assume that he has at least some superficial knowledge of the mechanism and treatment of boilers. In this connection, we have relied mainly on the work of Adolf Peschke, Boiler Explosions and How to Prevent Them. An old work, it is true, but still the clearest and most to the point we have come across. His thesis is that such explosions are not the effect of mysterious causes which we know not how to control, but really demonstrate the ignorance and gross carelessness of those interested. The causes, he says, can be discovered only when we know the antecedent circumstances. What was the condition of the boiler, the level of the water, the steam pressure just before the accident? In fact, when we know everything about the boiler and have examined its fragments. In support of this view, we may cite the report of the Manchester Steam Boiler Association. It is difficult to imagine a case that cannot be explained by natural and well-known laws, and could not have been prevented by well-known and approved methods. Hence it follows at once that in every explosion some human agency, some man, is at fault. Any a priori theory as to luck or unexplainable causes must be rigorously discarded. It is also established that the cause can be determined, and that, as a rule, by very simple investigations. The above association, which inspects and tests all the steam boilers in England, gives the following as the primary causes of explosions: defects in construction, want of water, want of pressure gauges, overpressure, formation of deposits in the boiler. E. Ship, of the Steam Engine School, Dresden, thus classifies 168 cases investigated by him. 29 faulty construction, 9 bad or worn-out material, 48 deficiency of water, 19 overpressure, 49 weakness of the plates, 7 careless attendance, 6 incrustations, 2 explosion of a neighboring boiler, 1 explosion of gas, 1 cause undiscovered. Other authorities, as Paul Lager and Bichard Flimmer, suggest other cognate causes, but all agree on the one main point, that negligence and ignorance are the primary causes of all such catastrophes. Section 3. Causes of boiler explosions. In dealing with these, we must first dismiss those false theories which ignorant and incompetent people are always pushing to the front to screen their own ignorance and incompetence. A. False theories. 1. Theory of an explosive gas. This suggests that the water being decomposed by contact with the plates of the boiler, the disengaged hydrogen unites with the acid, forming an explosive gas, which, catching fire from the plates of the boiler, suddenly explodes. 2. Theory of electricity. This is always propounded with a certain amount of mystery, and is, for that reason, more readily accepted. The suggestion is that by the contact of the steam with the boiler plates and other metals, and under other influences, immense quantities of electricity are produced, hence the catastrophe. 3. Theory of the spheroidal state. This theory depends upon the phenomenon first recorded in 1752, that a drop of water on a red-hot metal plate preserves its spheroidal form, rotates on its axis, and evaporates very slowly. As the metal cools, the rapidity of evaporation increases, and at last, when the temperature has been reduced to a certain point, the liquid suddenly evaporates in a mass. This is now shown as a common school experiment using an iron spoon. This phenomenon has been employed to explain boiler explosions. It was supposed that, either through overheating or calcareous deposits, a bed of vapor is formed between the water and the walls of the boiler, so that the whole mass of water may be considered as a slowly evaporating drop. Assuming that then, from some cause or other, cooling, sudden or slow, supervenes, or that by some external shock the spheroidal form of the water is destroyed, rapid vaporization will ensure, followed by explosion. 4. The theory of the cold water current. This theory assumes that, in certain conditions, a jet of cold water suddenly striking the hot boiler plates will cause vaporization. Arago was the first to point out the inaccuracy of all these hypotheses, but the exertions of a long line of scientists has been necessary to complete his work. So tenacious is the grip of false theories once started. Colburn, Schwartz, Schaffudel, de Berg, Kirchweger, Hermann, Ochelhausen, Butte, and others have shared in this task. Yet we can date the general acceptance of true scientific theories only from the labors of Paget, circa 1865. B. Admissible theories. The following may be accepted as admissible theories, and it will be seen at once that none are due to so-called bad luck or pure accident. 1. The chemical action of the fuel. 2. The chemical action of the water. 3. The mechanical action of heat. And 4. The mechanical action of steam pressure. 1. The chemical action of the fuel. The simple heating of the boiler injures the iron but slowly. It is otherwise if through negligence the plates are heated red hot. In the latter case, the surface of the metal is transformed into a crystallized crust composed of oxidized iron and oxide of iron. This crust falls off, and at each successive overheating, the boiler is sensibly weakened. Further, when the coal contains white or yellow pyrites, the sulfur contained in the pyrites changes the surface of the iron into a friable iron sulfate, which accelerates crystallization. In every case, repetition of the overheating must eventually end in a rupture of the walls of the boiler. Not infrequently in boiler explosions we find portions of plate, thus often overheated, breaking up under very feeble blows with a hammer. It must never be forgotten that when a boiler becomes red hot, the cause, always preventable, is want of water, the formation of incrustations, or sedimentary deposits. 2. Chemical action of the feed water. The water fed into the boiler is for the most part transformed into steam, but the solid matters contained in it are precipitated to the bottom or against the walls, gradually forming a solid crust, called incrustation. Now, this crust prevents direct contact between the water and the iron, and being a very bad conductor of heat, permits the iron to become red hot. On the other hand, the water, contained in this non-conducting envelope, requires the application of more heat. Partial exhaust follows, whence the water may come in contact with the red-hot walls, and this partial but sudden cooling greatly injures the boiler. Naturally, we find today all kinds of inventions to prevent this evil, but none of these can remove the solid bodies from the water. At the best, they can substitute for the incrustation when forming a sediment which is not so destructive. Some present inconveniences of their own. Among the many devices are enameling, apparatus for intercepting the solid particles, and countless compositions whose aim is to eliminate them. Of many, the components are known, others are kept secret. The true cure is regular cleaning of the boiler, but the investigating officer will also do well to inquire if any and what preventive has been employed, and to make sure that there has been no negligence in its use. Solid substances are frequently contained in the water in considerable quantities, a matter of some importance in certain cases. The investigating officer should therefore, in every instance where there is doubt as to the cause of the explosion, secure for analysis a specimen of the water used. We may add that many authorities consider the presence of greasy substances in the water as most dangerous. The investigating officer should therefore take note of the presence of fatty or oily matters in the condensed water. Besides the risks to which a boiler is exposed internally, there are others external. When the exterior walls are in direct contact with the atmospheric air, oxidation will naturally take place, but so slowly in practice as to be almost negligible. But where the boiler is furnished with casings which favor the collection of water at certain points, this oxidation may become serious. The water thus collected comes from outside, but in certain cases the water escapes from the inside through defects in the boiler. In this instance, there is continuous rusting and consequent weakening, all the more dangerous as it is concealed from view. 3. Mechanical action of heat. Here the metallic envelope of the boiler is in continual movement, owing to alternations of heat and cold. The degree of heat from the firebox cannot always be the same. Currents of air, opening of doors, etc., continually cause new contractions and expansions. This continuous action weakens the boiler, especially if the walls be thick, as the exterior surface expands more than the interior. This is especially dangerous when the feed water is so introduced as to pass direct into the heated chamber. At the points so touched, the metal will in time crack, leading inevitably to a rupture sooner or later. 4. Mechanical action of steam pressure. If the pressure of the steam in the boiler were always the same, the walls would be subject to a progressive but constantly equal expansion, so that there would be no risk of giving way at any point. But the pressure varies, owing to inequalities of heating, variations in water supply, opening doors, etc. Thus, the same thing happens to the plates as occurs to a thin slip of white metal which we bend with our fingers, and which ends by breaking where thus worn out. But an explosion can occur only when the pressure has been suddenly increased by an enormous and rapid release of steam. This takes place when the pressure on the water is suddenly diminished, thus permitting great masses of water to be vaporized. We thus arrive at the apparently paradoxical conclusion that a diminution of steam pressure increases the pressure. The explanation is simple. Water boils normally at a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius or 212 degrees Fahrenheit. But the boiling point is raised by an increase of pressure, steam, or other. Suppose then a mass of water has been heated to 106 degrees Celsius or 222.8 degrees Fahrenheit without having boiled. The sudden lowering of the pressure will produce boiling and, in consequence, considerable disengagement of steam. The steps are as follow: A. An opening. B. Escape of steam. C. Lowering of pressure on the surface of the water. D. Sudden release of large quantities of latent steam. E. Explosion. If it be asked how the opening is made, we can only say in many ways, perhaps by the careless turning of a blow-off cock or safety valve, perhaps by a crack or tear in the boiler. But the primary cause in every case will be carelessness or imprudence. The subjoined quotations from a judgment delivered in appeal by the Sessions Judge of Cuddapah District, Madras, on 1st October 1906, seem most apposite to the remarks in the first section of this chapter. The facts are simple. The whole, or a considerable portion, of a mixed train was left standing between two stations on the Madras Railway. According to the prosecution, the engine driver, finding he had run short of water, uncoupled his engine and ran on to the next station, leaving his train on the line. According to the defense, the couplings broke and the driver ran on with a dozen wagons, believing his whole train was behind him. Whichever theory be true, the assistant station master supposed that the whole train had arrived and consequently gave the signal "line clear" to the last station. This enabled the Bombay Madras mail to pass, which, running at a very high speed, dashed into the portion of the mixed train left on the line. Several passengers and railway servants were killed. A railway board inquired, and as a result, the head guard of the mixed train and the assistant station master were charged criminally. In his concluding remarks, the district judge says, "The obligation imposed by government on all railway administrations to hold a joint inquiry over every railway accident attended with loss of life is intended with a view to eliciting the cause and full particulars of such accidents, with a view to framing rules to minimize such accidents. In this matter, the joint inquiry held by the different heads of department of the Madras Railway Administration has signally failed. I cannot but describe their final report or judgment, properly speaking, as a most perfunctory piece of work. I will now proceed to lay down all the faults which have come to light through this unfortunate accident, with a view to their attracting the attention of the Railway Board. The composition of the members of such a joint inquiry is primarily at fault. Officers who have been engaged all their service in administrative and executive work are suddenly called upon, fortunately on rare occasions, to sit in judgment and hold a judicial inquiry. They have probably never had occasion to take down evidence, and much less to weigh and appreciate the same. Had there been a judicial officer at the head of this committee, I feel sure it would not have swallowed wholesale the cock and bull story about the water in the engine having run short. The result has been that the accused in these two cases have been made the scapegoats. It is somewhat remarkable that the railway police, with all the notoriety of the police for getting at the truth of things, should have failed to get at the truth. I can only attribute it to sympathy and cooperation with the railway authorities. The first recommendation I would make is that such joint inquiries be presided over by a judicial officer of some experience, who is capable of weighing and appreciating evidence. The next fault of the inquiry lies in the fact that none of the members ever dreamt of examining the couplings of the wagons which made up the mixed train. I feel sure that if the district traffic superintendent had examined the couplings of those wagons, he would have found that the train had parted. Number 4 mixed train was 188 minutes, or 3 hours and 8 minutes, late in leaving Urampad. This constant and gross unpunctuality on the part of these mixed trains is the primary cause of such numerous accidents. Why are such delays caused? The desire on the part of the administration for economy, for better dividends for the shareholders, and less safety to the public. The evidence of the Urampad assistant station master shows but too plainly that the Madras Railway is undermanned, and in consequence has to depend on an excessively overworked station staff. In this instance, the man had at the time been on duty from sunrise till sunrise for 4 days. Is it then surprising that he should decline to answer coder when he heard the rumbling noise at the block signal, or when he heard, which he denies, the telegraph needle calling him? I, for one, would be thankful to have some rest after I had secured line clear. End of section 33. Recording by Kieren Metz. End of Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam.